But did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that makes it the place where all people originated from. I'm from Africa. You from Africa. You African booty scratcher. I'm
always reaching. We make niggas disappear like that triangle out Bermuda. They can't find his body, but they know that I'm the shooter. I say cut my sentence in half, and I spread a little rumor. Deal? Well, you can look in Oklahoma if you want to find them Sooners.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Food for Thought. Before we begin today's presentation, I have a few quick announcements for you. The first is that we've recently opened our new temporary exhibit, Justice Not Favor, Alabama Women and the Vote. It'll be on view from now until May 31st, 2022. You can come see it as the building is open Monday through Saturday, 8:30 to 4:30. I'd also like to invite you to join us on September 28th at noon Central Standard Time for a virtual gallery talk in Justice Not Favor in honor of National Voter Registration Day. So that will be right here on our Facebook or YouTube page. I'd also like to invite you next month as we continue our Food for Thought series when Joseph Caver comes to talk on October 21st on From Marion to Montgomery, the early years of Alabama State University, 1867 to 1925. Today, it is my honor to welcome Dr. Andrew Frank. Dr. Frank is a professor of history at Florida State University, specializing in the history of the Florida Seminoles and the Native South. In addition to numerous book chapters and journal articles, Dr. Frank is the author of Before the Pioneers, Indiana Settlers, Slaves, and the Founding of Miami, and Creeks and Southerners, Biculturalism in the Early American Frontier, which is available in our online bookstore. We'll provide a link for you below so you can purchase it. Welcome, Dr. Frank.
Well, thank you, Alex, for that really nice introduction. And thank you all for, I guess it's either tuning in or logging in, for coming to hear me speak. So what I'm going to try to do today is a handful of things, but we're going to talk about what I call the curious case of Coontie, which is a food that is eaten in Florida for a very long time by indigenous people. For Civil War folks out there, if you're interested, Coontie was eaten by lots of Confederate soldiers in Florida. Lots of people got sick from it, but we'll get into that in a little bit. So let me start with the very beginning. And I'm going to try to be consistent. Sometimes I'm not, but I'll be as consistent as I can between, discerning the difference between food, which is the ingredients, and a recipe, which is more along the lines of a method, right? There's a TV channel, Food Network, which is like hundreds of different TV shows, which is fundamentally the idea you can put the same ingredients of two different people and two different cultures, will figure out ways of putting them together differently. So ingredients may lend themselves to a particular culture, but we know that someone who is from French cuisine and someone who is from Latin America will take the same ingredients and imagine them in different ways. And so one of the ways what I'm going to talk about food is not only what do people eat or what did the indigenous folks in the American South eat, but also how do they put them together and how do they reimagine food, recipes, mealtime. And at the same time, I'm going to try to get at this idea of who the Florida Seminoles actually are. And there is a conventional wisdom out there that Seminoles largely reject, at least Florida Seminoles largely reject, and they've convinced me to reject it as well. And the conventional wisdom is that the Seminoles in Florida, once upon a time, were Creeks in Georgia, Alabama, and maybe even North Florida. And in the 1700s and early 1800s, especially early 1800s, groups of Creeks broke off, moved into Florida, became Seminoles, and then during the 19th century Seminole Wars, first, second, third, from the 1812 or so until the 1850s, they slowly moved deeper and deeper to the south. If you were to ask lots of Seminoles, they would say they've been here forever. And if they were to say who their ancestors are, they would say some of our ancestors indeed follow that path from Georgia, Alabama, North Florida to the interior of Florida, to the wetlands, to the Everglades, to the Big Cypress Swamp, and to the plains of Alachua and further south, what is now University of Florida South. But they would also say that their ancestors were the Calusa and the Tequesta and the Timucua, and indigenous folks who were in Florida at the moment that Europeans arrived. And their ancestors were those individuals and their ancestors and their ancestors. So they've been here, as one Seminole leader told me, like since dinosaur days, right? A euphemism for like what scholars will call the time before memory. And so I'm going to use these two foods to try to imagine how we can think about Seminoles and food. And these are the two most traditional Seminole foods. One is sofki, and one is kunti. I'm going to use sofki as kind of a euphemism, if you will, for the American South or the native South. It is a dish. Normally, corn is its most kind of core ingredient, corn, water, ash, but it is eaten / drunk throughout the American South. Cherokees, Choctaws, Chickasaws, Creeks, Seminoles. Sofki takes the Trail of Tears out into Indian territory, and it remains kind of the staple food that is ubiquitous in the native South. Kunti, which may be new to many people, is different. Kunti, its actual name is derived from Florida. Some people have mischaracterized it as arrowroot, and there are other varieties of zamia. But the particular form of zamia that the Seminoles eat is only indigenous to Florida, and it's a native Florida ingredient. And so we're going to try to reimagine like how this actually works and what we can learn from these two products. And to do that, we need to start with the native South. And now I'm going to include Florida as part of the South, but the rest of the South as a whole, the large southeastern Indian nations that we imagine, the Muskogee and the Cherokee and the Seminole and the Choctaw and the Chickasaw, right? This was a world of women. It was a world of clans. It was matrilineal, which tells us about who people imagine their ancestors to be, who their kin is, or who their kin are. So children look to their mothers, look to their mother's brother. They follow the maternal line to imagine who their family is. But perhaps more important to understanding it as a world of women, at least when it comes to food, is that women were both the producers as well as like the producers of the raw ingredients of a recipe. They were in charge of cornfields. They were in charge of harvesting nuts and hunted meat. But in terms of like caloric input and symbolic input into the meal, corn was corn, right? With capital C, capital O, capital R, capital N. You can't underestimate the importance of corn. And women were not only there in terms of harvesting and cultivating the fields, they were also there in the preparation of food. So in all the descriptions we have of sofki in the American South, from the earliest moments that Europeans are observing it up through basically the present, almost exclusively women are producing the corn and the sofki. And in most instances, when we see the corn and the sofki being eaten, it is eaten in the form of extended families. And so clans are the folks who are consuming. So women go out, they go out into their own fields, they harvest their own corn, they come back into their village, and the women collectively produce sofki for their clan, their extended family.
He is coming. He is coming to us. Nosferatu is here.
Instead of calling in favors from those distant relatives, I'm Aunt Jenny.
Cousin Mikey.
I'm your ride. Hello. Listen to your common sensei and rent with Dollar. Book direct for our lowest prices, skip the counter, and go straight to your car. Dollar makes sense.
So when we think about early Florida, which is my goal today to talk a little bit more about the Seminoles, but when we think about the South as a whole, but Florida in particular, we should think of it as a world of fields and a world of gardens, right? We are like, this is obviously not a literal description of what the Indians or their gardens or their fields look like. But I hope you can imagine that like this is intentionally drawn in such a way that we see women in the field doing the actual planting. Now in Florida, there are lots of descriptions where men would often go out in the field to help break the ground. But the actual planting, the actual harvesting in Florida and elsewhere was almost always the exclusive domain of women. Women controlled the fields. And out of this comes a tremendous amount of power. So if you can imagine, right, take the knowledge that you have about the indigenous South and think about women control everything that happens inside the village. They control the food that is eaten. They control the food both from from farm to table, right, to take on the modern parlance of the restaurant industry. Men hunted meat, they hunted deer and other animals, and so they harvested deer in that way, but those activities took them outside of the village. You had to leave home in order to hunt. So men were in charge of diplomacy. So they were the ones who would deal with, in the Florida context, with Spanish and the English, and perhaps other indigenous villages. But that took place outside. But the world inside the village was one defined by corn. And so we can think about the green corn ceremony as being the most important, most ubiquitous ceremony in the native South. It's one of these holiday isn't quite the right word, but it is a ceremony that is multiple days. Each tribe, each nation celebrated and celebrates it slightly differently, but it's a ritual day of cleansing, or days of cleansing. And people come and they camp in their clans, they congregate in their clans, and it's the ritual of the green corn being like safe. It's time to celebrate, it's time to feast. And out of this world of fields, out of this world of gardens, comes Safki. And so Safki comes from the Creek language. And at its heart, Safki has a remarkably consistent, basic recipe, right? As with all recipes, there's lots of variation, but at its heart, Safki is coarsely ground corn, sometimes called cracked corn, but depending on where you go and what time you're looking at, it's coarsely ground corn, lots of water. I've heard like a 6-to-1 ratio is often what you see in terms of recipes. 1 cup of corn to 6 cups of water. So it's really, really loose. And then normally there's some sort of like ash from like tree, which has a lye in it, or baking soda in the modern world, which kind of puffs it up a little bit. And you can see these are 2 images from the early 20th century, one mid-20th century, early 20th century on the top, mid on the bottom, of Seminole families getting together and eating Safki on the top, and on the bottom, a Seminole woman making Safki. You can see this large spoon, which I hope you can imagine gives it a sense that this is not for small bowls, this is for collective. It is a food that is drunk at pretty much any temperature, often warm, normally not very hot, but it can be. Almost exclusively cooked by women for their family in their camp. In the Florida context, as the villages become camps and a little bit smaller, this is the domain of women. Now, as we look across time and across space, there are some varieties. Sometimes we see images and recipes of indigenous folks adding guava or meat or seasoning, but for the most part, we're only talking about corn, water, baking soda, or ash. They drink it from morning until evening. Most of the descriptions we have of the native South are not people who ate 3 meals a day with a defined breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but rather they were folks who ate 1 meal a day. But Safki is what was consumed in order to keep basically one from having enough calories to survive, to get basically through the day. So this pot cooked by women is constantly being stirred throughout the day. More water may be added, more Safki may be made, but for the most part, right, it is cooked and then occasionally stirred, kept on or near the fire in order to keep it warm. And that's the world of Safki. So if you can imagine now your daily activity in the indigenous South, as you get hungry, you're constantly coming back from wherever you are, whether you're in the fields, whether you're out hunting, or whether you're mending a fence or fixing your house, or whatever you are during the day, you are constantly coming back to receive sustenance as safki from the women of your village. And so this world of Kunti is really different. So safki is corn, and it is what we can call a stew, what the ethnocentric or racist folks who are coming in the early 1600s, they always call it gruel, right? They're not very praiseworthy of what safki was, but they are equally fascinated and not very impressed with Kunti. For many, many years, anthropologists called Kunti a famine food because no one would eat it unless they were desperately hungry. And the Spanish in the early 1600s and late 1500s weren't very praiseworthy of it either. But Kunti is the bulbous roots of this plant that literally goes back to dinosaur days. Some people call it a dinosaur plant. It has been around for thousands upon thousands of years. And it is ubiquitous where I live in Tallahassee because it's really drought resistant, and like xeriscapers like to plant it because it's really, really hardy. But I'll show you a map in a little bit where it grows in Florida, but it grows throughout much of Florida. And in the 1500s, early 1500s, Spaniards noticed that the Indians on the east coast of Florida, down near what is Miami today, the Tequesta, they would dig up the plant, they would take the root, they would scrape it to take the root, kind of like you would scrape like a horseradish, and make it into like this mash. And then they would strain it, mash it some more, and then strain it and strain it and strain it and strain it many, many, many times, and they would make a flour out of it. One of the Spaniards who was held captive amongst the Tequesta for many years, when he was released, he explained they made bread of their roots, which is their common food, the greater part of the time. So for the Tequesta and the Calusa on the west coast, southwest coast, which is now, say, Naples up until almost to Tampa, they ate Kunti along with seafood as kind of the heart of what they did for their diet. So Kunti was the raw ingredient, the bread was the recipe. So if you can imagine now, safki, corn is the ingredient, and safki is the recipe. Kunti is the functional equivalent of corn in this way, because you can take corn and you can thicken it, put it in stews to thicken it, but for the most part, they make it into a bread in the 1500s and in the 1600s. So as we move forward in time, we have countless images and countless observations of Seminole men and Seminole women eating Kunti. It's one of the things that anthropologists and ethnographers, when they come to Florida to learn about the Seminoles, and they expect to see creeks, they discover that they're seeing something that is slightly different. So if you look at the picture on the top, if you look near the bottom, here I'll use my little cursor if you can see that. This is a This is a scraper. So they would take the root and they would scrape and scrape like a grater, like you would do for a Parmesan cheese or like shredding carrots, but a really, really big one. And they would scrape and they would scrape and they would scrape until they had this mash underneath. And on your right-hand side, those tarps, this is what they would strain it in. They would put it on the top and they would take as much fresh water as they could and they would flush it multiple times, because without the flushing, there's a toxin in Kunti and will make you remarkably sick. So I've heard from multiple folks that the magic number is 8 times. I don't know if that has any sort of special significance, but certainly they're thinking that 4 is not enough, but better err on the side at least of being cautious. And after multiple rinses, we now have something that is a food, that is a flour. So here are 2 maps. So on your right is where botanists have discovered Kunti to grow historically, naturally in Florida. It now can grow pretty much anywhere in Florida, or does grow anywhere in Florida. But historically, this is where we can say all the shaded areas is where Kunti grew naturally, say as of 1700. Now this is a blow-up map of basically here, the south half of Florida, from about basically right here south. And all the little circles here are camps of Seminoles in 1930. And they basically take this route. There are a couple of camps here, and then there are camps throughout here. This would be Brighton, Big Cypress. This would be the Trail Indians, which would become the Miccosukee. Down here is Miami. That's the Miami River. This is where the Tequesta would be. This would be the Calusa. And so what we discover is that where the Seminoles set up their camps isn't necessarily random and may have a large bit to do with where Coontie grew naturally. So here's where, like, at one point there are camps, and then the camps get reified by the United States and turned into reservations. Some or lots of Native people saw their lands constricted even more than beforehand. And especially if you cross off Hollywood and Tampa, which are relatively recently occupied, and you look at Brighton, Immokalee, Big Cypress as the three largest reservations, those are all areas where Coontie not only grew, but grew plentiful in the 1800s when these areas were first associated with these individuals, although they had ancestors there beforehand. So as we move now forward here, let me just back up and talk a little bit more about Sofkey for a second. So Sofkey is created by women. They go out into the fields and they harvest corn. They bring it back into their village and they crack it and they boil it and they create Sofkey. Coontie works remarkably similarly. For the most part, women are going out and they're harvesting these roots. They're bringing it back. They're the ones doing the scraping, as men in Florida are hunting deer, but also alligator and manatee and other animals. Women are in charge of harvesting. They're going out just as they used to harvest perhaps huckleberries or acorns or other products like that. They would harvest these roots. They would bring it back to the camp. They would process it, scrape, soak, strain, and then turn it into flour, and then they would make it into the breads. So in many ways, right, the ingredient and the recipe are changing. That we indeed have like a soup, a thick soup, being replaced by a bread in these two different worlds. As we move closer to the present, this starts changing really in interesting ways. And this is where I want to like kind of stop for a little bit and try to lay this out a little bit. So if Sofkey is a recipe and Coontie is an ingredient, in the Seminole context, these things start blurring. So, right, from Lake Okeechobee south in Florida, or just north of Lake Okeechobee south, corn does not grow readily. In lots and lots of gardens that we see, Seminoles are growing corn. But there's a difference between growing corn in one's garden and growing corn in cornfields. Gardens are smaller, gardens augment one's diet, where fields can be the base of one's diet. And in Florida, right, the Seminoles who still celebrate a green corn ceremony gives tremendous symbolic significance to corn. Corn ceases to be a central food that Seminoles eat all the time. By 1800, observers of the Seminoles are saying they see corn, but cattle is slowly replacing deer in Florida, Coontie starts replacing corn. Now, it can't replace corn in its most ceremonial ways. It can't replace corn at the green corn ceremony, but they start looking for ways to take the recipe of Sofkey and turn it into something that you can use local ingredients, right? If we're thinking of this idea of farm to table, the ecology provides your ingredients, your culture provides your recipe. The Seminoles in Florida increasingly start making Sofkey with ingredients that are not corn, which to outsiders seems preposterous, right? Because Sofkey meant corn, water, ash, baking soda. So here's a recipe taken actually a couple days ago from the Seminole Tribe's website for recipes. Their recipe that they post today is Sofkey that uses white rice. This is born of the reality in the early 20th century that lots of Seminoles are buying dry goods from Miami and other places like that, bringing it home, and then they're turning it much the same way that lots of home chefs, they go to the grocery store, they bring it home, and they figure out, based on how I understand how food goes together, this is how I make it. But increasingly, Seminoles are not just using white rice, they're also using kunti. Right? So the idea of a kunti sofki, which becomes known as sofki stew or kunti stew, becomes this ubiquitous product in Seminole society, that this is what, on a daily basis, this is what Seminoles ate. Now, if they had corn, they would add corn, or they would use corn, but corn in wetlands is not quite the same. Now, if you could also imagine, the Seminoles are on the move for much of the 19th century. Their homes are constantly being invaded. They're at war with the United States, basically on and off for over 60 years. Cornfields require a tremendous amount of time to cultivate. Kunti fields are wild. Probably a fact I should have mentioned earlier. Kunti is not something that is planted. Kunti is something that grows. I mean, you can dig it out and replant it, but it's not agriculture. It's closer to gathering than it is, and harvesting than it is to planting. And so they are looking for large kunti plants to dig up, and it requires them to travel or to have it growing pretty close to where they are. So here we now go back to the very earliest part of the question that I was asking of who the Seminoles are, and trying to get them to us to imagine them being both newcomers and oldcomers to the peninsula of Florida. I'm going to back this up to here. So how do Seminoles learn how to process this very dangerous, poisonous, bulbous root? Like, what leads them to this process? So the handful of individuals who I've spoken with at the tribe have all told me that they learned this from the people who were here first. They learned this from their ancestors. They don't say necessarily Tequesta or Calusa, but I think the answer for me is pretty clear. Indeed, Creek migrants find their way into Florida, and they meet up with individuals who are here already, their ancestors or other ancestors. And the Tequesta, and the Calusa ancestors who have been scraping and grinding and straining to make breads for hundreds of years, if not longer, they teach this technology to their new kin, to their new neighbors. And their new neighbors come in not just with the idea of bread, but they come in the idea what they really want to do is not make bread, but they would really much like to do is recreate sofki, right? Sofki is not just a food. Sofki is kind of the cornerstone of daily life, right? Bread works differently than a stew in terms of how you eat it. And so sofki, in terms of this ritual coming back and forth to the pot throughout the day, by altering and moving away from corn, whether it becomes rice or sofki, the pantry of South Florida meets the grammar or the recipe of sofki. And this is how we wind up with something that is, let's just say, unique. So when people ask me, where do the Seminoles come from? I always say that they're from the native South, but more precisely than that, they have roots in indigenous Florida. And part of it is that food, for me, allows us to understand that when the newcomers, these Creeks, find their way into territory that they had never been at before, they meet up with and become part of the community of people who are already here. That doesn't mean that they become Tequesta, or it certainly doesn't mean they become Calusa, right? They are Seminole. But what Seminole means is kind of a ecological adaptation to the pantry of South Florida. They innovate culturally based on new needs and new opportunities. And there are also cultural holdovers from both the Tequesta, the Calusa, as well as their Creek ancestors, which allows us to imagine today kunti sofki as being kind of a nod to both their native South as well as their indigenous Florida roots. But it might also allow us to understand This other curiosity that I can't quite explain is that when Seminoles today make fry bread, like many other native groups in the United States, they don't use Kunti like their ancestors would have. They use flour, right? So Kunti has taken on this new alternative means separated from the original interpretation or original use. I would be remiss before I end to say, if you want to know more about the Florida Seminole, there are lots of good books out there, but I would go to the atatiki.com. That's the Museum of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. They have lots of great information on there. Most of it is written for the public. Most of it's about trying to disabuse lots of myths that are out there, but they also have a great archive. Much of it has been digitized, and I would urge you to take advantage of that. So I look forward to hearing some questions and the conversation that ensues. Thank you.
Bitdefender presents Cybercrime from the Frontline, the podcast that takes you inside real cyber attacks. In this episode, evolving scams targeting your dreams, including your job, your love life, and your money. Listen to this episode to learn how they work.
It's time to do more with TrueFuel. With TrueFuel's ready-to-use mix, you can stop mixing and start working, so you spend less time here and more time here. TrueFuel. Do more.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was a wonderful presentation. And Kunti is definitely a curious case, and it can tell us so much about, like you said, the Florida Seminole, but also how all of these communities in the Native South are interconnected. Before we begin, I just want to say this is a pre-recorded presentation, and so normally this is a moment when we would ask the audience to send in their questions. We still encourage you to submit questions to the comments. We will be happy to come back and try to answer them as best we can. But also, Dr. Frank has said that if you have any questions, you can feel free to email him at afrank@fsu.edu. So if you have some burning questions, make sure you ask Dr. Frank those questions. So to begin with, I mean, I had never really heard about Kunti until you first proposed this talk, and I'd heard about Sufki and I'd heard about all these other things, but Kunti was this really interesting other food that you talked about, and just how the knowledge is passed down, and this transition between corn and then going to Kunti in Florida. I'm interested to know, in Creek tradition, in all these other ones, you have these oral stories that focus around corn, the origin of corn, how it was passed down. Are there any similarities in Seminole culture? Is there any kind of oral stories about the origins of Kunti?
So there are. They don't take on the same symbolic importance. It never supersedes this symbolism of corn. Mm-hmm. So Kunti becomes a really important ingredient. It doesn't become this analogous function of corn, right? So there's the Seminoles in I think it was 1920s, were recorded of having a Calusa corn dance, right? They're dancing at green corn ceremony, a dance that they named for the Calusa, this group that theoretically was extinct. They call it a corn dance, but there's no Kunti dance, right? So it doesn't enter in the same way in the ideological, cosmological understanding of who they are as a people. But it becomes a really important product. So I think the closest equivalent would be probably another food that very few of us have eaten, which is swamp cabbage. Right? Seminoles are living in an environment that is unique, right? The Everglades have multiple environments within it, but there are products in there that most folks just throughout the Native South, they wouldn't have opportunity to eat. And so born out of this opportunity comes a whole series of ingredients that becomes part of their livelihood. And so we don't have, so there are stories that they tell about the origins of Kunti, and there are multiples, and they disagree with one another. So there isn't this unified sense of, if you read about Cherokee, they have a very particular shared understanding of how women and corn and life are connected. Mm-hmm. And we don't have that in the same way that we have for Kunti. So if the Tequesta and the Calusa had that ages ago, that hasn't been passed on, or if it's been passed on, it certainly hasn't been shared.
Okay. So that's interesting. So it's more of a necessity than a ceremonial kind of,
right.
Part of them. So I know you said that it's not kind of a truly like agricultural pursuit. It's not like corn or squash or beans where you're taking it and planting it. But do you see any moment where they are trying to kind of tend to the Kunti, or even without agriculture, there's a kind of manipulation of the land, right? Burning of forests, cranberry bogs, things like that we see in Native America. Is there any attempt to try to kind of control the Kunti?
So I've heard, I think there's two ways. One, I think they are building their camps where Kunti is naturally growing. And it's clear from the descriptions of white folks who are observing what they're doing, they're only harvesting Kunti that is really large. So they're certainly, they're not harvesting Kunti to the point of extinction, right? So they're cultivating in such a way as that young, smaller versions are remaining there. Could have said this earlier, but this comes to an end in many ways for large parts of Florida in the early 20th century when pioneers come into Florida, white settlers come into Florida, and they start turning Kunti into products of their own. And so Kunti flower plants are this huge industry out of South Florida. And that further pushes Seminoles into the interior of Florida and away from the coast, right? Because their form of livelihood that would bring them to the coast, as you would like hunt Kunti, if you can use such an expression, as they like go out hunting looking for it, their ability to do so safely along the coast disappears. But there was enough of it in the interior that they were okay when it came to Kunti.
Something else. So this is really focused on also women and women's roles. So it's not just the food itself, but it's also kind of leading into, women's place in Seminole Creek and kind of southeastern Native society. And can you explain more about why women were responsible for food in these indigenous societies?
Well, I think it comes down to that women were in charge of households. They were in charge of like daily life, or the daily routines of life were determined by the role of women. So elder women in a community were the most significant person within a village. If we're talking about Creek society, but if we're talking in Florida, we're often talking about what we'll call camps, significantly smaller. And so outsiders would say this is Billy Harjo's camp. But if you look closely, it's not Billy Harjo's camp. It's probably his wife's camp, and he's a guest there. And so, as I understand it, this is like, not only are they producing the food, but actually the delivery of the food, right? The serving of the food by taking the ladle. It's kind of this I don't know, a multi-day or many times a day ritual where women are at the core of what's going on, right? And so, right, this allows them to govern the pace of what's going on. It allows them to understand who's doing what during the day, right? The social realities as well, the economic or the political realities that are going on within their camp, right? So we often in the West imagine servers as doing grudge work, right? They're the ones who are providing a service to someone else. But I think the ability to serve softly to other people is one that is distinguished rather than one that is servile.
So you see, when we just opened this, and you might have heard in our announcements, we just opened an exhibit about women's suffrage, right? And something I find very interesting is, as we're looking through a lot of the political cartoons for that, you'll see them frequently kind of referring to Native American women in these kind of positive terms, like they are equals politically, they were in control of their destiny, and kind of like hearkening back to that. Do you see that this kind of place with over food gives women that political power, or do you think that that's kind of a generalization that we've kind of imagined for Native American women in the past?
I think it's a little bit of both. And I think often, I think it's very easy to see Seminole or indigenous women in the South as having very different access to power, say in 1800, than white women would have had in St. Augustine or pick a town in the United States, right? So they have a different access to power, but they weren't in control of everything either, right? So we often imagine people in the United States, those who are in control, like the Secretary of War or Secretary of State, right? Those types of positions were almost always in the hands of men in indigenous communities as well. So there were some women that would rise up and play roles of diplomats, but for the most part, that was a male world. And so I can understand why the suffragists are looking to other cultures to say, this isn't fated. Men aren't fated to rule. Men aren't fated to make all the decisions. And we can look to these other communities and say, look, they do it differently. But sometimes differently isn't the inverse. It's just different. And so I think the suffragists' attempt was to see it as the inverse. Hard to blame them.
Exactly. No, I think that it's just interesting to kind of, when you learn about a society who works very differently from your own, so I think sometimes you can imbue that society with like this kind of, everything was idyllic or.
Right. And the opponents of suffrage said, this is the natural way of things.
Exactly.
And so if you can find something that it looks natural, and Indians are always associated with nature, look, they're the natural people and they're doing it differently. So maybe it isn't natural.
But it certainly is still, like you were saying, like there is this kind of moment where, especially in the Southeast, seeing this kind of access to a power or a avenue that women in Europe and in Euro-America didn't have at the time.
That's right.
And so I think that that's kind of still, it's interesting that they're making that imagery.
Women have access to divorce or marriage in a way of choice, or sex in general outside of marriage. They had like choices that would be not just frowned upon, but make you an outcast elsewhere.
Exactly.
And so they had and the ability to provide enough food to survive is really important. So like, if you can imagine, you can live on corn, acorns, and squash and beans by itself. You can't live on deer by itself. And so there's an exchange going on there, but women have a tremendous amount of power just on the nutrition side. Forget, but then you add the cultural part of it. It's a tremendous amount of power.
Definitely. That's a great point, because, women were the agriculturalists, and they were kind of that so much of agriculture and so much of where the food comes from is the backbone of any society, and so there's all these other things that are important for society. It's not just the only thing, but it definitely is. Where you're getting your dinner from is is an important thing. And I think that you really illustrated that well in here. Now, is that something that's kind of exclusive to this region? Or are there other, Native American groups around the continent that are doing that? Or is it just a variety?
I think it's a variety, but I think the idea of women controlling fields it's not peculiar to the South. I think it's a defining trait of the South, right? You can't understand the South without that. But there are other parts of North America where that's the case as well. So it's not peculiar in that way. I more see it as the inside out rather than the outside in. But certainly there are other matrilineal communities out there. But the Southeast was particularly bound to agriculture in a way that, say, the Northeast, there was some agriculture in the Northeast, and there are cornfields. But also the commitment of communities to move and hunt of game is different in the Northeast, in parts, say, of New England, than, say, it is in the American South. So it's a different balance of where they're getting their food and the symbolism that they use in their ceremonies. Same for the Southwest.
Perfect. So one final question for you, and this is kind of maybe more of a fun one. Is Kunti flour available for people to be able to purchase it and use it?
Yes. They sell it at my Whole Foods.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, well, so it's gluten-free, so it's available. It's a little bitter. So I should probably add this. Kunti is not eaten very often today amongst the Seminoles. When you asked, I meant to say this before, when you asked about, did it take on the symbolic role? It never really did. It performed a functional role. And now, for the most part, Seminoles, most of their daily meals will look very much like your meal or my meal, right? When they get together for cultural ceremonies and they're trying to eat as their ancestors did, or in some sort of, they're eating safki, and they tend to eat safki, usually corn, but they add guava to it, and so they've made it something that is them, and they eat fry bread in these moments, even though that's really a very modern food. But Kunti, I was talking to one gentleman, and I described this as, I've never had Kunti, and I said, is it really as bad as they say? He says, no, it's not so bad. I don't have it very often. When I have it, I like it. Right. So he wasn't insulted when I said like I heard the coffee's very good, but he also wasn't like insistent that I go out and try it. But no, they sell it at lots of natural markets. Whole Foods has it. Often it's called Zamia, or it's called Kunti, or it's arrowroot. But if you look at the ingredients, they're all the same.
Perfect. So people can, now that they've heard about it, they can go and experiment and try and see if they like it.
Right. And so if there's a run on it in your local store, you know why.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I just want to put your email up here again if anyone has a question for Dr. Frank. And thank everyone for joining us today. And remember to join us again for our virtual gallery talk on September 28th at noon Central Standard Time. And it'll be right here on Facebook and YouTube.
Create attention-grabbing videos with millions of creative assets on Motion Array.
Use Kayak's Explore tool to see just how far your budget can take you. Reykjavik? Spectacular.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Colvin, and I am the Public Programs Curator here at the Alabama Department of Archives and History, and it is my honor today to welcome you to the next installment of our Food for Thought series. And even though we are still virtual, we're able to come to you live from the Alabama Department of Archives and Histories Farley Auditorium with Mr. Caver's presentation today. But before we begin, I have a few quick announcements. On Monday, November 1st at noon, we will have our next virtual research rundown on oral history, and that will be noon on our Facebook and YouTube channels. On Monday, November 8th at 11 a.m., the ADH will have a dedication ceremony for 2 new busts depicting Alabama women, Patty Ruffner Jacobs and Amelia Boynton Robinson, in our statuary hall, and more details on that are to come. On Thursday, November 11th at noon, the next installment in our Alabama Women's History series will premiere, where archive staff member Haley Aaron will discuss World War I nurses. Finally, I'd like to invite you to join us again next month as our Food for Thought series continues with Jim Baggett's presentation titled The Attempted Lynching of Jim Brown. So today I'm excited to introduce you to our speaker, Mr. Joseph Caver. Mr. Caver is a lecturer in history at Alabama State University. He previously worked as an archivist at the ADH and the Air Force Historical Research Agency at Maxwell Air Force Base. He's also the co-author of The Tuskegee Airmen, An Illustrated History, 1939 to 1949. And today's presentation is based on his new book, From Marion to Montgomery, The Early Years of Alabama State University, which is available in our online museum store. We're going to put a link down here, and you can buy both of Mr. Caver's books from our store. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Caver.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks to the staff for having me here. It is so ironic that the origin of this book starts in the basement of this building. Having graduated from Alabama State University in 1974, where we spent the whole year celebrating the centennial of the university, erecting the equinox and all types of program. So after graduating with a degree in history, of course, in 1974, jobs were limited. However, I did apply for a job here at the State Archives, and in December of 1975, I got my call, and 22 years old, one suit, and Milo B. Howard. So if anyone has been in Dr. Murray's office now, you go in that office, it's intimidating. So my knees were shaking. I get in, and Mr. Milo asks one question. If you had to do research on Alabama history, could you identify a source? And I blurted out, Owen's History of Alabama. not knowing that Thomas Owen had founded the state archives and had played a major role in preserving the history of the state. And so he said, that'll be all, one question. And I'm walking out of the terrace, he come running out, he said, hey, you want the job? That's how I became an archivist at the state here. And I was in charge of the Civil Archives Division downstairs, newspapers, governor's papers, of the Constitution Office paper. And getting to meet some of the premier historians working on Alabama history at the time, like Mills Thorne, Wayne Flint, Leo Atkinson, William Warren Rogers, Alan Jones. I know I'm missing some. But while providing reference service to one of Dr. Jones' graduate students, Helen Kitchen, she said, Joe, they got it all wrong over at Alabama State. The school was founded in 1867 instead of 1874. She took me upstairs to the library, to the microfilm cabinet, and introduced me to the papers of the American Missionary Association. And lo and behold, I found the incorporation papers for the Lincoln School at Marion. Thus began the journey. So I'm working here and having access to all of these primary source documents. I decided to go back to graduate school to work on my Master's of Art, and I needed a thesis title. And I came up with Marion to Montgomery. So in 1982, I wrote my master's thesis. The university later would change the establishment date and memorialize the 9 Black men who incorporated the school at Marion. So that's the gist of the story. But while writing my thesis and having access to all of these primary source documents, it was a gem. I still, at my age today, enjoy researching. And so the thesis were produced completed in 1982. But in 1981, I leave the state archives and go to Maxwell and get introduced to metadata. And one of the persons said in here, one of my legacy is transitioning from paper to electronics, and of course, providing metadata to control the document. So I've spent a career working as an archivist, but thanks to this hire here, Milo Howard, never forget it. That's how I got into the profession, and it's been quite a journey. Now, back to the book. So I wrote the thesis in 1982. Dan Hallman, Jerome Ellens, and I did the illustrated history of the Tuskegee Airmen. We got to know all of the airmen and remember those days. And so Randall had read my thesis, Randall Williams of New South. He said, Joe, let's publish this. This is 2010, 2011. So here it is 10 years later. And I wanted to enjoy retirement. I didn't want to sit down and start a new book, but he kept pushing me. And of course, even at Maxwell, I maintained a relationship with historians like Ed Bridges, Mills Thorne, and Randall Williams. So we would do lunch at least once a month and catch up on each other, what research, what's new topic. So he got me back to work. And what I did was take the thesis and start researching all over again to verify. And I uncovered some information that I hope, if you read the book, that you would enjoy. Those 9 Black men, they just didn't pop up. What I found that, like all of the, most, not all, can't say all, of the nearly 500,000 slaves, former slaves emancipated after the end of the Civil War, was looking for a means to advance in society. The Mobile Nationalists had already called for education, but it was these 9 Black men and Black women who held the fairs to finance the school in Marion. So all over the South, the Freeman Bureau is here. They've established common schools for Blacks and whites. Really, this is the beginning of a public education system in the state, even though the superintendent had been established in 1854. But you don't really get a public education system in Alabama until the Reconstruction period. So they wrote to Wager Swain requesting assistance. And they wrote to the American Missionary Association, which was the missionary arms of the Congregational Church. They had been active in the antebellum period. The Amistad case stands out. And even during the war, they're trailing behind the Union Army, assisting the emancipated Blacks. Started this first school in Athens, Alabama in 1865, the Trinity School. I think the building is still in existence. So these Blacks in Marion, though, are unique because Marion was the cultural and educational center of the state. Had Howard College, Judson College, another school, Birmingham Southern, was over in Greensboro, but the Southern Baptist was entrenched in Marion. And because of this religious activity in particular, five of the Marion 9 learned to read and write before emancipation. One stand out, Alexander Curtis, was able to purchase his freedom for $2,000 in 1858. Now, Burtis English and I have had discussion about Mr. Curtis. It is said that he left the state and went to New York because the 1832 state law, the slave code, if you are emancipated, you have to leave the state. Curtis may have gone to New York, but his wife and he are still having children during the war. So either he's in New York or he's in Alabama. I suspect he's in Alabama. He pays income tax in 1865. But he was quite an entrepreneur, a barber, and was associated with the famous King family in Marion and Selma, William Rufus King, that family. So James Childs, who was introduced to me by Adela Child when I was working on my thesis. And we come to find out he's a mulatto. 5 of the 9 Black men are mulattoes. That's how they claim in the 1866 state census and the 1870 federal census. So they wanted to form a school. Now, local whites, led by J.M.L. Curry, I think I got it right, they wanted to start a school for Blacks because of the missionaries, the northern missionaries, the carpetbaggers are coming into the state for this purpose. That effort did not take off, so now it's left to the Blacks there. So on July 18th, they produced the money, buy the land, and began construction on a new schoolhouse. But in January of 1867, the AMA sends a licensed certified teacher, Thomas C. Stewart, and voila, his grandson contacted me, and he had his great-grandfather's Civil War diary, correspondence with his 2 wives, corresponding with the E.C. Gravitt at Fisk University and the head of the American Missionary Association here in the South. But a brilliant man. He gets there, there's nowhere to teach. They start off in an old barn, But eventually, the Black men and women raised the money and opened the school. The AMA locates teachers, and the Freeman Bureau pays for them to come to Alabama. And this is the origin of the school. So in 1869, this is the dedication of the building. And thanks to Samford University for this photo, by the way. That's where it came from. Now, if you know, Samford and Lincoln or Alabama State are closely related. Their histories are intertwined because both originated there in Marion and both leave Marion in 1887. Howard to East Lake Shore in Birmingham, and Lincoln to Montgomery. So Marion lose two institutions in 1887. We'll go into more details on that shortly. So Stewart is also serves in the Alabama legislature as a House member and as a Senate in an effort to raise money for this now private school. It's not a public school. He runs in all types of difficulties. He's visited by the Klan. It is a long story. Eventually, though, with the changing of politics in the state and the redeeming of the state away from the Republicans to the Democrats, Stewart is forced out of Marion. He tries to get a job in Selma. He's denied because of his political activism. He ends up in Birmingham, the new city, and become a member on the city council. His brother ran a grits mill in Birmingham. And you got to remember, this is 1872. So Birmingham, the Magic City, is just beginning. He eventually reconnects with his mentor at Fisk University in Nashville. Kravitz had sent out the Fisk Jubilee Singers. They had entertained Queen Victoria, raised money to support the school and to build this huge structure, Jubilee Hall. It's on the National Register. So at first, Stewart and his wife on the faculty. Later, he's assigned as the building superintendent of Jubilee Hall. Once Jubilee Hall is completed, he resigned his commission with the American Missionary Association, moves to Chattanooga, started a keg and barrel business. He doesn't do very well. End up in Florida in the citrus business, and a frost wipes out his citrus crop. So now he's back in DC in the 1890s. He's still working in construction. He's the building superintendent of the old post office in Washington. Today is known as Trunk Hotel. This is Thomas C. Stewart. He dies in a railroad accident in Albany, New York, and he's buried in Delaware, Ohio. But that's Thomas C. Stewart. So now, back to Alabama. The Bourbons or the Conservatives are taking over. The deal with Auburn receiving the land grant from the 1862 Act and the push by Blacks to integrate the schools, Peyton Finley, Alexander Curtis. So a compromise was reached that if you didn't push integration, we would finance higher education for Blacks. And this is what led to the establishment of the state-supported state normal school for colored students here in Marion and also in Huntsville, Alabama A&M. It was over the threat of integration, believe it or not, the compromise that was reached after the 1868 state constitutional convention. According to William Burns Patterson, it's 1869 when they were agreeing on the issue of education. But what I found out here, something similar with the Tuskegee Airmen. when we started working on the Tuskegee Airmen, the first thing we did was the 1925 War Department study. And that study said blacks could not do complex tasks. They was not smart enough. They was coward. I'm saying, hold it now. It's the Civil War, the American Revolutionary War, every war that the country's been in, blacks have served and served with distinction. But this 1925 War Department study said that, hey, we can't put these guys in airplanes. They're not smart enough. Plus, they're cowards. And so what we're finding out here with the development of the school is conservative whites determining what type of education these people would receive. They did not believe they could ascertain in higher education. So throughout this labeling as a college and university, it's in words only. When Patterson gets there in 1878, he starts a college division, but it's really just post-secondary. You got to remember now, with normal schools, this concept introduced in this country in the 1830s from Germany to produce teachers to tackle this vast pervasiveness of illiteracy. So after the Civil War, the same principle was applied to black schools. They're called normal schools. Normally, you go through the primary schools and go up to the 8th grade. But Patterson went farther. He actually produced high school graduates and will be that way up until 1920, when it would become a 2-year institution, and in 1928 become a 4-year institution. But Burtis English, looked at the curriculum offered at Marion and at the University of Alabama. It was not that different. But the other thing I want to point out to you, and we'll talk more later, is the type of education advocated by Patterson in particular, and Booker T. Washington and William Hooper Council. Patterson was liberal arts all of the way. Washington and Council went towards industrial agricultural development. And of course, you got to remember, with the ending of Reconstruction, white conservatives are in charge. And so Washington used it to attract philanthropy support from the industrialists, and of course, to placate the white Southerners. It's Patterson who's advocating liberal arts. Now, Tuskegee and A&M also had normal school. They were producing teachers. So it's not just focusing on industrial vocational education. So it's also classical. So I want to make that point to you. But Patterson in particular, that's his focus. Okay. School is function. Patterson Card is the first president when it became a state-supported institution. Patterson is working at a school called Tullibody over in Greensboro. And now his great-granddaughter and I have had this discussion, Judith. Why would Patterson become an educator? As you know, during Reconstruction, white teachers teaching at black schools were targeted. I think the killing at White Plains is what led to the unveiling of the Klan and the first Klan. So teachers, and Patterson was ostracized because he's teaching blacks to read and write. But he gets the school up and running. He's offered a job at Southern University, at Birmingham Southern now. He declined. He is industrialist, he's a carpenter, he's a florist, he's everything. But by the way, we also found out he started the first student newspaper at an HBCU in 1878, the Lincoln Reporter. According to the Library of Congress and the University of Alabama, no copies exist. But he bring that printing press to Montgomery, and he'll print it, use it extensively when it gets here. So in December of 1886, a fire breaks out, and all of the citizens in Marion goes out to put the fire out, George Shivers. And on the way back, cadets from Howard, as you know, Howard was a military school, and students from Lincoln got into it. The Lincoln student would get off the sidewalk, one pull a knife, cut a cadet, enough. But petition was started to remove Lincoln over this incident. It was a ruse. The State Baptist was discussing moving Howard away from Marion to more of an urban setting. The local white Baptists in Marion thought if they could get Lincoln out of Marion, they could save Howard. They weren't successful. And it was the conflict between the white Baptists, the State Baptists, that forced State Normal out of Marion to Montgomery. So we get to Montgomery. It's now the Colored People's University. It is supported by the governor, Reese, the mayor. It's the citizen that raised the money to buy the land. And of course, Centennial Hill is key to the relocation. You had the Swain School, now Booker T. Washington, but the Janetta Ditch at the base of Centennial Hill, the most prosperous Black community in Montgomery at the time. But it's due to the migration of ex-slaves from Autauga, Lowndes, Troy, to this little area that couldn't come in downtown Montgomery because of the Black codes. So they set up this community, and this community grew and became middle class. You had politicians, you had business people. Victor Tulane, his building still stands on Ripley Street. Walked to Montgomery with $1 in his pocket from picking cotton and started this vast business. He was the first Black to serve on the Tuskegee Board of Trustees. Tulane Court is named after him. But you have this genre, and you got the school, the Swain School, you got the First Congregational Church, remember I told you about the AMA, and Old Ship. And surrounding this area is what is community developed. And they are the backbone that bring the school to Montgomery. And so the school opened, and then someone decided to file a lawsuit. Ellsbury versus Say. Say is the governor. And the state Supreme Court rules in favor of the plaintiffs that money from the Common School Fund cannot be used for the higher education of Blacks. So the school goes 3 years without any financing. Mary Frances Terrell, one of the students and later teacher at Alabama State, said it was a time to pray and pay. So Patterson would visit all of the churches, collect money to keep the school open. Finally, in 1889, the Alabama legislature took away the university designation, and it reverted back to a normal school. So here we are, 1890s. But remember I told you about the 1862 Land Grant Act. The 1890 Land Grant Act meant to provide the same inducement as the 1862 Morrell Land Grant. But this one will be aimed at historical Black colleges and universities. Here in Alabama, there were Tuskegee Institute and Alabama A&M and State Normal. And there's a tremendous battle over this land grant. William Hooper Council, who had changed political parties, he had gone from a radical Republican to a conservative Democrat. He outmaneuvered Patterson and Washington, and through the aid of fighting Joe Wheeler, Alabama A&M got the designation. Washington, not to be outdone, went out and hired George Washington Carver and got the extension service at Tuskegee. So that's in a nutshell. Patterson is still fighting for the school. Then the 1901 constitutional issue comes up, and the streetcar boycott downtown Montgomery, the passing of an ordinance that was transferred to the buses in 1936. That's what brought Rosa Parks and the Montgomery bus boycott. But all of this is going on. Patterson is still fighting. Then the administrative building burns down in 1904. And luckily they had insurance, and it happened. But also, with Alabama passing a law mandating a high school in every county in the state, of course, white high school, the Slater Fund, the other philanthropists came up with the concept of establishing training school. I went to the Autauga County Training School. It was more acceptable from white conservative. It was not a threat. So we see secondary education, starting with Parker High School in Birmingham, and of course the normal schools at A&M, Huntsville, and Tuskegee, and Montgomery. So you go through this fight, and finally in 1920, the dreams of the Marion Nine would be fulfilled by establishing a junior college. And in 1928, Bill Graves and Harper Council Trenton established a four-year institution, and Alabama State became the premier teacher education institution in the nation. It produced teachers, teachers, teachers. It became known as the Teachers College. But that's the 20th century. And of course, the history is intermingled with the Civil Rights Movement, Fred Gray, Tuskegee Airmen. I need to point that out to you. The first casualty was a state normal graduate, Tuskegee Airmen, believe it or not, Sherman White. He attended the Lab High School and then went to the University of Chicago. The Laboratory High School was established in 1915. It was a trial balloon, one of the best, by John Beverly. It was the first Black high school in the state to become accredited, to show you. And of course, the high school produced scholars like Percy Julian, the noted chemist, lawyers, you name it. But the best summary now, we close and take question from you is, okay, sorry. And I put that on vibrate from here. So what Judith writes is that this school is instrumental in establishing the Black middle class, not only in Montgomery, but Marion and all over the state and the United States. Without the school, the economic advancement of this city and the state would be less than what it is today. And the legacy of the school, not only does it concern civil rights, but the concept of self-improvement is there. And it is a wonderful story. And I urge all of you to read this book, because if you read the book, you're reading the history of Black education in the state of Alabama and how it came about. Thank you for having me. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I hope I didn't ramble too much. Question.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And to our virtual audience, if you have a question, please feel free to put it in the comments below. I'll be able to get it and ask it on your behalf. But I wanted to start with a question that that I had, just but also as your work as an archivist. I don't know if you know, October is Archives Month.
Yes.
And so as an archivist and as someone who kind of helped uncover this story in an archive, can you tell us what the importance of archives is in preserving our history and in telling our history?
of course, my view, shaped by my experience here. It's a big difference between primary sources and secondary sources. Secondary sources mean someone's writing their opinion and their research, but to get to the actual source, that's a treasure that we can't deny. And I know we're living in an electronic age. No one is writing letters anymore, keeping a diary. We're losing very important things. But the archives, thank God, thank for Thomas Stewart Owens, and my experience with the Air Force Historical Research Agency, it allows you to bring an era to life, to bring an individual to life, to be able to analyze what is going on at that particular moment. Now, we get into this period of judging things by today's standard. What is this called? I can't remember the term, but archives are paradise to the people who are interested in their past. And it can start with genealogy. I'm a genealogy buff. I still have questions after 50 years of research. But your community, your institution, your church, your school, the information is here or at the National Archives or some university archives or church archives. So the importance of archiving is our whole memory exists from the archives. As the sign at the National Archive, history is epilogue. I think that's what I remember reading that when I was at the National Archives downtown. Did I answer your question, Alex?
Yes, you did. Wonderfully. Yes. I have another question about, because you talked about the 9, the original 9, and I know that some of them came here to Montgomery. Did they all come here to Montgomery when it moved? And where does their stories end? Do they continue to find other colleges or education?
Most of the original founders died before the institutions moved to Montgomery. Curtis dies in a buggy accident in 1878. James Charles dies in 1869. But their descendants follows the school to Montgomery. Stephen Charles is one. And of course, when the college leaves Marion, they re-stand up the school, Lincoln. And this is where I run into reading Horace Mann Bond. He was puzzled by the number of Black doctorates in this one location. And it was from the Lincoln School, which existed up until 1969 when it was closed down. But it started back up as a private school connected to the Congregational Church. And in the 40s, I believe, the public took over the school. But some of the school is unbelievable. And they, as I told you earlier about the development of the Black middle class. So we have to include the school left in Marion as well as school moving to Montgomery. It is quite a story.
Definitely. So I'm sorry, I just got in a couple of, oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I was looking at the question, trying to figure out which one was the question, because there's a lot of wonderful comments about your amazing lecture. I understand you attended a Rosenwald school in Independence. Is there any relationship between the Rosenwalds and ASU? And this is from Darlene Lynn.
Yes. Back to Booker T. Washington, back to the support of the philanthropists. The Rosenwald, Sears and Roebuck, with Booker T. Washington Tuskegee, started building schools. Normally, these are 2-room schools, and I attended an elementary school, a Rosenwald school, where the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade was in one room. The 4th, 5th, and 6th grade was in the next room. And after we left there, we go to the training school. So I did participate, go to school at a Rosenwald school in Independence and Friendship. And believe it or not, no AC, a big pot, belly stove, outdoor toilet, but we learned. Unbelievable. We learned to love to learn. That's what was inspired in us at those Rosenwald schools. And there are still some schools. The training school in Otagoville started out as a Rosenwald school. Most of your training schools will be tied to Rosenwald. And again, this is funding from the family of the Sears and Roebuck family. And if you want to identify the schools at Fisk University, they list all of the Rosenwald schools. And I think in Alabama, I think that was over 120 Rosenwald schools.
Perfect. If we might have another question that comes in. If we do, then I'll ask that. But if not, then this is my final question that I have for you.
Go ahead.
So you explained so wonderfully why they came to Montgomery, because of the community that really brought them here. Was there any benefit to being in Montgomery, to being so near the state government? Did that help ASU at all or hinder it in any other way? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Initially, yes, because Thomas Say knew Patterson while he was in Greensboro. So Say was an advocate, and I inject this, a mob developing when Say was about to sign the papers to accept the school over an editorial that a newspaper, black newspaper man, Justice C. Dukes wrote. Thanks, Dr. Jones, for introducing that to me. He wrote an editorial about after witnessing a black being lynched on Dexter Avenue and bullet-ridden body. Basically, he was involved in the mayoral city election, and they opposed the election of Reese, who the black community demanded black police. So the mob developed, and Duke is forced out of Montgomery, and he moves to Pine Bluff and later St. Louis, and Dr. Jones tracks him all the way to Cuba in the Spanish-American War. But this incident will come up, and just like with Nat Turner, all blacks will be blamed for the action of one. And many believe this was not, education should not be used. Blacks should not be educated because it produced people like Justice C. Dukes. And that's created that hardship. But eventually it led to the court case and more hardship. But paternalistic whites like Thomas Goode Jones, the governor, intervened. So there were paternalistic whites who aided the school and provided funding for it when it was not available. The Jones stands out. Who are the other families? The Joseph family, whose money built Birmingham. Scott, what's the banker? But Patterson ran such a smooth operation, no one knew he even had a school here unless you went out. And this is where the streetcars come in. Now you could catch the train, get on the streetcar, go to State Normal. And if you lived in Centennial Hill, catch the streetcar to come to work on Monroe Street, the Black Business District. The school is functioning, but yet funding, the role, the type of education, it will continue all the way up until even today. We see it in the Knight versus State of Alabama, the higher education case. We see it with the first reestablishment of the Independent Board of Trustees in 1976. So again, there is still coexistent, but yet tenuous existent. Did I answer that?
Yes, no, you did. And if no one else has any questions, then I think that will go ahead and conclude. But thank you so much for this amazing presentation that both expands our knowledge on ASU specifically, but also on Black education and the history of Reconstruction and so much more in this time period.
I could go on and on, Alex. but I won't ramble. I work better from questions, guys. I can be more specific. But wonderful. I'm proud of it. Even though we're getting more interest in the Tuskegee Airmen globally, but this book tells the story of this Black institution. It could be the story of Alabama A&M, Talladega, Tuskegee. It's similar. The journey is similar.
Well, thank you so much. And everyone, remember that you can buy this book in our museum store and you can have it online. The link is in the comments. And thank you so much to Mr. Gaver. And I hope to see everyone back here virtually next month on October 18th when Jim Baggett will present on the attempted lynching of Jim Brown. So thank you all so much.
Thank you for having me.
As they disfranchised African Americans, white supremacy could be maintained without mob violence. This debate among whites was only incidentally about saving Black lives, and not at all about preventing interracial rape. The debate was over how to maintain white supremacy without the ugly and degrading spectacle of mob violence. St. Clair County, where the alleged attack on Dale Garrett occurred, had experienced an earlier lynching when a Black man was accused of attacking a white woman in 1896. 5 years later, St. Clair County faced another accusation of interracial rape. The accuser, Della R. Garrett, or Dell, was born in 1880 and lived on a farm near the small town of Springle with her parents and 4 younger siblings. In 1901, she was enrolled as a high school senior at Spring Lake College, a short walk from her home. Jim Brown, Garrett's alleged attacker, was about 27 years old and a native of Spartanburg, South Carolina. A prison escapee with a history of sexual misconduct accusations, Brown's real name was John Wilson. According to one South Carolina newspaper, Brown had been repeatedly accused of stalking women and on more than one occasion was, quote, run away at the point of the gun or pistol for just such actions. Following a confrontation with the mayor of Spartanburg, who reportedly observed Brown following a woman, Brown pleaded guilty to assault and served 30 days on a chain gang. In March 1900, in cases similar to the alleged attack on Dale Garrett, Brown was accused of attempting to rape 2 young white women who were walking home from work at a Spartanburg textile mill. Brown outran multiple lynch mobs, but was arrested, tried, and convicted of assault with intent to ravish. Sentenced to 10 years hard labor, Brown was incarcerated at the South Carolina Penitentiary at Columbia in May 1900, but escaped on June 9 and fled to Alabama. Brown, who had worked as a farmhand in his home state before going to prison, took a job.
Food for Thought. We're so happy to welcome all of you, whether you're in person or whether you are joining us online for today's November presentation of Food for Thought. My name is Scotty Kirkland. I'm the Exhibits, Publications, and Programs Coordinator. So I'll give you a couple of quick announcements and then introduce our speaker before we begin. We are streaming live today, and so for our viewers who are watching online, we do have a way to put your questions to Dr. Baggett in person. And so as you're listening to him and you have questions about his talk, please feel free to put those in the chat. On December the 6th, we will have our next version of Research Rundown, which is an online program that we started last year featuring the members of our reference staff. The December 6th Research Rundown will begin at noon, and it will be on the topic of vital records. So records that are so important for genealogical research, be a way to talk to you about how to get the vital records of your Alabama ancestors. Our final Food for Thought of 2021 will be on December 16th, and that will feature Linda Derry, who many of you will know. She's been a speaker here before. Linda will be talking to us about new discoveries at Alabama's Capitol at Old Cahaba. So that event on December 16th will be noon. It will be right here in person and streaming online. And many of you will know that December 14th is the birthday of Alabama, the anniversary of Alabama's statehood. So what better to have as a food for thought on the week of that anniversary than December 16th and Linda Dara talking about the Capitol at Old Cahaba. If you're with us in person today, we invite you to go to the museum store before you leave and get a jump on some of your holiday shopping. And if you're watching online, you can always go to the store online and look there as well. We'll put that link in the chat for you. It's my honor today to introduce you to Dr. Jim Baggett, our speaker. He is head of the Birmingham Public Library Archives and the archivist for the city of Birmingham. He currently serves as the vice president of the Alabama Historical Association, and he's a former president of the Society of Alabama Archivists and a longtime friend of this agency. His research topics are focused on race, politics, and social history of the American South. And the program he's going to have for us today is based on an article that appeared under his name in the Alabama Review, which is the journal of the Alabama Historical Association. And it is the most recent winner of the Milo B. Howard Award for the best article featured in that publication in a 2-year period. So we're honored today to have him come and share this research with us. So Jim, come on up.
Well, good afternoon. It's nice to be in a room with people again. I'm really tired of talking into my iPad all the time. So. So I'm going to tell 2 stories today. They're parallel one another. One is looking at a portion of the 1901 Alabama Constitution and the debate over that section, which deals with, it's an effort to prevent lynchings in Alabama. And then the other is a story of an African-American man named Jim Brown, who is accused of attacking a young white woman. And his story and her story very much illustrate what was being talked about and what the concerns were among these delegates in the Constitutional Convention. So we start in Springville, which is a small town in St. Clair County, Alabama. Dale Garrett finished classes at Spring Lake College in Springville, Alabama, at about 3 p.m. on Tuesday, May 7, 1901. Garrett reported later that as she walked home, she noticed Jim Brown, a local African-American farmhand, following her along a wooded stretch of road. Garrett, who was white, said Brown called up to her, forced her into the woods, raped her, and tried to drown her in a pond. Brown then fled, and Garrett stumbled to the house where she lived with her parents. Her father alerted neighbors and notified the sheriff. The authorities sent telegrams to surrounding towns, and several posses of local white men searched the woods around Springville throughout the night. If Jim Brown had been found, he would have surely been lynched, because he was accused and assumed guilty of raping a white woman. While most lynchings did not involve accusations of sexual assault, the white fear of Black men preying on white women was a common rationale for this type of mob violence. And this was the accusation most likely to send whites into a violent frenzy. While white mobs chased Jim Brown, hoping to lynch him, other Alabama whites looked to end the practice. Many white Southerners still viewed lynching as necessary to maintain white supremacy. An appalling number of whites considered lynching entertainment. But a vocal group of white political leaders, newspaper editors, and community leaders came to view lynching as a barbarous act that stained the reputation and honor of their states, drew the unwanted attention of the federal government, encouraged contempt for the law and the legal process, and chased away the cheap Black labor that landowners and industrialists exploited. White leaders recognized that as they disfranchised African Americans, white supremacy could be maintained without mob violence. This debate among whites was only incidentally about saving Black lives, and not at all about preventing interracial rape. The debate was over how to maintain white supremacy without the ugly and degrading spectacle of mob violence. St. Clair County, where the alleged attack on Dale Garrett occurred, had experienced an earlier lynching when a Black man was accused of attacking a white woman in 1896. 5 years later, St. Clair County faced another accusation of interracial rape. The accuser, Della R. Garrett, or Dell, was born in 1880 and lived on a farm near the small town of Springle with her parents and 4 younger siblings. In 1901, she was enrolled as a high school senior at Spring Lake College, a short walk from her home. Jim Brown, Garrett's alleged attacker, was about 27 years old and a native of Spartanburg, South Carolina. A prison escapee with a history of sexual misconduct accusations, Brown's real name was John Wilson. According to one South Carolina newspaper, Brown had been repeatedly accused of stalking women and on more than one occasion was, quote, run away at the point of the gun or pistol for just such actions. Following a confrontation with the mayor of Spartanburg, who reportedly observed Brown following a woman, Brown pleaded guilty to assault and served 30 days on a chain gang. In March 1900, in cases similar to the alleged attack on Dale Garrett, Brown was accused of attempting to rape 2 young white women who were walking home from work at a Spartanburg textile mill. Brown outran multiple lynch mobs, but was arrested, tried, and convicted of assault with intent to ravish. Sentenced to 10 years hard labor, Brown was incarcerated at the South Carolina Penitentiary at Columbia in May 1900, but escaped on June 9 and fled to Alabama. Brown, who had worked as a farmhand in his home state before going to prison, took a job working for John Presley, the owner of a farm on the rural dirt road where Dale Garrett walked to and from school. In the days following the alleged attack, white posses searched for Jim Brown throughout northeast Alabama and northwest Georgia. The Montgomery Advertiser reported that, quote, citizens are closely questioning any Negro they meet. Any African-American man who was a stranger to local whites was in danger of being detained and possibly killed. At the small St. Clair County community of Brompton, a white mob captured an unnamed Black man believed to be Brown. The entire white population of the area turned out to see the man hanged from a railroad trestle. But the Black man convinced the mob that he was not Brown. Determined to punish someone anyway, the mob, quote, in their rage, gave him a good thrashing and then threw him into the Cahaba River. The terrified, but under the circumstances, fortunate victim swam across the river and ran into the woods. One posse closely pursued and almost captured a man who may have been Brown, fighting a coat and vest that the fleeing man had discarded. And near the eastern Jefferson County town of Irondale, a railroad employee fired on a man he believed to be Brown, but the man escaped. Armed white reinforcements arrived quickly and searched the nearby woods and houses, but found no one. Also in Irondale, police arrested another Black man suspected of being Brown and took him to the Jefferson County Jail. St. Clair County Sheriff James L. North and 3 men who knew Brown traveled to Birmingham to identify the prisoner, said he was not Brown. As this man, whose name was Jim Roberts, waited in jail, armed white men, acting on no authority but their own, patrolled Birmingham streets, stopping and questioning, quote, every Negro they met. On May 10, Alabama Governor William J. Sanford announced a reward of $200 for the capture of Jim Brown. Citizens of Springville offered an additional $200. On May 11, railroad workers near Leeds found the dead body of a Black man on the train tracks, shot several times in the back. Residents of the area reported that a mob spotted the man climbing down from a train, gave chase, and shot him. After examining the body and realizing they killed the wrong man, the mob placed the body on the tracks, hoping it would be run over and mutilated by the next train. Also on May 11, a Black man who had hitched a ride on the Southern Railway freight train climbed from a car when the train stopped in Weems, a small community near Irondale. As the train's conductor looked on, 2 young white men who were hanging around the station spotted the Black man and yelled, "Yes, you, we have you." They opened fire with pistols, hitting the man 8 times and killing him. It was not Jim Brown, but a 24-year-old man named Charlie Winston. He was buried 3 days later at Red Mountain Cemetery, an indigent cemetery near Birmingham. While the manhunt for Jim Brown continued, delegates gathered in Montgomery on May 21, 1901, to draft a new state constitution, intended to concentrate political and economic power in the hands of a white elite and protect white supremacy. The paramount purpose of this convention, future Governor Emmett O'Neill told his fellow delegates, is to remove from our suffrage a certain element in this state, the idle and the unworthy, and the purchasable vote. After Reconstruction, Alabama Democrats used electoral fraud and voter intimidation to regain and maintain political power. Widespread chicanery used to steal elections was unseemly and inefficient, and the open secret of voter fraud threatened the legitimacy of the electoral process and encouraged white-on-black violence. Rather than address white lawlessness and compete in fair elections, Alabama Democrats chose disfranchisement. History really does rhyme, doesn't it? Some delegates also hoped to use the new Constitution to reduce the number of lynchings. As the convention began its work, Jim Brown eluded the white mob searching for him and fled back to his home state of South Carolina. His flight home took weeks, and he was only back in South Carolina a day and a half before being recognized and arrested. Sheriff North, accompanied by a committee of citizens from Springville, traveled to South Carolina and identified Brown. Brown denied that he had attacked Dale Garrett and attempted suicide by cutting his throat with a piece of glass. Brown was ordered extradited, and Sheriff North transported Brown back in chains on June 24 and placed him in the Jefferson County Jail in Birmingham. North had taken an indirect route after changing trains in Atlanta. With the 1896 lynching a recent memory, North traveled southwest to Montgomery and then north to Birmingham. The direct route from Atlanta to Birmingham would have taken him through St. Clair County, where North feared a white mob might attack the train and lynch Brown. On June 22, 1901, the day after Jim Brown's extradition was approved in South Carolina, delegates at Alabama's Constitutional Convention debated lynching. Seeing a correlation between black voting and lynching, delegates presented disfranchisement as reform. Taking the vote from black men, anti-lynching advocates argued, would lessen white anxiety and demonstrates that whites could control blacks and protect white supremacy without the help of the rabble. Reducing lynching would elevate the reputation of Southern whites and make Southern blacks safer. Delegate T.M. Espy of Dothan told the convention, quote, "If there is one evil from which our state is suffering more than another, it is the deplorable condition of affairs," with reference to lynching. Former Governor William C. Oakes told the convention, "We're about to improve the suffrage and leave out a mass of Negroes. Our responsibility is all the heavier upon us to protect them in their lives." Like anti-lynching crusaders of later decades, Alabama's convention delegates identified county sheriffs as a critical link in the chain of events that either led to a lynching or a lynching prevented. Sheriffs must, the delegates argued, take whatever steps were needed to protect their prisoners. This might mean facing down or battling a mob, or it might mean taking the prisoner to a safer and sometimes secret location, as Sheriff North had done with Jim Brown. Some mobs murdered before law enforcement could intervene, but in other cases, lynching victims were taken from sheriffs by force or handed over willingly. The goal of the convention delegates was to prevent lynching of black people already in police custody by creating consequences for the sheriff and the community that elected him. Among the small number of delegates who spoke on the record regarding lynching and the need to hold sheriffs accountable when lynchings occurred, the debate focused not on saving black lives, but on the question of local self-government. No delegate went on the record in support of lynching, but some questioned the propriety of having the state remove locally elected sheriffs from office. This argument may have been a defense of lynching couched in the rhetoric of local sovereignty or an expression of genuine commitment to local self-government. Either way, these delegates were advocating a system letting local people prosecute lynchings that had seldom worked. What most often occurred after a lynching, former Governor Thomas Gould Jones reminded the convention, was that, quote, in county after county, everybody but the grand jury knows who did the deed. After much debate, the delegates included this provision in Article 5 of Alabama's new Constitution, quote, whenever any prisoner is taken from jail or from the custody of the sheriff or his deputy and put to death, or suffers grievous bodily harm owing to the neglect, connivance, cowardice, or other grave fault of the sheriff, such sheriff may be impeached. New York Times wrote approvingly of the convention's action, calling it an agreeable surprise. As the convention proceeded, so did the case against Jim Brown. He was indicted on August 19. Or the next day, Sheriff North, accompanied by 10 heavily armed deputies, removed Brown from the jail in Birmingham and took him by train to Asheville. A large crowd had already gathered by 8 a.m., and the crowd followed the sheriff and his prisoner to the courthouse where Brown was arraigned. In a courtroom filled with hushed spectators, Brown pled not guilty, and his trial was set for 2 days later, August 22nd. The court appointed John W. Enzer and local attorney James A. Emery to represent Brown. The attorneys for the prosecution were County Solicitor T.W. Coleman and his assistant, W.H. Cather. Jim Brown was escorted to the jail, again followed by a large but peaceful crowd of whites. The Jim Brown trial brought an unusual level of excitement to Asheville, and whites traveled from surrounding counties to be on hand. One newspaper noted, quote, an undercurrent of unrest in the crowd, and rumors spread of plots to seize Brown and hang him or burn him at the stake. Sheriff North promised to protect Brown from the mob and stationed armed men around the jail and inside with the prisoner. Prominent white citizens, elected officials, and newspaper editors called for calm, and newspapers treated Brown's guilt as an established fact and assured readers that Brown would be executed by the authorities. The Montgomery Advertiser described Brown as, quote, the Negro who assaulted a young white woman, and told readers, quote, it is already regarded as a foregone conclusion that Brown will be given a death sentence. Calling Brown a beast, the Biloxi, Mississippi Daily Herald agreed, saying his neck will surely crack. Many whites who opposed lynching saw quick and certain state-sponsored execution as essential, reasoning that mobs were less likely to form and attack jails if the prisoner was certain to die on the gallows. In addition to newspaper calls for calm, several citizens from Springville were in Asheville circulating among the crowd, arguing for moderation and urging, quote, that the law be allowed to take its course. This, one newspaper observed, has done much to keep the hotheads from becoming demonstrative. Still, there was much discussion and debate around the Asheville town square. Some members of the crowd suggested waiting until a guilty verdict had been announced and then seizing Brown. These men argued that they would be carrying out the court's order to execute Brown, just doing it sooner than the court specified. The mob would take Brown outside the county to honor the promise of local officials that he would not be lynched in their jurisdiction. In devising their own version of pretend jurisprudence, the mob was following an example set by elected officials and newspaper editors. No one commenting on the case believed Brown stood any chance of being acquitted and understood that his trial was a formality. Those arguing for calm simply wanted to ensure that Brown would be executed without the mayhem and bad press a lynching would generate. So it's not surprising that the potential lynch mob extended the ruse so that they might have the thing they most wanted, to brutalize Jim Brown and kill him with their own hands. This is the courthouse in Asheville around 1900. I wanted to show you this image because what I'm about to describe, the events I'm about to describe, notice, so here's the courthouse. Notice how close these houses are right here. And then right here across the street, there would have been a series of stores, a newspaper office, a law office, there was a hotel down the street and so forth. So what I'm about to describe happens among all these occupied buildings here. So the courthouse, when you went inside the front door, there's a set of steps in there that takes you up here to the second floor, and that's where the courtroom is located.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on.
At 9 a.m. on August 22nd, a bell rang atop the St. Clair County Courthouse, announcing that Jim Brown's trial was about to begin. As many as 300 people, mostly men and boys, waited outside, and one newspaper reported an equal number of horses and mules hitched to the iron fence near the courthouse. Once the courthouse doors were opened, the spectators, all male, crowded into the courtroom, quote, to suffocation, and many had to stand in adjoining rooms. The courtroom's on the second floor, and men also gathered on the stairs. Many others were left outside. Sheriff North had moved Brown from the jail to the courthouse at 2 a.m. that morning and lined his 28 deputies and deputized citizens along the courthouse railing, putting a wall of armed men between Jim Brown and the spectators. Judge Pelham hoped to conclude the proceedings quickly before the crowd inside the courthouse became uncontrollable. The attorneys completed jury selection in 30 minutes. Dale Garrett's father, James, testified first, followed by Dr. J. McLaughlin, the physician who examined Garrett after the alleged attack. John Presley, Jim Brown's former employer, testified that he had given Brown a pair of shoes that were found in a pond at the site of the attack. Dale Garrett was not in the courtroom until the prosecution called her as its final witness. Garrett's father asked that the spectators leave to spare his daughter the embarrassment of describing her rape in open court. The judge was also concerned that Garrett's testimony, quote, might arouse the crowd to a high state of disorder, and he cleared the room. Dale Garrett identified Jim Brown as her attacker, telling the court, I am absolutely certain that he is the man. The prosecution rested. Spectators rushed back into the courtroom, and John W. Enzer, one of the defense attorneys, asked to confer with his client. He and Jim Brown went into an anteroom, and when they returned, Enzer announced that he would call no defense witnesses and make no closing argument. There is no record of what Brown and his attorney discussed, but the conversation can be surmised based on later events and a statement made by Brown. Brown told a reporter, the promise to protect me was carried out. Brown must have known he would be convicted and executed, and he must have known that the mood of the white mob was escalating toward hysteria. He had nothing to prove his innocence except his word against that of a white woman. His attorney, who had likely conferred with the judge and sheriff earlier, promised to save him from being tortured and lynched if he would accept the inevitable ruling of the court. Taking just 5 minutes, Judge Pelham gave his charge to the jury, telling the men that under Alabama law, the punishment for a rape conviction was death or a prison sentence of at least 10 years, but then dismissed the possibility of Jim Brown going to prison and told the jury, quote, if you believe beyond doubt that this defendant did ravish, then it is your duty to find the death penalty. The jury left the room to deliberate, and the judge ordered all of the spectators to leave the courthouse building. The crowd was reluctant to depart a second time, and several men became, quote, surly and seemed bent on mischief. James Garrett climbed atop a table and asked the men to go peacefully. If you have any respect for my feelings, if I can have any weight in your hearts, Garrett told the crowd, let me urge you as good citizens to go home and obey the law. As Garrett sobbed, the last of the crowd drifted from the building. The jury came back after 11 minutes, with most of that time spent waiting for the crowd to clear the building, and found Jim Brown guilty. He was sentenced to hang on September 20, 1901. The judge, the attorneys, and jurors left the building, but the defendant could not be taken from the courthouse with the mob outside. A terrified Jim Brown was handcuffed and told to sit on the floor in the corner of the courtroom. The crowd around the building, perhaps as many as 300 men, was spookily quiet. A delegation came inside, and Sheriff North met them halfway up the stairs. The crowd wanted to know if Brown would be taken back to Birmingham or kept in Asheville, and they wanted to know if this hanging would be public. North said to tell the crowd that the hanging would be public, but he would not comment on where Brown was to be held. This was a continuing
When you're on the road, there's a lot of late nights, a lot of good times, a lot of shows, and a lot of Whataburger.
Rush deliveries cost extra.
No look at the courthouse. This was a continuing issue with many whites in St. Clair County. There was a public meeting a few weeks before this in Springville where they expressed their outrage that Jim Brown was being held in Birmingham and not at the jail in Asheville. And they presented it as a local sovereignty issue. I don't think that was it. I think they wanted him in a place where they could get to him. And the old county jail in Birmingham was a little fortress. And the sheriff and deputies there in 1888 had fought off a lynch mob of about 3,000 men. So Brown was very safe in Birmingham. He would not have been safe at all in Asheville. North said to tell the crowd that the hanging would be public, but he would not comment on where Brown was to be held. Judge Pelham had ordered North to take Brown back to Birmingham, but the crowd wanted Brown held at the jail in Asheville. Henry Blankenship, a 55-year-old farmer from the community of Odenville, quote, entered the courthouse and wildly announced that he was doing everything in his power to keep down trouble, but the sheriff must promise not to carry the Negro away. North refused. Now, whether Henry Blankenship was a peacemaker or an instigator, his two sons, Walter and Arthur, were outside with the mob and had been in town for 3 days trying to stir up trouble. Both in their 20s and unmarried, the Blankenship brothers were known locally as violent hotheads. Walter, the older brother, had been convicted in 1893 of assault, intent to murder, for shooting a man in the face twice with a shotgun. He was fined $500 plus court costs. On a separate occasion, his brother Arthur had been indicted for carrying a concealed weapon. As the deputy stood in the doorway and at the second floor windows watching the crowd move around the town square, James Garrett spoke from the front steps of the courthouse, asking the crowd to, quote, allow the law to take its course. A Methodist minister from Springville spoke after Garrett, as did the probate judge and circuit court clerk, who then stood in front of the courthouse door, placing their bodies between the mob and the guards and pleading with both sides to hold their fire. The crowd demanded that Brown be handed over to them, and North promised, quote, he would shoot the first man who placed his feet upon the courthouse steps. Many in the crowd were armed, and at least one man carried dynamite. At about 1 p.m, one of the Blankenships ran partway up the narrow stairs leading to the courtroom and fired his pistol, only to look back and see that no one from the mob had followed him. As the deputy was pushing Blankenship back outside, the deputy's shotgun accidentally discharged, blasting a hole in the ceiling. With that, the Birmingham News reported, quote, the shooting became promiscuous, the guards firing from the courthouse windows and the mob firing from the ground. This is how, I think it was Birmingham Age Herald, Birmingham Age, illustrated the attack. As many as 100 shots were exchanged, as some members of the mob retreated to nearby stores while others attacked the courthouse from two sides. Walter Blankenship emptied his pistol toward the upstairs windows of the south side of the courthouse and then ducked behind a well house to reload. When he stepped out to fire again, a deputy shot him through the head. We back up, if you look right down there, there's the little well house where Blankenship was killed. Blankenship fell and his father rushed to his side. On the front lawn of the courthouse, Arthur Blankenship also fell, shot through the right eye, chest, and abdomen with birdshot. A member of the crowd frantically waved a white handkerchief and called out, give time for the removal of the wounded. Both sides stopped shooting. Almost immediately, a tremendous storm came up, and the pouring rain, thunder, and lightning chased the mob away temporarily. Some of the men mounted their horses and mules to ride off looking for reinforcements and more ammunition. Others retreated to the stores around the square to wait out the storm. Walter Blankenship was carried to the drugstore and Arthur was carried to the hotel where physicians attended the two men. This is the Teague Hotel in Asheville. As Arthur lay bleeding on the hotel's front veranda, Dale Garrett could be seen through the window sitting inside. Walter died the next day without regaining consciousness. Arthur survived but lost an eye. Not knowing when help might arrive, the deputies inside the courthouse took a vote and elected to turn Jim Brown over to the mob. Judge Pelham returned to the building, shamed the deputies into holding out, and then suggested that 2 men sneak Brown from the courthouse before the downpour passed. As the rain, quote, came down in torrents, deputies D.A. Treese and W.A. Starnes took Brown out the back window, jumped to the roof of the first floor, climbed down, and ran into the nearby woods.
At Go Macro, we believe that wholesome, delicious nutrition can have a big impact. Macro bars are consciously crafted with you and the planet in mind. Together, we can take action for the good of our people and our planet.
AI voiceover has landed on Motion Array. Find your voice today.
So I don't know how well you can see this. This map of St. Clair County. So Asheville is right there. The Great Southern Railroad line is here. So once they got Jim Brown out of town, they had to go about 3 miles to get to the train tracks. It was Weems was the nearest. It was 3 miles away. There was a depot there. So this is what they're doing now. And the driving rain is trying to go on foot. Finding 2 mules, the 3 men rode 2 miles, but became worried that the animals' tracks would lead the mob to them. They sent the mules back toward town and continued on foot, but was spotted and chased by armed men. Brown, still handcuffed, ran 3 or 4 miles with the deputies and did not try to escape. The 3 reached a water tower on the nearest railroad tracks, flagged down a freight train headed to Birmingham, and climbed into the open coal car. While a mob still surrounded the courthouse in Asheville, thinking Brown was inside, other whites had learned of his removal. When the train stopped in the town of Whitney, a group of white men searched the caboose looking for Brown, but did not search the entire train. 3 fortunate newspaper reporters did find the deputies and Brown hiding in the coal car and joined them. You have this wonderfully detailed description of the flight from Birmingham because 3 reporters were in the open coal car with Brown and the 2 deputies. The reporters took up a collection and gave it to Jim Brown if he would confess, and he did. But I don't think his head was in a good place right then. Denied the opportunity to lynch Brown, and angered by the shooting of the Blankenships, some members of the mob threatened to lynch Sheriff North or destroy the courthouse with dynamite. But this was too much for most of the men in the crowd, and the majority left for home. By the next morning, the Birmingham News reported that Asheville was quiet and, quote, the town presented its usual appearance. But over the next few days, the sheriff and his deputies received death threats, and one newspaper reported there was, quote, much bad feeling in St. Clair County over the affair. The father of the Blankenships actually succeeded in getting Sheriff North indicted for murder, claiming that he was the one that killed Arthur. And it went to 2 grand juries. And then the father got too clever for his own good. He had the body exhumed. And what they found was Arthur was clearly killed by buckshot, and the sheriff only was armed with a pistol that day. But there was a lot of ugliness toward the sheriff at that time. Alabama newspapers praised North and condemned the mob, but some found it regrettable that a white life was taken to save a black life. Under the headline of Victory for the Law, the Birmingham News wrote, quote, the affair at Asheville yesterday was a distinct triumph of law and order over mob rule. And Sheriff North and his deputies are to be congratulated. Still, the editors wrote, quote, the brute's life was not worth the blood that was shed in his defense. The New York Times wrote, Sheriff North has done more for the good repute of his state than any other Alabamian we have heard of for quite some time. On September 17, Governor Jelks announced that the Constitutional Convention had completed its work, and a referendum on the new Constitution would be held November 11, 1901. Also on September 17, Jelks announced that Jim Brown had made no effort to appeal his conviction and would be hanged in Asheville as scheduled. Birmingham News reported the 2 stories side by side on its front page. Early on the morning of September 20, Jim Brown was removed from jail in Birmingham and taken on a special train to Whitney, the depot closest to Asheville. Brown, the deputies, and a group of newspaper reporters walked the 3 miles to town. 2 regiments of the state militia, 100 men, marched in lines on both sides, and a pack of curious boys followed behind. Brown was mostly quiet after entering the jail, and deputies served him lunch and let him meet with the minister. Outside the jail, hundreds of people, including whole families, gathered to witness the execution. The militiamen flirted with local young women and entertained the children by performing military drills in front of the courthouse. In the months since the trial and riot, St. Clair County authorities had constructed a 12-foot-high fence around the Asheville jail, and inside the fence a scaffold 20 feet high. Sheriff North issued passes to men who would be allowed to witness the hanging from inside the fence. But when deputies led Brown onto the scaffold at noon, he was clearly seen by the hundreds of men gathered outside the fence, the hundreds of women who watched from the windows of stores and houses, and the boys who sat on the roofs of buildings. Content to see Jim Brown hang, the crowd was orderly. Brown and his deputies were joined atop the scaffold by newspaper reporters and Dale Garrett's father. Given an opportunity to say his last words, Brown reminded the crowd that his name was not Jim Brown, but John Wilson, and his home was in South Carolina. Then he asked for a final prayer. Brown stood as the deputy placed the noose around his neck and a black hood over his head, while another deputy tied his hands behind him. Chief Deputy Abner Crow sprung the trap at 12:08 p.m. Brown fell 7 feet. His body jerked up and began to kick and quiver. The hanging was botched. And rather than breaking Brown's neck instantly, the rope slipped up over his chin. Brown struggled for 18 minutes before dying of strangulation. Even the Birmingham News acknowledged that watching Brown die in this way was awful, and that his final minutes must have been agony. When Brown ceased struggling, 3 physicians examined him and declared him dead. The gate was opened and the crowd came inside to look at Jim Brown's dead body hanging from the scaffold. He was then taken down, his body placed in a homemade coffin, and buried at sundown behind the city cemetery on land owned by John W. Enzer, Brown's defense attorney. Brown's grave was never marked. On November 11, 1901, less than 2 months after Jim Brown's execution, Alabama's new state constitution was submitted to the voters. The statewide referendum, the Constitution was approved. Voter fraud in the Black Belt counties, the type fraud the new Constitution was intended to eliminate, likely provided the margin of victory. And the Constitution's disfranchised provisions, including the literacy test and poll tax, worked. The number of registered African-American voters statewide declined from just over 180,000 in 1900 to less than 3,000 in 1903. In St. Clair County, almost 2,500 whites registered to vote under the new Constitution, compared to just 23 African Americans. The fight to save Jim Brown from a lynch mob was not a fight to save Jim Brown's life. Under the doctrine of white supremacy, he had to die. The fight was to determine how he would die and who would kill him. Would Brown's death be messy and violent, with the ugly spectacle of torture and the taking of grisly souvenirs? Or would his death have the veneer of due process? Would the state endure negative press or enjoy positive press? In an editorial entitled The Why and Wherefore of It, the editor of the Asheville Southern Aegis wrote that Alabama whites, a law-abiding people, in his words, must prevent mob violence as a matter of duty and honor. The lynching of Jim Brown would degrade Alabama, quote, in the eyes of all other states of the Union, and demonstrate that the state was without power to uphold its authority, to maintain its honor and dignity, and to keep its obligations. The Brown case was part of a struggle to determine how Southern whites would exercise political and social dominance, and how they would see themselves and be seen by others. To the white men who argued their fate, both Jim Brown and Dale Garrett were less important as individuals than as symbols. The Southern Aegis editor expressed his sentiment when he wrote that Jim Brown, and he could have added Dale Garrett as well, is no longer an issue. Thank you all.
We're going to take a question.
The LG CounterDepth Max refrigerator with zero clearance. Max out your space, max out your style.
I want to start off just asking you the new provisions that were added to the Constitution as far as with respect to sheriffs. Do you have any sense of how often that was used in the next 20 years or so?
Yeah, 3 times. Between 1909 and 1937, there were 3 sheriffs impeached for allowing a prisoner to be lynched. 2 of those sheriffs were convicted, 1 was acquitted. I started looking at those cases because those weren't the only instances where prisoners were taken during that time. So the question is why those 3 sheriffs? And what I think I'm finding, and this is all very early, is much like, here where I talk about how this debate over lynching isn't really about Black lives, it's about white dominance. It appears, I think what I'm going to find with those 3 sheriffs is their impeachments had more to do with local politics and in one case, the relationship between the sheriff and the governor, and the lynchings were a mechanism they could use to put these people out of power.
Other questions in the audience? Let's get the mic so our streaming colleagues can listen.
This really brought back old memories for me. I'm from Conecuh County originally, and my uncle was the sheriff in Conecuh County, Dave Lewis. And the courthouse, which was a lot more elaborate than this courthouse, and right across the street from the courthouse was the sheriff's house, and in the sheriff's house was the jail. And as a young kid, I used to take the food to the prisoners. Just outside of the house was the hanging tree, and it was a big live oak. And so when the prisoners left the courthouse, they went right across the street to the jail, and they used to do the hanging at night, not in public eye. And for the ones that didn't get the death sentence, on the outskirts of Evergreen was a prison and it was almost all African American. And because I was connected to the sheriff, I had a job out there, and I was the one that would feed the 10, 20, 30-year conviction. And I would go out with them on something called the Gator Squad, where they had to clear the right-of-way down where the gators were and the snakes and whatnot. And it was really nice to hear that there was a part of justice that was going on that I didn't realize that existed when I was a young kid. But your story kind of gave a positive side to the negative feeling I've always had about it. So thanks.
I don't know how positive it is, but yeah, you talk about the hangings. I think the reason Jim Brown's hanging was botched is St. Clair County had not hung anyone for decades. I mean, they'd had 2 lynchings, but there was nobody there who knew how to do a hanging correctly because there's a certain way to do it. And so then that was most unfortunate.
Any other questions from our audience, in person or streaming?
I've been standing up here in fear the whole time that Bill Thornton was going to ask a question because I know he knows more than I do.
Now's your chance, Dr. Thornton. All right. Thank you.
Did you have any input or give any assistance to the new Civil Rights Museum here in town?
I'm not affiliated with them, but I have assisted a number of their researchers who work on investigating lynchings in Jefferson County. So, and I use their publications because in looking at this, I was, of course, looking at lynchings over time and the numbers of lynching and so forth. And I did find their publications useful.
So I was really interested to hear that you had cited, the New York Times and other newspapers really all over when you told the story. So how much newspaper coverage did this, attempted lynching and conversation generate outside of the state? And was it typical of other lynching cases, or was it kind of unique in its coverage?
It got a lot of coverage, and that was not unique. I found newspapers as far north, in terms of the manhunt for Jim Brown, which went on for weeks. I found newspapers as far north as Kentucky and as far west as Arizona reporting that. But newspapers here were reporting similar things that were happening in other states. So these cases tended to get a lot of newspaper coverage.
All right. Well, having no more questions, we will pause here to give Dr. Jim Baggett another round of applause. Thank you for sharing an important story with us. And for our in-person audience, we invite you, if you have not yet done so, to go up to the second floor and see our new temporary exhibit, Justice Not Favor, Alabama Women in the Vote, which tells the story of women's suffrage in Alabama in the 20th century. And we encourage everyone to come back online on December the 6th for Research Rundown, and on December the 16th in person and online for our final Food for Thought of the year. These programs are brought to you through a partnership with the Alabama Humanities Alliance. We thank them, and we thank you for attendance. Have a good day.
Thank you all.
Introducing the new BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Super hydration. Keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carly Ann Burkett. I am a reference archivist here at the Alabama Department of Archives and History, and I'm going to be speaking to you today about early records in Alabama, specifically early land records. But before we get started, I do just want to have an announcement. The Food for Thought here at ADAH, our next one will be next Thursday at noon, and it's going to be virtual. So we're not going to have it in the building. It's going to be virtual. This one's going to be on Native American families. So I hope that y'all will join us for that next Thursday. So let's get started. We are going to be covering early land records in Alabama. And we'll move on to our first slide. So let's talk first about methods of initial distribution of land in Alabama. So we became a state in 1819. But there were some people here before that, but there weren't a lot. So we're going to kind of talk about that pre-statehood and then early statehood and kind of how people got here. So we're going to focus on the early land that would have been here by settlers. So the three main ways that you would have gotten land this time period are through colonial land grants, land patents, and military bounty land warrants. And I've got a map up here. I like to use maps when I'm doing research because this map is great. It has the different kind of land purchases and land acquisitions in the United States, which can be really important when you're doing family history or just in general land research. You need to know when land was acquired and who it was owned by at a certain time. In Alabama, we had 4 countries that have governed over us: the United States, the Confederacy, the French, Spanish, and British. That's actually 5. So you have to also keep that into context of who would have been in charge at a certain time period. That'll tell you where you need to look for certain records. So we're going to move on. Land ownership in America. This is also important to understand. So private land ownership is a concept that we are all familiar with today, but it was a new concept for these settlers that were coming to the U.S. A lot of these settlers came from countries like Scotland, England, Ireland, France, Germany, places like that, where they were living on a feudal land system. Privately owning your own property was not something that the average person would have been familiar with. So this ability to own your own property was very attractive to settlers in these new colonies. And that was a big part of why a lot of them chose to come here. Land grants were initially given to settlers by the crown or colonial governments. So that's also something to think about. So before you start looking for land that may have been given to your ancestor by the U.S., you may want to think about, well, if they were here before the United States was established, who would have been the government that would have given it to them? Later, after these land grants by the crown or the colonial government kind of faded, you had land sales of public land. And this is where the United States, as a newly formed country, they had acquired all of this land, and they did a really good job of kind of dividing it up so that they could sell it for funding. And this is how they raised money, but also populated the West, which in the early 1800s, Alabama would have been the West. So let's talk about colonial land grants. These are distributions of land in the colonies, and they were granted by the crown or colonial governments. So there were some requirements for getting these. These could be, you would have to be able to pay for the land. You may have to have military service. You may have to bring an immigrant to the colony, maybe like an indentured servant or a family member, something like that. You also would have probably had to live on the land and make improvements to it. And then there also would have been meeting some other requirements that could have been specified by the state or colony. So a lot of these grants or patents or warrants, they had stipulations. So this wasn't necessarily where you just went and signed up for something and they gave you X amount of acres. You would have to kind of follow some guidelines. And these were the common ones for the colonial land grants. It was a 4-step process. You would first petition for the land, and then a warrant would be issued for the land. And then the patent or grant would give title to the patentee. Entry into the records finalized the transaction, and then it was common for people to kind of fill out of this process. As you can see, it's a 4-step process. There are a lot of different hoops you'd have to jump through. So a lot of people did fall out of this process. They may not have been able to, finish the payments. They may have passed away. They may have wanted to move elsewhere. So there are a lot of different reasons why, but a lot of people did not fail the process. But this does not mean that you may not find records that show them at least making some of those steps. Also, claims were sometimes abandoned or they were sold. So you may have gotten your claim or started it, and then you sold it off to someone else who would then complete it. So now let's talk about Alabama. As I talked about earlier, how Alabama has been under different governments more than just the U.S. You have French rule from 1702 to 1763, and then the British ruled in Alabama from 1763 to 1783, and then finally the Spanish from 1783 to 1810, and after that it's the U.S. Now that doesn't mean that these countries ruled over all of Alabama as we look at it today, but they did roll over parts of it. But it is important to look at these to know, okay, if I'm looking for land from the 1750s, I probably need to look under French colonial things. So that, this is a good guideline. So some of the sources for colonial land grants. So if you're looking for colonial land grants, that would be like French colonial, Spanish, or British. Some of the sources that we have here at the archives are this example, the St. Stephen's Land Office Register and Case Files of Private Land Claims. These are records from 1786 to 1846. They contain case files of land grants made by the French, English, and Spanish governments. And it describes the land in some detail. Sometimes it'll include drawings, and sometimes it'll have personal information regarding the claimant. So maybe their neighboring landowners, which could be really helpful. So if you were going to come in to look for colonial land records, this is one of the collections that I would suggest you look for first. The St. Stephen's Land Office and case files of private land grants. The St. Stephen's Land Office, that just means that each of these places are going to have a land office, kind of a place where you would go and file your claims. St. Stephen's is the location of that land office.
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
It's a stressed mess.
Ooh, hair feeling out of control? Let Native restore your hair to its moisturized state with plant-based ingredients.
Clean moisturizing hair care isn't a myth.
It's at nativecost.com.
So here's an example of a private land claim case file. You can kind of see what it looks like. This was filed by a Mr. Motley, and this lot was granted to him by the Spanish government. This is actually located on Government Street in Mobile, Alabama, and this claim is dated 1803. You'll find that most of these types of colonial land grants are going to be in that Mobile, Baldwin County, Washington County, that kind of region of our state. It's not every single one of them, but that's going to be where most of them are, because that's where really the population of present-day Alabama was in that early time period. The rest of the state was not really inhabited by white settlers as much yet. So, all right. So next we're going to talk about the Public Land Survey System. This is probably one that most of you are more familiar with, because this is the land patent system. But it's still important to kind of understand, and it still works for early land records. So the Public Land Survey System was created by the Land Ordinance of 1785. In 1803, the Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the U.S., and Alabama was part of that. The survey system used to subdivide and describe land that was acquired by the U.S. And they had to do that because they had just received a massive land size Louisiana Purchase. So all federally owned land subdivided by rectangular systems of surveys. So what they did was quite clever. They took this land, this huge portion of land they had, and they divided it and subdivided it into these perfect little rectangular square systems so that they could very easily have it divvied up and ready to give to people in land patent form. So this included major portions of 30 southern and western states. So you think about that, that is a huge chunk of our country as a whole. An important thing to note, this does not include the 13 original colonies. The 13 original colonies and West Virginia, Texas, and a few more are under a totally different thing. They're under what is called a meets and bounds system. So the Public Land Survey, land is divided into 6 mile square townships and ranges. Townships and ranges are then divided further into 36 1-mile square sections, and each section contains 640 acres. Sections can be divided even further into smaller quarter sections. I mean, they can go even farther than that. Section 16, and all of these are set aside for schools, so oftentimes you won't necessarily see people that are living in the Section 16. Usually that one is blank. Patent, the patent gives legal land description, and it also can be used to plot the location on county highway maps. There are different resources out there that can help you do that. The Bureau of Land Management's a great one, so is History Geo. And there's also some really great family map books that will help you do that as well. Subsequent transfers, sales of land are recorded in deed and estate records at the county level. So that's also an important distinction to know. The land patent, which is part of the public land survey system, is the very first piece of paper that is attached to that piece of property. And then once that piece of property is then sold or given or subdivided in whatever way onto the next person, then it becomes a deed. So a deed is the child of one of these, essentially. So this is what they look like. This is kind of what those rectangles look like. As you can see, you can kind of see each. This is section 14, and then you can see where it's highlighted here in this township and range map. And many of you have probably seen these, but I think it's important to understand them so that they can best help you in the best way. Okay, so here we go. Public land states, they're listed here for you. You can see Alabama is listed there, as of many others, and then states with no public lands, the original 13 colonies, and then Texas and West Virginia, and a couple others. So Kentucky, Hawaii, Maine, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont. Those are, so it's always important to know that distinction. So if the place you're looking for was an original 13 colony, this public land survey system is not going to be helpful to you. You're going to have to go a different route. But if you do fall into the category of some of those later states, this would be a great place for you to look. So we're going to go a little bit deeper into land patents here. So a land patent is the original purchase of land from the federal government. And I kind of mentioned that earlier, but I'm just going to reiterate that. County tract books can be used to identify the original purchaser, patent number, and others owning land in the same area. Patents are available at the Bureau of Land Management's website, and they're free there as well. And patents give the legal land description that you can then use to plot it out on a county map, so you can see exactly where that land was. And the Bureau of Land Management's website will assist you in actually doing that for you. But then there are other things as well, resources like History Geo, that will do a little bit better job of that. So land patents, tract books, field notes are all available on the Secretary of State's website. You can find them all there. It can be it's not as user friendly as I often hope it would be, but if you do need help, you can always call us and ask, and we'll be able to assist you. But they are all available for free online. Subsequent land transfers that are recorded after the land patent, as I stated previously, such as in deed, probate, or estate case files, are not land patents. They come after.
The whole world's gonna be watching us. It's time we get to be the heroes in the story again.
I need you to go undercover.
I'll do what needs to be done.
Jet, get an aerial map of the place. Vargas, look your magic.
Oh, you got a match.
Amen to that.
You ready? Let's do it.
Put the gun down. It's time to bring these clowns in.
I've had my head blown off twice in the last 24 hours.
Well, that's one less than usual.
Put all your devices to work all at once with Cox Multi-Gig Speeds.
So this is an example of what that Bureau of Land Management's website will show you as far as the land patent. So this is actually one of my own ancestor, John Burkett in Butler County, where I grew up. So my family has been in that county for quite some time. But this is his land patent. He got about 79 acres, and you can see where his township and range box is, and then his patent is in that little darker orange box there. But this is what it looks like, and then you can click on up at the top where it says patent image. If you clicked on that, it would actually show you his actual original patent, and that this is what one looks like. This is not John Burkett's, but this is a man named Alexander Fates, and so this is what that image would look like, with that patent you would see. It would give you the township and range and the section and a date. And since these people did go through such a process when they would apply for these, if you see one that's dated 1820 or with my ancestors 1850, that's when they actually received and completed their process. So that means that they had been paying for that property and or living on that property and making improvements or going through whatever steps they had to for quite some time. So they probably were there prior to that year, but that can be quite tricky to prove. But that's just something to know. So next, let's talk about U.S. military bounty land warrants. This is something that people have a lot of questions about. They were encouraged, used to encourage people to serve in the military. And they also were a great avenue to entice soldiers to stay in the service. It was a benefit. So these are grants of free land for military service between 1775 and 1885. So if you were to serve in the military, you would get some free acreage, so you wouldn't have to pay for it. And so I've got the wars here that this applies for. So the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, Indian Wars, Mexican War. And we're only going to kind of cover the early stuff, so pre-1850. Veterans could apply for these warrants, and then if granted, the warrant was then used to apply for a land patent, which would then grant ownership of land. And then warrants could be transferred and sold. So if you did receive one and then you wanted to maybe give it to someone else or upon your death or while you were living or sell it, you could do so. So surviving family members were also eligible to apply for a warrant. So maybe, widows or sons, things of that nature. How much acreage you got was totally designated on the rank that you achieved. So that's also how they decided how much land to give someone. So, okay, so here's an example of a military bounty land warrant. This is from the Sparta Land Office record. This is for a man named Bertram Hoole, and he is from Houston County, Georgia, and he served in the Greek War. And his warrant was dated for 1853. And this one is actually not listed on the Bureau of Land Management's website for whatever reason. But this is actually a warrant for Georgia, not for Alabama. But I just wanted to point out this man is from Georgia. And then if you look closely, it'll have his name, Bertram Hoole of Houston, Georgia. So you know where he's from. And then if you see that he's applying, it tells you he's applying for a patent at the land office of Sparta, Alabama. He's going to get 40 acres. So you could then use that number of how many acres he got to kind of just figure out what his rank was. And then you could go further than that and figure out maybe where this patent was going to be. So the U.S. land offices in Alabama, I've listed them here. The reason why they're important is that there were different numbers of them. These all didn't exist at the same time. Some of these overlap in times that they exist, but not all of these existed at the same time. This is just all of them that existed ever. So the reason why these are important is because a lot of people get confused and they see a land patent and it might say the Greenville Land Office, and somebody will automatically think that, oh, that means my ancestor must have been in Greenville, Alabama. Well, that's not necessarily the case. So your land office, you would just go to the one that was closest to you. But that didn't mean that necessarily if you went to the Tuscaloosa land office didn't mean that you were in Tuscaloosa. And the earlier ones, as far as the early statehood, there were fewer land offices, so they were covering much more ground. So you just kind of have to note that you're going to be, if it's the Montevallo one, it's going to kind of be in that central Birmingham area in between Birmingham and Montgomery, but it may not necessarily be in the city of Montevallo. And there's plenty of maps out there that are helpful if you do get into that spot where you're unsure. So here I'm going to show some catalog entries. So if you were to come here to the archives and you wanted to do some searching for maybe some of those colonial private land claims, or you wanted to look up kind of some of those step-by-step processes of getting land warrants and that we have for the land offices or through the Secretary of State's website, some of the things that we have here, I wanted to kind of show you what it would look like if you were to do a search. So this is a screenshot that I took where I personally did a search just for Alabama Land Office and our catalog, and this were the first 6 results, but there's over 167 record collections. So there's so many of these. So we have so much stuff that could be helpful out there to anyone looking for these early land records. There are numerous records in each series, and these are all available here in our research room. So if you wanted to come and look at any of these, you could come in and we would assist you, but you can see this is just the top one is Alabama Office of Secretary of State Land Divisions and Land Records from 1800 to 1983. You can kind of see there's receivers, registers, certificates, receivers monthly account book. There's so many different types that can be useful. So let's talk about land office registers certificates. So these are presented to purchasers to confirm a sale. And they include the name of the purchaser, the county of residence, land location, number of acres, the price, schedule, and dates of payments. Some records include surveys of land and affidavits from other people. This is an example of one. This is for a person named Alexander Faith. This is for Section 17 of Township 8 and Range 3. And this is from 1812, and it was paid in full and completed in 1817. So that kind of shows you that there can be a 5-year gap. So it usually took some time to kind of actually get your hands on this property. And this is a more zoomed in, so you can see where it took 5 years to pay in full $72. So Land Office Register of Transfers. These are just examples of collections that we have here that you can use. So these contain copies of statements transferring a tract of land from one individual to another. These are entries, identify the seller's, buyer, and original receipt number and location of land, and they're helpful in tracing ownership of land. So this would be an example of when someone was applying for one of these types of records that we're talking about, and they kind of pause on the process and they transfer it to someone else, and that person completes the process. So here's an example. This is a transfer of land recorded in a register. And this is from a John Harrell to a John Jaggers of Washington County, Alabama. And this is for the southwest quarter of Section 21, Township South 9 and Range 2 West. And this is dated in February of 1819. So the year that we became a state, but we are not quite a state yet. We became one in December, and this is February. So this is right before statehood. So if you were trying to research one of these men, this is a great record to find because it'll tell you where these men were in February of 1819, pre-statehood. So county tract books. These are official records of each parcel of public land that was transferred to private ownership. They are originally maintained by the federal government from 1820 to 1908. These books include who obtained the land, a physical description of the land, and where the land is located. This includes types of transactions, cash, credit, homesteads, patents, mineral timber rights, Indian allotments, internal improvements, and military bounty land warrants. So it's a lot possible there. So another record I want to talk about are the American States Papers from 1789 to 1837. And their public land and claims. This is a resource that we have here in the archives. They are books, but you can find these many other places. So, but this is something that we also have. So if you're not finding what you're looking for in our records, this is a great resource to look for early records. This is a compilation of congressional records. They are a great source for genealogical information and land claims. They give you ages, names of claimants, location of claimants, place of residence, names of wives, children, sometimes other relatives. They also include land claims and transactions for public domain lands, so military bounty land and veteran relief claims, claims by refugees, agreements with Indian nations, settlements of private land claims on public domain lands acquired from foreign governments. And so the series, so series 8 concentrates on public lands, and series 9 concentrates on claims. So these are always important because they cover more than just Alabama. So state claims, all Alabama claims prior to 1817 are included under Mississippi, and that's because we did not become a territory until 1817. So if you're looking for things prior to that territory year, it could actually physically be in Mississippi sometimes. Records from the vine and olive colony settlers, claims of colonial French, British, and Spanish land grants in the Gulf states settled prior to 1810 are found under the territory of Louisiana. So you can go even farther, and sometimes, some of our things could be there. Settlements of the Georgia Yazoo land claims they are also included because under the Georgia Yazoo land claim, they were actually selling land that was here in Alabama. Petitions for bounty land by Revolutionary War soldiers of Virginia. Some of those can be found here in Alabama, in present-day Alabama, not found here at the archives. Choctaw land claims under the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek and Creek and Cherokee reserves after the settlement of the war.
Don't want to make pancakes from scratch? We can take care of that. Lego with Lego.
AI voiceover has landed on Motion Array. Find your voice today.
So this is one of the last ones we're going to talk about. So the Territorial Papers of the United States are a great resource. Volume 5 and 6, The Territory of Mississippi from 1798 to 1817, and then volume 8, or I'm sorry, that's not 8, that's 18, The Territory of Alabama, 1817 to 1819. So these can be great as well if you're looking for information on Alabama records. The official records of the territories are here, and there are records from the archives of the Department of State, Treasury, War, Interior, and Post Office, House and Senate files in the Library of Congress. So that's going to wrap up our presentation today. And if any of you have any other questions, please put them in the chat box, and I'll be happy to answer to the best of my ability. Please come visit us here at the in the research room. Our hours are Tuesday to Saturday, 8:30 to 4:30. We'd love to have you. Okay, I'm looking through some questions to see what we've got here. So I see that we have a question here. Where do you find the land patent for the original Americans in Alabama, Greene County? So you could find that at the Bureau of Land Management's website. You could put in Greene County, Alabama, and you could type a particular name. You could search for a name there, or you could just put that in and see everybody that's listed. Okay, let's see. We have another question here. My great grandfather purchased 300 plus acres in Eclectic, Alabama. What's the procedure for locating his records? So, if he purchased that 300 plus acres from another person, you would need to look at deed records. So you would need to go to, I think Eclectic is in Elmore County. I could be wrong, but I think it's in Elmore County. You would need to go to the Elmore County courthouse and look through their deed records. If he purchased it through a land patent, you should be able to go to the Bureau of Land Management's website and search there for his name in whatever county, and it should come up that he purchased some property there. Okay. There's another question here. Records are available online. It completely means which ones you're looking for. As far as land records, there are tract books. There are also records of that nature, those county tract books available at the Secretary of State's website. Those are online and free. Land patents are online and free at the Bureau of Land Management's website. A lot of those U.S. Land Office books, you actually would have to come in to see those here. Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions, but if anyone else has any other ones, I'll be happy to answer them. Will this live be recorded for later viewing? I believe so. They should go up on our YouTube channel. It may take a couple of days, but it should be up there for viewing later. All right. Any other questions? Thank y'all so much, and I hope that y'all enjoyed it. I know our weekend, I see what are our weekend hours? I saw that one. It's hard to see all of the questions, so I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody's, but the weekend hours, 8:30 to 4:30. So we're not open on state holidays. So this coming Monday, we're going to be closed for Martin Luther King, his birthday. So we're not open that day. The research room is not open on Mondays anyway, but the building will not be open at all on Monday. But the research room is open Tuesday through Saturday, 8:30 to 4:30. All right. Okay.
Use Kayak's Explore tool to see just how far your budget can take you. Reykjavik? Spectacular.
We hear you know the answer. Of course. Juicy Juice.
Hello, everyone. Gonna give a few minutes before we get started. Just another minute or two, maybe. Welcome to the research rundown for today. All right, so my name is Erica Eves, and I'm one of the reference archivists in the research room here at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. Just let everybody know that we will be having a Food for Thought event on Thursday, December 16th. It will be offered in person and virtually through our Facebook and our YouTube pages. All right, let's go ahead and try to get started. Again, this is our research rundown, and my name is Erica Eves, and I'm presenting on the birth and death certificates today. They are for the history and the access of birth and death certificates. So All right, so let's clear up one thing first. There are certificates and then there are records. Birth and death certificates are a legal government document, which is usually created at the county level. It's a specific type of a record, but it's just easier for me to keep them separated. So I just kind of encourage people to keep the idea of a birth certificate is different than birth records. Same with death certificates, different than death records. It's kind of one of those all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs things. So, you know, certificates are a type of a record, but not all records are a certificate. So just kind of keep that in mind. So birth and death records are considered, you know, they're documents that are alternative to a birth certificate. So those are like family Bibles and obituaries and newspaper announcements and cemetery surveys that are usually conducted by like your local historical society, and they, you know, print those little books that we sometimes have in our archives, or like a headstone, or family letters can be a record as well. If it's usually if it's closer to the date of the event you want to cite, it's better, but family letters can be helpful, especially if they mention, hey, so-and-so's birthday is today and they turned 12, you know, that could be helpful. As long as they're right on their age. All right, let's start with the history of birth certificates. So birth certificates are a very modern document. And when I say modern, I mean they came into effect during the 20th century, or AKA the 1900s. Traditionally, birth and other vital information was collected and maintained only by families and sometimes religious institutions. So, you know, that's why there used to be family Bibles. I know my family doesn't keep a family Bible. I don't know if they ever did. If they did, I've never seen it. But, you know, family Bibles were used to track births, deaths, and marriages. And they can be a gold mine if you can find one. There's also baptismal and burial records that can be kept by local churches. Again, if you can find them, they're available. Or if you know where they are kept. Sometimes they're still with the church, or the church doesn't exist, and who knows where the records are. So, but those can also be, they can be kind of spotty. So in England, there were, you know, epidemics. We've all, you know, learned the history, the plague and all that stuff. And it was kind of from those events that the idea of kind of collecting vital records kind of sort of started taking root. In 1853, the United Kingdom decided, hey, you know, let's make a mandate where we start collecting all the birth records data on a national level. Unfortunately, it took several decades for them to kind of implement that idea, and even a little bit longer to really get full population participation. So just like any other government implemented ideas, they take a while to really take effect. So in the United States, it came from similar ideas, but kind of towards the idea of kind of handling the influx of all these European immigrants. And they were worried about public health issues. And so they thought maybe if we compile data and some vital statistics, we can kind of figure out what to do about this. So that's kind of where for the first kind of inklings kind of sort of came from. So, but the United States didn't start actually collecting any birth data until 1902 on the national level. And it was done through the Census Bureau. But it took a lot of time to work out those systems. The current system, as it is today, each state collects their own data and they report it to the federal government. And that didn't start until 1915. So again, it took a little while to get things going. And, you know, birth certificates as we know them today are not the same as when they first started. So they serve as your proof of identity, your citizenship status. They prove your age. They prove, you know, who your parents are. They're an essential government document that you need to apply for a passport or get a driver's license, enroll in school. You usually have to give it when you get a job. So originally these were just basic things that were kept for, you know, statistics. How many babies are being born? Where are they being born? That kind of thing.
Little Bo Peep had lost her sheep. Turns out she just needed the smart buying tools on Amazon Business, so she could focus on bigger things. Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying.
With Buy One, Take One, you get a dish for today and tomorrow, starting at just $14.99.
All right. A little bit more. So again, in 1902, the Census Bureau was made a permanent agency, and they were tasked with the process of collecting birth data, along with all, the census stuff. They were like, okay, you guys get to collect birth data now. But it wasn't until 1907 when the first actual standardized birth certificate application form was produced. So they were tasked with this data. They start telling the states to do this, and nobody knows what questions to ask. But in 1907, they finally get a standardized form, and there we go. This form goes through at least 12 revisions sent from between 1902 and today, and it's usually adding additional information or trying to get more information about the child and their parents and that kind of information each revision, and just being more details. Things get more detailed as time goes on. That just seems to be the norm. So in January of 1908, Alabama begins collecting birth data and producing their birth certificates for the births that are actually reported, which a doctor or a midwife were the ones that were pretty much in charge of doing this reporting to their local county government. Didn't go so well at first. By 1919, all the states at the time that were around at the time had birth records, but not all of them were reporting them to the federal government like they were supposed to. And many rural areas and people giving birth away from hospitals were still very much unreported. It was just a chaos almost. These people are supposed to do this and they're just not doing it. Rural areas, it just took a lot longer to get things. It still does today. It takes a lot longer for things to get to rural areas. So by 1933, all the states, again, that were around at the time are finally now reporting all their birth data that they have, what's being reported to them, to the federal government. So it's finally working how the federal government wanted it to work, and it only took 30 years. And it's still a little iffy. August of 1935 is when the Social Security Act is signed into law by President Roosevelt. And so this act kind of gave the population a little bit of a kickstart. Not quite in 1935, but they kind of starts building up to when people are going to realize, hey, I need to be able to prove these things. When was I born? Who are my parents? What's my age? Am I a citizen? And this really takes hold after World War II begins, and after the U.S. enters World War II. Many employers start asking for proof of citizenships, especially if you're working in the military field. If you're working in some sort of factory where you're building things for the military to use, you had to prove that you were a citizen of the United States in order to do that. And at that time, 1/3 of the adult population of the country who were eligible to work in factories or anywhere else that required such things, they couldn't prove their citizenship. They didn't have birth certificates. They were like, I was born in the U.S. I know I was born in the U.S., but I don't have any document that you will accept that proves that. So that's when people started like, oh, we really do need to kind of take care of this, and we need to make sure that our kids have birth certificates. So whenever my baby is born, I need to make sure that it gets a birth certificate so it doesn't have to go through this mess. So by 1946, Census Bureau stops collecting data. It gets transferred to the Office of Vital Statistics, which is now part of the CDC. And they are now in charge the Department of Health and Human Services. So they're now in charge of all that records and information. And so because of that, most birth certificates are located in each individual state's departments of health.
Go to motionarray.com now and take your videos from good to the best.
When you want to feel good, you work out at Crunch. You don't go here. Or here. Because here feels bad. But here we help you feel good, feel strong, feel motivated. Here you feel rejuvenated. Unlike here.
We got free pizza.
Only here.
Join Crunch Fitness today.
All right, so let's switch gears for a little bit, and we're going to talk about death certificates. So these, again, are also a modern document. As we know them today, death certificates as a legal document, not created until the 20th century. Today, they are the only legal proof that someone has died. You have to have a death certificate to, cancel your grandmother's, phone service or something, or your mother's phone service. A relative that dies, you have to prove that they're dead, and the only way you can do that is with a death certificate. So, but previously, death certificates, proof that someone's dead, wasn't always needed. People just died. So it was regulated mostly to burial records that were usually kept by a religious institution, if that's where they were buried, in a religious cemetery, or whoever owned a cemetery, the town may have kept some sort of records, hopefully. But due to the rising public health concerns in the United Kingdom, they started very early on listing, tracking locations of outbreaks of fatal diseases and things like that. And they would post notices for people, hey, stay away from this area. This many, 7 people have died from the plague, that kind of thing. These lists were known as bills of mortality, and they began in the early 1500s. So talking way back, and they were originally just numbers of people and where they were. So they're not really helpful for finding when someone specific died, because they were just concerned about what they died of and where they were in order to warn people to stay away. But this is kind of the beginning of the idea of tracking death information. Later on, they'll start adding names of deceased people, as kind of people start moving around a little bit more and going different places, and keeping track of an individual person kind of starts becoming a little bit more necessary. So, and that's kind of ties in with how in the 1700s and the early 1800s, there's this drift towards a more scientific way of thinking and a less religious ideas of causes of death. Like thinking this person died because they were sinful, instead of, when actually they died because they had, tuberculosis. So there's those things. And so that kind of starts bringing things out of the just what did they die of and where were they, to who was this person, and what can we do, what do we need to do about that. So the names of the deceased kind of begin to appear as well in that time period too, and start kind of leaning more towards the idea of death registers that you can usually find kind of at the county level. 1841, Massachusetts is the very first state to begin a statewide death registration. Again, it kind of takes a while for them to actually get it statewide and get everybody on board, and but that's one of the first occurrences in the United States. And then 1893, people are looking more, they're still looking at causes of death, and cause of death is going to remain important. It's still important today. So that's going to continue, but you get your first list of standardized causes of death, so you don't get, that the person was scared to death, though apparently that can happen. but I'm not a doctor, so don't ask me how this person died. But they little more standardization as to what different things are called. So that kind of helps as well. But in 1908, January of 1908, Alabama begins producing their death certificates. Again, for the deaths that are reported. So by the early 1900s, death certificates began to kind of gain importance as a form of identity and to prove that this specific person died. This is how they died. They're no longer here. Their bills need to go to somebody else, go to their heirs, kind of thing. So they gain importance, and their, Social Security, insurance companies, probate proceedings, things, those are the types of things that people start realizing, okay, I need to prove that this person's dead. And so they kind of need those things. One quick thing here, remember that death certificates are filed in the state where the person died. So this could be different from where they're buried. So I have ancestors that died in other states. One who died in Texas and is buried in Mississippi. Another one who died in Arizona and also is buried in Mississippi. So just keep in mind that a death certificate is not necessarily filed where the person is buried. It's filed in the state where they die, because that's the law. Okay, here is a cool map that I put together for myself because I'm a visual person. And so it shows the earliest dates for birth and death certificates, the government documents, that are for the southern states, because no need to do all of the states right now. we focus on Alabama, and then I provided some of the ones around us so that, because people travel and move and migrate. So you'll notice, again, the federal government starts this whole process in 1902. Texas was ahead of the game. They started in 1903. They got going real quick after the federal government, or maybe they had it in process a little bit before that, and then that was the year they just got it set up and going. Who knows? But other than that, Alabama is one of the first states in the South in 1908 to start collecting birth and death records and creating birth and death certificates. So each state, it was up to each state to get their own system set up and running. So that's why there's, Kentucky up there at 1911, and, Georgia, 1919. I mean, what took them so long? We don't know. They just didn't start it. So each state is different, and there may be earlier forms of birth, other types of birth and death records that are found in individual counties and municipalities and things within the state, but these are the earliest dates for birth and death certificates. And then I got all these dates from the CDC's Where to Write for Vital Records website, which is the link that I have down at the bottom of the page. These links are also in the comments section on Facebook and YouTube. So that's where I went, and I just clicked on each state, and I found their record. It gives you the dates and their explanations for all their different vital records and where you can find them. It tells you, who you need to go to. And again, most of these records are held in each state's Department of Health. Each individual state's Department of Health. Most of those records are there. Sometimes once they become public record, they'll transfer the original documents over to an archive, or they'll give an archive copies of the originals or something like that. But in the state of Alabama, we do not have any of that. So again, we're talking about access here. So let's do this. Alabama Department of Archives and History, we do not hold any original birth and death certificates, and we have absolutely no access to any birth certificates. Now, death certificates are another thing. We do have, when our Family Search affiliate library account is working, we have limited access to digitized death certificates from 1908 to 1974. These are death certificates that were digitized microfilmed previously, and then later allowed to be digitized and put on Family Search. And that's why we have some access to them. but only when our affiliate library account is working. Unfortunately, we are working with Family Search on getting that fixed. It's still not fixed. I checked this morning, but we are working on getting that fixed, and hopefully they will be able to access those death certificates again, because they were pretty handy to be able to get those. But otherwise, we have no original records and absolutely no access to any birth certificates. So all birth and death certificates, again, Vital Records Division of the Alabama Department of Public Health, and CDC is where you need to go if you're looking for other states. They can give you information about where those are held in other states. All right, so accessing birth certificates held by the Department of Public Health can be a little tricky sometimes because, again, we have no access to them here at the archives. They are restricted by law for 125 years. So state law says, I'm sorry, you can't have it, unless you are the person who's named on the certificate, you are the parent or legal guardian, you're the spouse, the child, the sibling, or a legal representative of one of those previously mentioned persons. So restricted for 125 years, that's a long time, but I guess they figured, not a lot of people live to be 100, but just in case, we want to make sure we protect their privacy. So 125 years it is. That means the first certificates produced in Alabama in 1908 will become public record after 2033. So no birth certificates are public record yet in the state of Alabama. So just keep that in mind when you need to try and get a birth certificate. You need to be one of these people named here in the list in order to get it. Again, you can't be a grandchild, unfortunately. You have to be a child or a sibling. So that can make things difficult. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait, and hopefully your heirs can get access to it, whatever your grandparents' records, if you don't live long enough to have access to it yourself. You'll have to contact the Department of Public Health. I've got their address and phone number here and their link to their website. You'll have to pay them a fee to get it, of course. And you need to make sure that you have the exact information that's on the birth certificate, the exact same spelling that's on the birth certificate, and the correct date on the birth certificate. Of course, you're thinking, well, I don't have the birth certificate, so I don't know what those are. Unfortunately, that's just how they do things over there at the Department of Public Health and their Vital Statistics Department. Everything has to be exact, or they tell you they don't have it. So in some cases, we might be able to help find you some alternative records here at the archives, like some of those birth registers or things like that. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those records here in a little bit. Let's talk real quick about accessing death certificates. These are a little bit more easy to get a hold of. They're held by the Department of Public Health again, and we have some limited access between 1908 and 1974, and that's only when our affiliate library status is working for FamilySearch.com. So again, we're really working on getting that fixed, and hopefully Family Search will give us our access back. So death certificates are only restricted by law for 25 years. And so these years are set by each state. So 25 years in the state of Alabama. I've seen some states where it's 50 years. So again, you want to check with each of your states that you might be trying to get information from as to how long they're restricted before they become public access, if you can't get them when they're restricted. So check with your states. So in Alabama, death certificates between 1908 and 1996 should all be public record now, except for, as of today's date, should all be public record. December 7th, 1996 is not ready yet. You can get those tomorrow, I think. So again, you'd have to pay a fee for the Department of Health. You have to be the parent, a spouse, a child, a sibling. Now, you can be a grandchild of someone for their death certificate, but only if you're trying to demonstrate some sort of entitlement. And you can have a legal representative of the family or the estate can request death certificates as well. So, and an informant. If you were the informant for someone's death certificate, you can also request a copy. And that's if it's less than 25 years old. So anything from 1997 and to today, you can't get. They're too new. They're still within the 25 years restriction. Okay, so let's talk about some of the records that we do have at the archives that might be helpful to you. So our county records on microfilm database is where you're going to want to go. These records are what has been microfilmed at county courthouses, and then we now have copies of that microfilm. So this database is just a list of the types of documents and records that we have on our microfilm for each county. So you need to check this database. You go to our website, archives.alabama.gov, and then you will search our collections. Once you click on search our collections, there we go. Which is on the left-hand side of the screen. It'll take you to another screen where you can see all of our collections that are available and the different ways to access them. What you're looking for is the county records on microfilm, and if you click on that, it will take you to this page, and you'll type in the name of the county that you're looking for, that your ancestor lived in or was born in or died in. You'll search for that county and it'll bring up a list. Now, this is just a tiny piece of what we have for Autauga County, which is what I'm using here for my example. So you'll be able to scroll through the list and see what kinds of records we have available for Autauga County or whichever county you're looking for. And record type is where you're looking. That gives you kind of an idea of like these are lists of registered voters. These are indexes from the Chancery Court. These are minutes from the Chancery Court. But once you find like the birth or death registers that you're looking for, you'll need to know the box location and the real number, or also known as the LGM number and the real number. And that way you can then go to the khaki cabinets in our research room and pull out your reel and go and stick it on one of our microphone machines. And no worries, if you don't know how to do all this, when you come in, we're happy to help you get that process started. Okay, try not to take too long here. Let's see, we've got some records. So this is an example of one of the types of birth records that we have here at the archives. This is a later birth register from Bullitt County from 1929. So it has a lot more detail on it than some of the earlier birth registers. It has a space for the child's name. It gives, boy or girl, how many children the mother has had and what number this child is, and all this information about these children. So this list here on the right-hand side is records that are available prior to 1908. So I narrowed it down for you because if your person was born before 1908 or died before 1908, they are not going to have a birth or death certificate. No certificates available for them, no government records. Unless they were in one of these counties, they might be listed in a birth or death register if that county had one. So again, now the earliest date I've seen for any of these counties for birth or death registers is 1881. So if they're prior to that, there's nothing in the government that proves there's a record. You'll have to look for family Bibles and church records and those kinds of things. But if they were born 1881 or later, there might be a birth or death register entry for them. And the later ones, they actually give the baby's name. So that's nice to know, because let me see. And sorry, one more thing. The dates of coverage vary for each county. Not all of them go back to 1881. And some of them don't start until like 1906. So it just depends. It varies, and sometimes there's gaps. So again, you'll want to check the database, the county microfilm database, to see like what years are available and if the county you're looking for has the birth and death registers. Again, if you don't see your county listed in on here on this slide, we don't have it, and you'll have to either check with that county court or some other local archive maybe, and see if maybe they have copies if that county had anything, or it's very likely that that county never had any kind of birth or death register. This is an earlier register. You'll notice there's no space for the child's name. They just give the date of birth, the sex, and the color of the child. Then you go on, you see like their place of birth, which this is in Franklin County. So beat 1, beat 10, beat 13. I have no idea what that means. I'm sure somebody in the county level might know what that means, but it probably doesn't match what it is today to what it was back then, because I'm sure beats change just as much as everything else. So good luck with that. There are some things that you might be able to do to figure that out, but I am not the expert in that field. But the register of birth, it gives the mother's name and her nativity, and of course her color as well. And then it also gives the father's name if it's available, their nativity, their occupation, and then there's an informant. And most of the time, in this case, the informant is a doctor or a midwife, or it could be the head of the family. I have not seen any entries for a birth register where the father or a clearly identifiable relative was the one who was the informant. But that doesn't mean that the informant couldn't have been the head of the family. I don't know. So this is 1904, Franklin County. You'll also notice that the top father's name listed there is illegitimate, and there's another one a little bit further down the way that's also listed as illegitimate. This actually happened a lot more often than you would think. So it looks like, the mother may have known who the father was, I would hope, but they were not listed in the birth register as being the father of the child. So that's what was chosen. So if you're trying to find the parents, you might be out of luck if you're trying to find the father's name in those cases, but that's just how they did things. Okay, one last document that we do have a few of. You notice that is a very small little list there of the counties that we have available on our microfilm. If you don't see your county, you might want to try contacting your county courthouse. Maybe their delayed birth certificates were never microfilmed, and so we don't have copies of them. This is an example. I'm going to use an example here again from Autauga County. Now, I'll let you know there are 49 delayed birth certificates in the delayed birth certificate book in the county courthouse at Autauga County, at least for the one that is microfilmed and that we have here on our microfilm. So there are multiple sections to these petitions for delayed birth certificates. You got this first section here where the person who is petitioning for their birth certificate fills out what they know about themselves and what they've been told to petition for their certificate. One of those certificates, the mother's name is different on the information that was filled out by the person. The father gives the testimony down at the bottom and says that the name of the mother is actually this, not that. And then, so on the actual decree, there's a different name for the mother on the actual birth certificate. So just make sure you look at all of the information on these. So this is where that person would fill that out. And then there's the testimonies from people, family members, friends who knew them either at the time of birth or were there at their birth, or had known them long enough to know, yes, this person was born at on this date, from what I know. Or in this example here, Fanny is the sister of this man, and she says we have a Bible record that says that he is this age, that he was born August 24th, 1881. So that's pretty interesting there. So they were able to use those kinds of records to prove these things. This is the back of the page. In Autauga County, they have 2 pages, on the front and then the back. And then on the back, there's a place for more testimonies. And then what you really want, is the decree establishing birth, because this is what tells you, okay, it's official. This person was born on this day to these people in this place. So again, in Autauga County, there are only 49 of these. And they're generally from like the 1940s, and the ages, the dates for, I think there was one from like in the 1870s that received a delayed birth certificate, but they're mostly, and then up to like, I think one was born in the early 20s. So because again, this guy was probably either trying to get a job in a field that he needed to prove his citizenship, or maybe he was already retired and trying to, I don't think he was 65. I haven't done the math, but if he was 65, maybe he was trying to get his Social Security benefits. But you'll notice also at the bottom of here, they are signed by the county probate judge. So check with your county probate judges if you're looking for delayed birth certificates and we don't have a copy for the county you're looking for. Probate judges might know where those records are. And so you're probably wondering, so why are there only 49 people that needed a delayed birth certificate if 1/3 of the country could not prove their citizenship? Well, also think about, not all women were working outside the home, so they may not have ever needed to prove who they were or how old they were, because I don't know. I'm not sure when they started asking to like prove your age for like a marriage license, but I imagine it was probably a little bit later than this. So think about that. And again, the actual birth decree is kind of what you're looking for there. To say, you know, that this is what they would have used to prove their birth. As in place of an actual birth certificate, so delayed birth certificate. And these are going to be for people who were, again, trying to prove their age, their citizenship, they were trying to get a job, that kind of thing. So there we go. Thank you for joining us today. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments and I'll try to answer what I can. Again, I've listed the websites here again at this last page. There are also links in the comments. But the CDC's Where to Write page is a really good resource. And then the Alabama Public Health Vital Records page is where you need to go if you need to get your records from, get a birth or death certificate from them. And then of course our website, if you want to check to see what we've got, what we might have for your county. So are there any questions? Okay, so how long has the law been in place that restricts access for 125 years? In the state of Alabama, that's been in place, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's since the inception of birth certificates. So since 1908, you know, they decided that is what needs to be done. As far as I know, I don't think my research for that was a while ago. So I believe since 1908. It's been for quite some time for birth certificates. So yeah, you might be able to find copies somewhere else where like family members have a copy of someone's birth certificate or something like that. But getting them from the state, it's law 125 years. I wish they would at least update it to say that, you know, a grandchild could get their birth certificate If you could just prove that you're their grandchild, that would be really nice. If they would at least do that, so then you can have cause to ask for it. If you can prove your lineage to them, but I don't know, that might be too much work. I don't think there's ever been any kind of effort to change that law. Not that I've ever heard of. It would be a good idea. Maybe if we get enough genealogists to band together and start annoying their government legislators, their representatives or something. Maybe we can get the state legislatures in Alabama to say, hey, let's change this. At least let more people have access to it. You know, just send in some sort of documentation that says, hey, I am this person's grandchild or great grandchild. You know, I mean, it only goes back to 1908. So I imagine grandchild and great grandchild would cover it. I would hope, I would think. So. Anything else? All right, then. I guess we'll call it a day then. I hope everyone enjoyed the history and access. Oh, adding a grandchild provision would be, yes. I would hope so. I would hope so. Yes. Well, my email is just my name, erica.eves@archives.alabama.gov. It's also, you can find our emails on our website even. So. All right, well, I guess we'll call it a day. Thanks for joining us, and I hope everybody enjoyed getting a little history lesson on birth and death certificates and why they became a thing and when they became a thing. And sadly, they didn't happen sooner in the way they are today. But that's why when you call and you try to get something and it's pre-1908, it's just really, really needle in a haystack of, you know, are you lucky enough to get another option? So, oh, we have another question. I'm searching for information from 1800s Fayette County. Should I contact a local library? I would contact a local library. You know, they may have more information they'll most likely have more information than we will for that early, if it's early enough in the 1800s. Especially if it's prior to 1881, we likely don't have anything. So if it's prior to 1881, again, even early 1800s, prior to 1908, you're looking mostly for family Bibles, family records, family letters, church records. The church records we have are really unhelpful for genealogists as far as establishing people's birth dates. So just a heads up for that. The church records aren't very useful for that, but if a local county library might have a collection, or if you can find a local church and you know that the family went to that, they might have something that you can use as well. But yeah, I would contact local libraries, the local county courthouse, maybe a local historical society. Our local genealogical societies may have something that are helpful as well. So unfortunately, we aren't that helpful when it goes too far back as far as genealogy and our original records. So anything else? Proving you're a grandchild. Having the documentation to show that you yourself are your parent's child, and then that your parent is that person's grandchild, that person's child. So that would prove that you are their grandchild. So if you had your own birth certificate, I guess. It proves you are this person's child, and then that your parents is the child of your grandparents. So the records, you may need to look at marriage records for your parents, your grandparents, and census records. Census records can be helpful if it goes far enough back, at least for your grandparent, to show that your grandparent was maybe living in the same area or something. Unfortunately, we will have access to the 1950 census records starting next year. So sometime next year. It might be late next year by the time we're like really accessible. But yeah. Okay. I guess that's all. And I hope everybody enjoyed this little history and how to get to birth and death certificates. And that's all. Have a good day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's research rundown. Before we get started, I do have a couple of quick announcements that I want to make. First of all, we have another great virtual program later this week on Wednesday, and it's called Women at Work. It'll be at noon. And then we will also have another one of our Food for Thought programs next Thursday, February 17th at noon. It is also going to be virtual. And Miss Karen Gray Houston will present stories from a daughter of the boycott. So we hope that you will join us for those programs. And real quick, before we jump in, we're going to go possibly a little bit long today because we have a lot of great information to cover. And so I wanted to mention, if you are not able to stay for the entire presentation, that's fine. You can duck out if you need to, and we will be recording this session and posting it to our YouTube channel. It might take a couple days for it to show up there, but you're welcome to come back to the video wherever you had to duck out. You can come back to where you were and continue on with the rest of the presentation on YouTube. So we will have it on demand, just like all of our other virtual presentations. So if you have any questions, we will try to leave some time at the end to take a couple questions. You can drop those in the comments. And with that, I think we will go ahead and get started with the presentation. So this research rundown is going to be about African American military records in Alabama, how you can research those if you have an ancestor who served. And my name is Courtney Pinkard. I'm the reference coordinator at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. So African Americans have participated in every U.S. military conflict since the American Revolution. And here at ADAH, we have documentation of that participation starting with the Civil War and going forward to subsequent conflicts. The U.S. Army was officially segregated until 1948, with African American soldiers usually serving in separate all-Black regiments from the Civil War up to World War II. Now, if we're going to start with the Civil War, we need to think about what documentation might exist to prove the service of an ancestor that was living during that period. In Alabama, African American men contributed to the Confederate war effort either as impressed manual labor on loan from their enslavers to the Confederate government, or they acted as camp slaves who were brought to the front by individual enslavers. With the exception of the last 2 weeks of the war, African American men, whether they were enslaved or free, were barred from enlisting in the Confederate Army as soldiers. On March 23, 1865, in a last-ditch effort to add desperately needed manpower to their depleted forces, the Confederate government did pass an act that would have allowed enslaved men to enlist with their enslavers' permission. The war ended just 16 days later on April 9, 1865, with no wide-scale implementation of the act. In the course of my research for this presentation, I did stumble onto a really interesting exchange. This letter was written by a Mr. J.C. Bowie, and he's asking for a pension, to be granted to Mr. Edgar Roberson, who is a 112-year-old man who was formerly enslaved in Talladega County. Now note that the letter says that Roberson served as cook and aide rather than in the battle line, which is an accurate description of how most enslaved men would have participated in the conflict. Although some former Confederate states did eventually expand their pension programs to include formerly enslaved men, Alabama was not one of those states. And here we see the State Pension Committee's response to Mr. Bowie's request. The second paragraph unequivocally states that although he, Mr. Roberson, did go to the Army with his master, no Negroes were enlisted, and our pension laws do not grant to those men who served as cooks or body servants any relief. So, since enslaved men and free men of color were not allowed to serve in the Confederate Army as enlisted soldiers, official records of their involvement are scarce. And because the state's pension system did not expand to include camp slaves after the war, this avenue of research that's often available to those researching white ancestors is also closed off. Now, in the North, free African American men were allowed to enlist, and in fact, by the end of the war, the Union had 175 African American regiments, which made up approximately 10% of their total forces. If you're interested in researching an ancestor who might have served on the Union side, you should be able to use fold3.com and collections at the National Archives. Turning back to Alabama and the Confederacy, though, let's take a look at our Civil War Service database available on the Archives website. Back in the early days of our agency, archivists scoured our collections in an effort to document all Alabamians that participated in the Civil War. Each time they found a name on a record, they made an index card to record the information. Eventually, the information contained on these index cards was converted into a searchable database. Now, today, you can generate a full list of enslaved men who got an index card by typing the word slave into the last name box and don't put anything else in. So when we hit search, we're going to find a list of just 121 men out of the many thousands that would have contributed to the war effort. We're going to take a look at two examples from this list. Edmund, who is associated with a specific regiment and company, and Elbert, who is only identified by his enslaver's name. Edmund's virtual index card is on the left. He served as a camp musician for Company C of the 33rd Alabama, and this information was retrieved from a company muster roll dated January 17, 1861. So it was pretty early in the conflict. However, it would be difficult to say with certainty who this Edmund is because he has no last name identified in the record, and he's not associated with a specific enslaver. He could have been brought to camp by any of the soldiers in Company C. Elbert's card, on the other hand, gives us a little bit more insight. Elbert was enslaved by C. Bingham and worked as a laborer at Fort Morgan. This information was taken from the quartermaster's pay document, and that's why we have an enslaver's name in this case, because the quartermaster needed to know who to send the payment to in exchange for Elbert's labor at Fort Morgan. In the decades after the Civil War, Alabama's state militia slowly transformed into what we now know as the Alabama National Guard. Beginning in the 1880s, the state militia included 3 all-African American battalions. The 3 battalions were the Gilmer's Rifles, which was based out of Mobile, the Magic City Guards, which were based out of Birmingham, and the Capital City Guards that were based out of Montgomery. Although the state government never supported these black battalions to the same level as their white counterparts, the new Constitution adopted in 1901 allowed the state legislature to have direct control over the composition of the state militia and led to even more discrimination. By 1906, all 3 battalions of colored troops had been disbanded completely. The Alabama National Guard would remain segregated until the 1960s. Despite the brief existence of the African American battalions, our Adjutant General's collections actually contain many valuable records that document the service of the men who joined. There's a series of folders in the Adjutant General's administrative files labeled Colored Troops, and they contain records like officer oaths, muster rolls, financial records, discharges, officer correspondence, and applications to form other African American battalions from counties around the state. Let's take a quick look at some examples. This first slide shows the outside label of some of the earliest muster rolls I could find for each battalion. The Birmingham and Mobile rolls were taken just a day apart in 1883, and the Montgomery roll is dated later because it was the last of the three to be created. Here we see an example of an officer's oath of office. This particular oath was signed by Dr. Cornelius Dorset, who became the surgeon of the Capital City Guards in Montgomery. He was a trustee of Tuskegee University and a friend of Booker T. Washington. I copied this letter because I just really loved the letterhead at the top. It's in such a beautiful script. The print is very large, and you can even see the Reconstruction era state seal of the eagle holding a banner with the state's motto on the banner. And here we see what the inside of the muster rolls that we looked at the outside cover a couple slides ago. This is what the inside looks like. There's not a ton of information here, but in a few minutes, we're going to look at a different type of muster roll from the Spanish-American War that gets into a lot more detail about each soldier. And finally, we have these two letters from Tuscaloosa. The letter on the left is a petition to the Adjutant General for a commission to form an African American militia company, and it includes the signatures of several prominent African Americans from the area. The letter on the right is also addressed to the Adjutant General, and it was written by an officer of Tuscaloosa's white militia company, the Warrior Guards. The author of the letter reports that his men discussed the formation of a colored company at length, and they were adamantly opposed to the idea. In fact, they unanimously voted to disband their own company if an African American company was raised. I think the tenor of this communication probably explains why there were only ever 3 all-black battalions created during this period. When the Spanish-American War began in 1898, the president requested volunteers from Alabama, and the War Department specified that the soldiers should come from the Alabama National Guard. Governor Johnston formed the 3rd Alabama Volunteer Infantry Regiment, filling it with African American enlisted men and installing white officers to command them. Although they never saw battle or were deployed for foreign service, the 3rd Alabama Volunteers remained activated longer than any other Alabama regiment during the Spanish-American conflict. Our Adjutant General's administrative files contain extremely detailed muster rolls for companies A through M of the regiment. Here's an example of the muster roll for Company A. It's a 2-page document, so this is on the left side would be the first page, on the right side would be the second page, and the rows go all the way across. At the very top, we see the names of the 3 white officers in charge of the company, and then from the first sergeant down, we have African American soldiers listed. Not only do we get a physical description and age for each of the soldiers, we can also see their civilian occupation, their place of birth, a copy of their signature, their marital status, and also their next of kin. Now, moving on to the next major conflict, we're going to take a look at how to research African American service in World War I. When the United States entered the conflict in 1917, our standing army was much too small to supply the millions of soldiers that were going to be needed. So the federal government instituted a draft and required all men between the ages of 21 and 31 to register. Despite being just 10% of the overall U.S. population, African Americans made up 13% of the draft. African American enlisted men were primarily assigned to non combative roles like unloading supplies at French ports, driving supply trucks, working in field hospitals, and other tasks that supported the troops on the front lines. The exceptions to this were men assigned to the 92nd and 93rd Infantry Divisions, which were the only all African American combat divisions to fight in both World War I and World War II. Black Alabamians served in both support and combat divisions, and there were a few places that we can look to find evidence of their service today. The first place that we want to check would be the World War I service records available on the ADAH website under our digital collections page. In 2018, the Archives conducted a crowdsourced transcription project to collect selected details from the cards, and thanks to their hard work, we now have a few different ways that we can search these records. You can select a county from the main page and then narrow your results by hometown to see all the soldiers that served from your hometown, regardless of their race. You can search by race first using the term African American in the search box, and then you can narrow it by home county or hometown to see only the African American men who served from a particular place. And of course, if you're looking for a certain person, you can always search for them by their first and last name. To illustrate searching and narrowing results, here's a screenshot from the service records page. I've already selected Autauga County since it's the first one in the list, and the top arrow is pointing to the search box. It's a little small on the screen and it can be easy to miss. On your screen, it'll be up in the top right corner. And then the bottom left arrow is pointing to hometown, and you can see a list of some of the hometowns below it. So let's say you're looking for someone who lived in Vida, Alabama. You can click Vida and just see the cards for the 42 men who listed Vida as their place of residence. Next, let's take a look at an example of what the cards look like. This is the service card for Jimmy James of Furman in Wilcox County. Mr. James was inducted at Camden on August 23, 1918, so he was drafted fairly late in the war. His date of birth is February 2, 1895, so he was 23 years old. He was assigned to Company I of the 59th Depot Brigade and then to Company D of the 411th Reserve Labor Battalion until his death. He died of pneumonia on December 2, 1918, and his father was the person that was notified. Because Jimmy passed away while he was still in the service, there's a possibility that he has another type of record in our system, a Gold Star file. The Gold Star database was created by the Archives in an effort to document Alabamians who had been killed in the conflict. Archive staff identified deceased soldiers and then contacted their families for more biographical information. Some families didn't respond at all, and some sent letters and photographs and other records pertaining to their loved one, so the amount of material for each file will vary. Our Gold Star database is available on both its own separate page and under the digital collections. For my examples, I'm using a search that was done in the standalone database. I searched for Mr. James and found an entry for him. By clicking Other Info indicated by the arrow on the screen, I can see the documentation that was submitted by his family. Here's a photograph of Mr. James, and under it, there's a link to a bio form. Now again, some soldiers may have even more links below their photo. They might have one or more letters attached, there might be newspaper clippings or additional photographs linked down here. Let's click on the bio form link. So this form was completed by Jimmy's father, Willis James. Just on this first page, we get the names of Jimmy's parents and grandparents. The form goes on to list his education, his occupation, his political and religious affiliations, his marital status, and then concludes with a description of his military service. From the form, we learn that Jimmy contracted the Spanish flu while at Camp Taylor, Kentucky, and that he was buried in Furman at Old Snow Hill Cemetery. There was one more record type that I wanted to mention before we move on from World War I, and it's something that I found while working with our Alabamians at War vertical file. In one of the folders, there is a list of African American soldiers from the city of Montgomery. Now, that's a pretty limited geographical area, but if your relative lived in Montgomery at the time that they served in World War I, they may be included on this list. This is the top of the first page, and you can see that the soldiers are listed alphabetically by their last name. Then we get their home address in the city, their serial number, and all the organizations they served in. Just in this list, we see men who were assigned to support units like depot brigades and training battalions. But then we have Nathaniel Adams, who was assigned to Company M of the 366th Infantry, which was a combat regiment attached to the 92nd Division, one of the two all-black combat divisions. And if you want to know more about Nathaniel's service, well, now you know how to search for his service card. Of course, the next major conflict that we come to is the Second World War. After World War I, the U.S. military became more federalized, and the state's role in documenting federal military service began to diminish. Starting with World War II, we have fewer documents related to federal military service that were being generated and preserved at the state government level. The U.S. military was integrated in 1948, so World War II is the last major conflict where Black soldiers would serve in separate all-Black regiments. As far as documentation of World War II service, ADAH holds a collection of DD Form 214 or DD 214s, which are discharge papers issued when a soldier separates from military service. Our DD 214s cover the years 1939 to 1975, so soldiers who enlisted in Alabama and left the military between 1939 and 1975 might have a copy of their DD 214 in our collection. This captures World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. As I was doing some research for an unrelated project, I stumbled onto another interesting record type that relates to World War II. In 1942, the U.S. Secretary of State directed probate judges of each county to mail absentee ballots to deployed soldiers who requested them. The judges compiled lists of soldiers that requested the ballots and then submitted the lists to the Alabama Secretary of State's office, and now the archives holds these lists for each county in Alabama. This is an excerpt from the Autauga County absentee ballot list. It shows the soldier's name, serial number, where they were currently stationed, and their hometown. If you located a family member's name on one of these lists, we could then also check for a DD 214 that would give even more detail about their time in the service. Now, for later conflicts, starting with the Korean War and going forward, we have fewer government agency record types that document military service. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we do have the DD 214s that cover military separations up to 1975, but due to privacy laws, only DD 214s issued before 1960 are considered public record. DD 214s for veterans that separated after 1960 can only be released directly to the veteran or to a funeral home if needed for military burial. This is a rolling restriction of 62 years. So next year, the cutoff will be 1961, and then the next year, it'll be 1962, and so on. If you're researching a relative's participation in a more recent conflict, you may also want to check the active military service reports available on our digital collections page. These are cards that were filled out by men who voluntarily enlisted in the military, meaning they were not drafted through the selective service. And the dates range from the 1940s up to the 1960s. For some reason, the cards seem to be heavily weighted towards Jefferson County, with almost 30% of the cards being tagged with that location. Some men have one card, some have as many as 5 or 6. It's a really quirky collection and a little difficult to describe. You kind of have to take a look at it. And after that, we have a small number of folders for Korea and Vietnam and our Alabamians at War vertical file, and a handful of photographs sorted by conflict in our digital photograph and pictures collection. However, if you would like to get involved with helping us document the personal experiences of Alabama veterans of more recent conflicts, you can always contact our registrar's office. If you have a family member or friend who served and might be interested in donating some of their personal papers or other military related belongings, we'd love to have a conversation with them about that. They can reach out to our registrar's office and speak to Haley or Mary Taylor at the numbers that are listed on this slide. And we can also put an email address into the chat if you'd like to save that. All right, so we covered a lot of information. There was a lot to talk about on these slides today. So I do want to take a couple of questions before we sign off. So if you have a question about any of the information that we've discussed, go ahead and drop it into the comments and we will we'll select a few of those to answer. Okay, we've got quite a few comments. I must have done a really great job. Oh, okay. So in the comments, Rebecca says that she has her dad's letters from when he was in the Korean War. That would be, if you were interested in donating those to our collections, that would be a really great insight. The Korean War is one of those conflicts that I think a lot of times kind of gets overlooked. My husband's father was actually in the Korean War as well. And, it was a brief war, and I think a lot of people don't learn about it much in school. And so, we would love to have better documentation of Alabamians' experiences over, in Korea. Michelle asks, will this be available for viewing later? Yes, our presentation today will be recorded and it will be available on both Facebook and YouTube. It'll be added to the YouTube channel. That may be the easier way to locate it if you want to come back to it later. Sometimes it takes a couple days though for it to actually show up on the YouTube channel. And so, you might have to wait a couple days, but it will be there. Okay, so how do you get a copy of a DD-214? Okay, so DD-214s, if they were issued for a soldier who left the military before 1960, you can actually just give us a call at the research room and give us the soldier's name and date of birth, and we can go check and see. If the soldier left the military after 1960, there's more rules about releasing those because after a certain point they will have things like social security numbers on them and other identifiable information. So if it's after 1960, we can only release it to the veteran themselves or to like a funeral home if they need military honors for a burial, if it's like an emergency situation like that. But pre-1960 is going to cover World War II and Korea veterans. So if you have, an ancestor that served in those two conflicts, definitely give us a call, give us their name and date of birth, and we can go check and see if we have a copy for you. Was the Adjutant General of Alabama or the U.S. government that carried out the Spanish-American War order? So that the Adjutant General that I was referring to with those slides is the Adjutant General of Alabama. So he's actually in charge of what was the state militia and became the Alabama National Guard. We actually don't have any access to federal records here at the archives. So any collections that I referenced would be at the state level. So we would be talking about the Alabama Adjutant General's office. These are some really great questions. Anybody else? Okay, so Michael asks, do we keep records of rejections of pension requests made by African Americans or appeals? That's a good question, Michael. I have not come across any of those records, but I also haven't sought them out because, that wasn't really set up in our pension system to recognize them. We just have never really had a request to go try to find someone. And honestly, me stumbling across the letter that I did find, it was not in any kind of collection that had to do with pension applications. It was in a vertical file folder that was just labeled, it was Civil War African Americans. So I found that by chance. And that, the vertical file is kind of a catch-all for items that don't necessarily belong to a larger collection. But, the state did have a pension committee, and we would have to kind of dig into what state agency was responsible for administering that, and then we could look in their administrative files to see if maybe they preserved any of those requests and rejections. So that's a really interesting project, and I will probably go work on that right after right after this presentation is done, because now I'm curious, because that would be something really interesting to find. I just don't know if it would have been preserved as a permanent record in our collections, since they weren't processed like other pension requests would have been. Michael also asks, can you view the vertical file? Sure, definitely. Yep, I can. I actually know the exact box number that it came out of, so I'm happy to pull anything that we referenced today. If you want to come into the research room, it's open Tuesday through Saturday, 8:30 to 4:30. And we will be happy to make any of the collections that I mentioned in the presentation today available for you to look at. And we would definitely be happy to help you see if you can find any documentation of your ancestors' military service. All right. So, okay. Well, we didn't run as long as I thought we were going to today. I guess I may have talked a little bit fast. But if we've got any more questions, we'll go ahead and last call, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. All right. Well, seeing none, we will conclude for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I hope that you got something informative out of the presentation. It will be recorded and posted to our YouTube channel if you need to refer back to something that we talked about at a later date. And we hope that you will come in and visit us in the research room and hopefully go through some of these collections for yourself and see if you can find any connections for your family. So thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Put my green on for you. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you today about one of my favorite discoveries here in Decatur, in the Morgan County Archives, Miss Lelia Seaton Wilder Edmondson. She truly is a fascinating person, and it's fitting that we get to honor her here during Women's History Month because she's so little known. Although during her day, she was widely hailed as one of the more influential women in the state, and certainly she sold newspapers. People wanted to hear about what she was doing. But I have to admit that in my own experience, I did not know about her until
I was looking through some postcards at the archives, and I noticed one that was a photograph of the old State Bank in Decatur that mentioned the caption was Lelia Cantwell Seton Hall. And I started asking people, I said, who is this person? I've never heard of her. And there weren't too many good answers. Somebody said, well, I believe down at the Episcopal Church, there's a couple of windows that are dedicated and have her name on them. But anyway, I didn't really find out more about her until we started going through our old newspapers systematically, and she started coming up. And I learned the full scope of just what an interesting person she was. She actually was remarkable for, of course, her career. She was a successful real estate speculator. She made a fortune in real estate in the Decatur area. She was a modern agriculturalist. She was a true progressive farmer in every sense of the word. She took a lot of modern methods and applied to her farm, and it actually became a model farm, and I'll tell you more about that later. She traveled the world. She was her travels were documented in newspapers, picked up in wire stories across the country. When she would go out, she would tell people about the situation in Alabama, and her opinion was well sought after. And she was just a colorful person, full of quips and humor. But then the thing that we most remember her for now is that she was a 1922 candidate for the 8th Congressional District in North Alabama. This made her actually the first woman from Alabama to run for Congress, and one of only 11 that year, in that first year that women could run for federal office. So pretty interesting story there, and we'll get more into that. She also, of course, advocated for women's suffrage and for the rights of farmers and for farmers' causes. A little bit of background on this remarkable woman. She was born in Ollisburg, Ohio in 1861. Her father was a man named Captain William H. Seton, and he was a military man. He had served in the Mexican War, and he also was, at the time she was born, he was a captain in the 26th Ohio Infantry. When she was still a baby, of course, he was serving during the war, and in 1864, he was at Chickamauga and wounded, and because of his wounds, he was sent back home to convalesce, and he never recovered from those wounds. He died in December of 1864. So her mother, Rachel, and Lelia were left on their own, and apparently they did not have much of a support network there in Ohio. We know that she rather quickly married a man named James Horton in 1866, and there was a child of that marriage as well, Roy Horton, who was Lelia's much beloved half brother. At some point, the family does move to Decatur sometime before 1870 because they show up in the census then. And we're not quite sure what brought them there, but I believe it was because Rachel's uncle, Dr. D.D. Cantwell, who was an owner of a lot of real estate there in the city of Decatur. I have not been able to find his military record, but he was very active in the Union League. He knew most of the power players, most of the Northerners who were there in Decatur at the time. Some folks would call some of these folks carpetbaggers, but I think a lot of them genuinely were industrialists and people there trying to develop the area. But Dr. Cantwell actually owned and lived in the old State Bank in Decatur, Alabama. So this is the most recognizable symbol of Decatur. If you've ever been there, the bank still stands. The 1832 structure that was the old State Bank, and served many purposes all throughout the 19th century, and currently it's a museum. But at the time, Dr. Cantwell owned it and lived in it. We're not sure about James. We know that in 1880, the census, it said that James Horton was a farm worker. I don't think he was a very ambitious type fellow. And at some point he passed away. And it seems that at that time, that's when the family actually moved in with Dr. Cantwell in the old State Bank building. Now, Lelia was a bright child, and Dr. Cantwell wanted to give her a proper education. So he sent her to Memphis, where she went to school. And she went to school there all throughout the 1870s. And in 1879, she actually graduated at the top of her class from a high school in Memphis and returned to Decatur. And we don't know much about what happened then, but at some point there was a gentleman that she met, another fellow Ohioan, a man named Charles Rollin Wilder. Now, Charles Rollin Wilder was one of many northern investors who came to North Alabama in the Decatur area. A lot of them actually had been servicemen who had served in the Decatur area in the Union Army during the war. He was not. He was just a man from Cincinnati. He's listed as a real estate developer in the census. And he's one of these folks who came down to try his hand as a cotton farmer. And he actually came with a fat wad of cash his family had given him, and he actually was able to buy one of the most extensive plantations in the area. What he bought was formerly the Henry Rhodes estate. If any of you who may know about Decatur, Alabama, know Dr. Henry Rhodes was one of the earliest pioneers of the area and one of the founders of Decatur. But this is Albany, this is Old Decatur. So we're talking about this whole area here, all up and down the Tennessee River and butting up against the city of Albany here. And it was about 1,700 acres. And it was he bought this. It was mostly in cotton cultivation, but the farm had been sadly neglected during the war and the post-war years. So it was in fairly rough shape. So I think Mr. Wilder had some good instincts about land that would be valuable, but he didn't really know much more than real estate. He certainly did not know farming. He ran up a lot of debt in a very short time, trying to make a go of this farm. I think he probably also was a wheeler dealer who was leveraging a lot of things to speculate in real estate. And as a result, he was back and forth to Cincinnati, but as a result, he actually, I need to go on and say he met and married Lelia. They married in 1883. So they did not have any children from that marriage. He had 3 children from a previous marriage, but when he passed away, he left a mountain of debt, and Lelia was left as the executor of that estate. He had over $15,000 in debt at that time and no cash on hand. So the first thing she had to do was sell all the personal effects of the house and sell all the farming implements, anything that she could do to raise the capital. And then it's funny, she was actually corresponding with the probate judge. We know very little about Lelia. We don't have a lot of her own personal writings because there was a fire in the house many years later, but we do have what's in the files of the Morgan County Archives when her mother and when her husband passed away. And in this file of Charles Rawlins' file, when he died, after he died in 1885, she wrote to the probate judge E.M. Russell talking about how the debtors were after her, the creditors were after her, and how she just was left with almost nothing. And at the end, she just sort of quipped, showing her great sense of humor. She says, they would not even allow me a year's ration of corn, although I told them how much I love cornbread. So she could see the humor in the situation, even though she was in a tough spot. But she actually was very fortunate, however, in the timing of this calamity, because it just so happened at that time, this is when the Decatur Land Improvement and Furnace Company was buying up huge tracts of land in and around Decatur to develop for what they believed would be the Chicago of the South. That's another saying. If you go up to Decatur, you'll hear that a few times to describe this era, Decatur's big boom time. And they actually created something called New Decatur. This is a much later map that shows it as Albany. That was in at 1950 when the name changed to Albany. But we had two cities, the city of Old Decatur and the city of New Decatur. And New Decatur was laid out in a modern plan with a park system and a new water and sewage system. There was going to be an electric plant there and trolley lines and commuter rail. And some of this, a great deal of it actually came to pass. And they did actually sell a lot of real estate along the river to industries. And so a lot of these people who were pouring money into the success of Decatur at this time, actually in this year of 1887 to 1888, the population just quintupled, I think, went to from about 1,000 to about 5,000 or more. And so it really looked like a safe bet to pour money into Decatur. Decatur had a lot of advantages. You know, there was untapped timber. It was believed that there was petroleum there in the country. We also had, of course, the location on the Tennessee River and at the conjunction of two rail lines, the L&N and the Memphis and Charleston. So it was a very, very advantageous place for industry. So it just so happened that she had this land that she had to sell at this time when prices were very high. It was definitely a seller's market. And a man named Hiram Bond of New York City, who was a banker and an investor of the highest caliber, actually bought her land for $40,000, the Wilder Place, so it was called. And so because it was so uniquely situated on the waterfront there where industry would be located, he thought that was a safe bet. So Bond bought that. At some point, he sells it to Major E.C. Gordon of Limestone County. Gordon himself was a big New South man. You'll see him listed as on the board of directors for a lot of companies, Tennessee Coal and Iron, and also a lot of railroads. He ends up after this going on and building railroads out west. But Major Gordon is the person who owns the land when, unfortunately, the bottom falls out of the Decatur market, the bubble bursts, because we're faced with a yellow fever epidemic in 1888. So all the literature that they had been promoting, that this is such a healthful climate and it's so wonderful and everything's going to be great in Decatur, they begin to discover, well, you're also surrounded by swampland and subject to floods and all this. And so it's a good spot for malaria, typhoid, and yellow fever. So the market the bubble bursts. So Major Gordon and a lot of the other investors are left with a lot of land that hasn't been developed yet. So what are you going to do with this? Well, like I said, Lelia knew what she was doing and she was in the right place at the right time. Whether she was just very good friends with Major Gordon and the other directors, we don't know. But I know that she actually was able to buy a lot of the land back from Major Gordon. The deed says for $1. So we're not sure what other things may have transpired there. She buys another tract of it for $10,000. But basically what happens, to make a long story short, she sold for $40,000 and bought it back for $10,000. And so, a lot of people would have, said, this is great. This is a great opportunity. I'm going to go live the rest of my days on the coast or whatever. But she wasn't that type of person, and she wanted to actually turn this farm around. So she begins to pour funding back into the Wilder Place, as it's called. It's still called by some of the old timers the Wilder Place. And even though Charles Rollin Wilder didn't really own it for a very long time, but she actually did. She started to modernize the farm. She, let's see, let me go on to the next file there so you can see. Yeah, here's a map of the Decatur Land Improvement and Furnace Company's developments in and around Decatur. And her lands would have been situated right off the map here. This is Major E.C. Gordon that I was discussing. But yeah, so she, Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention also when her mother died, when Lillia's mother died in 1888, she inherited Dr. Cantwell's real estate holdings as well. So she's sitting pretty in Decatur at the time, including the old State Bank building. But at any rate, so she's left with this campaign to modernize the farm. She's paying attention to what Dr. Carver's writing. She's doing the crop rotation. She's buying modern cultivators. She's fertilizing. She's doing all the things that you should do. And she also is a great proponent of education and learning about the most modern methods. She is very big on cotton cultivation, as most of her peers were, that cotton pays the bills. So although they were raising lots of other crops on the plantation, it was certainly mostly cotton. Now, the thing that she begins to gain a real notoriety for is her relationship with her tenants, who at this time were almost exclusively African American. She has about 160 people living on the plantation at the time. And she is sought after because she does gain success. She doesn't have a lot of turnover. A lot of her contemporaries are complaining about it's difficult to keep workers. It's difficult. They're attracted by the wages in the cities. They go other places. What is it that you do that's different? And basically, it seems to me that it just on a very general level, she treats them with respect and gives them sort of what they're due. She doesn't cheat them, at least not where I could see. Her views, it's very, there's an article in the Salt Lake Herald in August of 1906 where she's traveling through Salt Lake City, Utah, and they interview her. And she's explaining how she relates to her tenants. And she does speak in a lot of terms that would be, considered racist today. But, as we know, if anyone who studied the Progressive era, that's not uncommon. But she does, she is friends with Booker T. Washington. She's friends with a lot of the more prominent Black families. And basically, to put it in shorthand, she believes that whatever shortcomings she believes that her tenants have, she believes that's because they're so shortly removed from the institution of slavery. She does not believe there's any genetic shortcomings in African Americans, that it's actually just because they're so close to the institution of slavery and that they have to learn to stand on their own. So she's very much in that model of Booker T. Washington, the colony movement in the South. And she believes that, with education, these people are going to be every bit as productive as anybody else. One of the interesting things in this article, and I wanted to try to read you this, was it's interesting that she mentions Herschel Vivian Cashin. I don't know if any of you are aware of the Cashin family in North Alabama. Some of them are in Huntsville as well, but they're an African-American family who's very highly connected. Herschel Vivian Cashin is actually the director of the Federal Land Office and a receiver of public monies. So, but she quotes him in this. She says, speaking of Dr. Cashin, she says, he's one of the ablest Negroes in the state. He believes that this is only a reaction from slavery, that freedom affects a Negro just as a white man would be affected by suddenly coming into a vast fortune. He's spendthrift with his money and his freedom. Cashin believes that another generation will settle down to the serious task of life and be more industrious and better citizens. So, it's sort of a backhanded compliment in a way, but I think she's, in a way, she's saying that they just have to find their way. And with a little help, they will. And the main thing that she does, one reason that she says that they stick with her is because she pays very good attention to their school. She built a school for her tenants' children there, and she always made sure she got a good instructor. She was very particular about that. And she actually quotes several times some of the educators who talk about the eagerness of these children. And she says that she's spoken to a lot of her tenants, and it's important for them, especially to parents who could not read or write, that their children could. And she said that this is an inducement for them to actually stay. on her land. Furthermore, she does run a commissary store on a plantation, as many people who worked under the sharecropping system did. But she was very careful. Of course, it sounds like a busybody into everybody's business, but she was very careful to look over the account books. And when she saw a tenant was spending an unreasonable amount buying things that maybe she knew they would not be able to afford, she would go and personally speak to them and say, your money's not going to last. And she would do this. And again, she's telling people about this. So, I mean, I guess it could be embarrassing for some of these folks, but at the same time, at the end of the year, her sharecroppers actually see some money at the end of the year, whereas a lot of sharecroppers across the South were caught in an endless cycle of debt because they owed more at the end of the year than what they could pay for. So it's just very interesting to see her views on race and on the politics of the day, and her optimism. Well, she does go on. Let me see here. Okay, yeah. So this is a little bit about okay. Actually, should have shown you this earlier, but this is a photograph of Lelia from this era, when she was featured in Leslie's Weekly as the Cotton Queen of Alabama. So she's getting stories written about her in Leslie's Weekly and Harper's, in the New York Times, Chicago newspapers. This is a famous postcard. These pop up from now and again. And as you see, it says Negro Cabin, Wilder Plantation, New Decatur, Alabama. And there are a number of these that show sort of scenes of life, because this plantation is that famous now that's actually appearing on postcards. And she's sort of held up as a model of how to treat workers and how to retain them. Excuse me. Okay, yeah. So she has a great amount of success. She has record yields. She gets a lot of the first bale of cotton, which is a big deal. She brings in, and they take her picture, and she's gotten the first bale of cotton. And she's a great self-promoter. She takes every one of these little victories and makes sure everybody knows about it. She never turns down an interview. She's always on the move, and she looks for little causes to latch on to. And one of these is she raises money for a silver set for the USS Alabama, the battleship. When the Great White Fleet and all this. She wants to make sure that everyone knows that Alabama is going to grace the ship that bears her name. She gets school children everywhere to raise little pennies and things for this project. She also is Alabama's representative to the Paris Exposition. So that's a big feather in her cap. She's just always looking for ways to represent the state and to insinuate herself as a representative of the state. So she's, like I said, she did not need a PR person. She was her own PR person. And in 1910, one of her more important promotional ideas is that she leverages her friendship with Senator John Bankhead to persuade the U.S. Department of Agriculture to set up a demonstration station on her farm. And so they would have monthly demonstrations for the local farmers, both black and white, I believe, that would show modern methods of farming, and also teaching the homemakers on these farms different things like canning and making mattresses and things like this. So she's actually gets a lot of notoriety for this as well. And her demonstration hog farm, which was started in 1911, was the first of its kind in the United States. Now, these early programs actually provide models for a lot of the future agricultural extension programs in the state. So she's very important in this regard as well. So she's as busy as she is, and with her world travels and everything, you wouldn't think she would have time for romance, and no one else thought she did either. And then all of a sudden, in 1912, she elopes with Wallace B. Edmondson, Colonel Edmondson, who's from a wealthy Tennessee family. It shocked everyone. Their families didn't know anything about it. Nobody in Decatur knew anything about it. They didn't even know they were seeing each other. He was supposed to be visiting relatives in Oklahoma, and she was going up to New York City on business. In fact, they both went to New York City, were married there, and went on a cruise to London afterwards. So that's the photograph from their passport at this time. But Mr. Edmondson had moved there into Decatur in 1904. He was a state manager for the American Central Life Insurance Company. And he's a little long in the tooth, but and I think a lot of his family, one reason they may have kept this secret was she knew that his family did not approve. She was not known as this very much of a ladylike lady, I think. And Colonel Edmondson was definitely very, very old South. And I think that may have had something to do with it. I know that to this day, some of the Edmondson family descendants still don't speak very highly of Lelia. So I don't know. I don't know the full story there. This is their home over here. This is the so-called Wilder place. This photograph was actually provided to us from a family that came from one of the white tenants. About 1915, we see white families moving to be tenants on the Wilder farm as well. And this was from a family named Hardin Hughes, who later himself became successful in real estate in Decatur. But this shows you the home. It was built, we think, about 1846. So it was, a very important house there. And too bad it's not around, but I'll tell you a little more about that later. So they host a lot of parties there. Mr. Edmondson doesn't seem to be doing too much. He retires in 1918. In a 1938 report of the Citizens Historical Association states that his hobbies included playing stud poker and breeding hogs. So he's just not doing, he's leaving all the business to his wife. According to Lelia's obituary, in 1920, when the price of cotton was down to 10 cents a pound in this country, Mrs. Edmondson went to Europe and sold 400 bales of cotton in Italy at 40 cents a pound. So this is the kind of thing that she would do, get the idea to do it. She also, in 1916, this is interesting, allowed a motion picture to be filmed on her farm. So I don't know what it is. That's the only reference we see to it in one of the newspapers. But so many of those have been lost to history anyway. But it's just interesting the different things that she had going on. Whatever was new and modern, she wanted to be a part of it. She had a flying circus perform. In the very early days of aviation, performed on the farm, and everyone from Decatur came out to the farm to see this the barnstormers and the flying circus with the old biplanes and such. So anyway, interesting stuff about Lelia and her life on the farm. But of course, we know her best today as a politician. Now, it's interesting. I heard it was wonderful. I heard a little bit of Scotty's talk in the gallery upstairs about women's suffrage here in Alabama. And Decatur actually had quite a prestigious record in that regard. A few years earlier, in the 1890s, Ella Hildreth of Decatur had established one of the very first women's suffrage clubs in the state. And she also had Susan B. Anthony and Carrie Chapman Catt to come speak there. So Decatur had this core of women who were active in thinking along these lines, women's rights. Of course, we had the flip side of that, the women who wanted to keep women out of politics and were afraid that it would lead to African-American voting rights. So there were a lot of activity there in Decatur, but there was this core group that was definitely for women's suffrage. Now, Lelia actually was a little bit ambivalent on that to begin with. And in 1899, as a matter of fact, she actually claimed in a New York Post interview not to be interested in the suffrage fight. Quote, she said, "No, I'm not a suffragist or a club woman. I haven't time for clubs, and I can always find 2 or 3 men who will vote for me." So that just shows you a little bit of how she looked at things. But again, how much of this is what she really thinks and how much is this public persona that she's built up? But we know that she definitely changed her position rather strongly after the passage of the 19th Amendment, if not before, because she becomes one of the founders of the Morgan County League of Women Voters in 1920. And from that point on, she's extremely active in politics. So much so that in 1922, she decides to run for Congress. She's one of 11 across the nation and the only one in Alabama. She's running against Edward B. Allman, who's the incumbent there in the 8th District, for the Democratic nomination, which of course in Alabama at that time was the election. So she curiously enough does not mention women's rights in her campaign that I've been able to find. She talks about being a farmer for the farmers. So she's going for the brass ring. This is not a novelty to her. She thinks she can speak directly to North Alabama farmers, and she's got the record. You know, she's built up this reputation over time that she is a successful farmer, and what she has to say is worth listening to. She gets involved in the executive committee of the National Farmers Union. And so she becomes very well known. And it's interesting, you know, some of the causes the Farmers Union has been associated with, that she would go on with that. You know, they actually, I know the Farmers Union was in favor of the direct election of senators, in favor of women's rights and suffrage, the Federal Farm Loan Act. So all these things are things that she's advocating for in her campaign. And she says Edward B. Allman, he's from a rich Lawrence County family. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He never worked a day in his life. Of course, I don't know how much she actually worked. I mean, she told people what to do, but anyway, but she did certainly know the ins and outs of running a farm. And it seems to have gone pretty far for her. You know, she talks about good roads, fertilizer, river navigation, easier credit for farmers. And there's a lot of press at her speeches when she goes around and speaks in North Alabama. In the end, she does lose by 3,204 to 1,070. But even that is a victory for her because Allman said he was going to easily beat her by a margin of 8-1. So, you know, it was a real campaign. And in fact, I've found a few precincts, even within Morgan County, where she took the precinct. She actually beat Allman in some of these. So pretty good for the first election that a woman ran in for Congress in Alabama. But she doesn't just leave it there. She stays involved in politics. Like I said, she was in the Farmers Union. She was on their executive committee. And in that regard, she goes in 1924 to Washington, D.C. to speak on behalf of Henry Ford's plan for the Wilson Dam. A lot of you are aware of this, the Ford City plan. Basically, Wilson Dam had been started during World War I to produce nitrates for the war effort for gunpowder. And Ford says he can turn it around and produce fertilizer for farmers. And this is really a big part of why Lelia is interested in it. For all I know, she also had some land there in the Muscle Shoals area, which she very well may have, knowing her. But I don't have that evidence. But anyway, of course, Ford has bragged that he would have 1 million jobs in a city 75 miles long. And so a lot of people this is appealing to a lot of farmers, especially in North Alabama, who want to see this land developed and want to see the Tennessee River tamed and get this cheap fertilizer. So she goes to Washington and she's in the Senate hearings. The main person who's against this in the Senate is Senator George Norris of Nebraska. He eventually is the person who pretty much gets this bill killed. But George Norris, excuse me just a second. So he's questioning her one day in the hearing in the committee room. And she says, well, I know that you said that you would support this plan. He said, I've never done any such thing. She says, well, don't you remember you were in the Shoals and there was, and someone said, what's it going to take you to support the Ford plan? And he said, how about a kiss from one of these girls? Just a lighthearted. And sure enough, one of these pretty high school girls, gets up and kisses him on the cheek. And she brings this story up in the committee meeting, and Senator Norris is not pleased. He turns red-faced and blusters and says, "Well, how dare you impugn my honor," or whatever. And he goes on and on about this and makes quite a fool of himself. And so for the next few days, he's the laughingstock of Washington. Everyone's, you want to kiss George and all this stuff. So he was not a fan of Mrs. Edmondson's. Anyway, he does end up killing that bell. Doesn't happen. And it's all probably for the best because, of course, we know TVA starts a few years later. But that actually leads us sort of to the next chapter in her life. And this picture, by the way, this just says it all as far as I'll give a quick note about this photograph. It actually came to us from the files of one of the Birmingham newspapers. They didn't know who it was. It was just stuck in a file that said Morgan County. And for years it was misidentified. And actually, when I took one look at her, having seen the photographs of her and seeing her posing with the cotton, I said, that's Mrs. Edmondson. And the face is, I didn't, and just her posture here, she's in charge. She doesn't care what you think. It's just, it just says it all about her character. But she changed gears. She didn't have any hurt feelings about the end of the Ford plan. And when FDR comes into office and begins promoting the New Deal, she's all for it. And even the TVA, she ends up losing a good portion of her lands. They're appropriated about somewhere between a third and half of her lands are taken by TVA at that time. But she's sort of beginning to contract the farming game anyway. She's selling pieces of the land off, but she gladly does it. She's a supporter of FDR's. And she actually also, she reduces her cotton acreage voluntarily in 1933 when they want farmers to reduce this so the prices can raise during the Depression. She does that without complaining about it at all. She goes from 700 acres to 340 acres in cultivation. It also probably helps that Henry Wallace was her cousin. Henry Wallace's father, Henry Wallace's grandmother was a Cantwell, just like Lelia's mother was a Cantwell. And so they had the same roots back there. And actually, Henry Wallace, while he's Secretary of Agriculture, does come and visit Lelia Seton Wilder and Edmondson at their home. And he talks about how wonderful the demonstration farm is there. And she's constantly lobbying him for for the different help, for different things that they can do for the farmers and continuing the agricultural extension classes. But she does, like I said, she continues to be a booster for the area. When, of course, I'm sure it helped her as well. When Wolverine Tube comes to Decatur, this is a division of Calumet and Hecla that made copper tubing. She doesn't really play hardball with them because she wants them to build the plant and have jobs there for the people in Decatur. Colonel Edmondson dies in 1938, and by all accounts, even though we don't know much about him, this broke her heart truly. Most people, including the folks I said who were tenants of hers, said that that's when she started taking to drinking, and she took to drink quite a bit and just really sort of lost a lot of her interest in a lot of the affairs there. She does give she gives the old state bank to the city of Decatur. Excuse me, she gives it to the American Legion, and the Legion later on gives it to the city of Decatur. But so that's another wonderful thing, another bequest that she did for the city. But in 1943, she is, the story I heard, of course, it's not in the newspaper. This is the story I heard from these tenants, said that she was drinking in bed and she had a cigarette and set fire to a rug in the room, and she had to be rescued through the second story window brought out. So a lot of the things that we would love to have to know more about her life, a lot of her papers were destroyed in that fire. She survived, but she did lose a lot in that fire. But she did pass away in 1948. She left a lot of money to the Episcopal Church there in Decatur and to the state organization of the Episcopal Church. So no children. So there's no one really to carry on her memory. You know, she didn't have a child like how Joe Wheeler had Annie Wheeler to make sure everything got named after him. There's not really, it's very shortly after, they changed that name of Lelia Cantwell Seton Hall of the old State Bank. It was just called the Old Bank. So really, there's nothing really to tell you, Indicator, other than two streets. There's one called Seton Avenue, and there's another one called Cleo, which was another person that was in her family. There was a street called Horton, but it's actually been, it's no longer, it's been vacated and renamed. But so anyway, that's why we don't know much about her. But I'm glad to have this opportunity to tell y'all a little bit about her story. And I'm told that I can write an article about this for Alabama Heritage. So keep a lookout for that. And anyway, hopefully we'll have a few more tidbits and a few more photographs and some things about her as well. So that's my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Mr. Ellis. And thanking, and as you said, we have time for questions. This is both for our in-person audience. If you want to raise your hand, I can bring you the microphone, but also to our virtual audience. If you have any questions, you can post them in the comments and they'll come to my phone, so I'll be able to ask them for you. So are there any questions? I know you mentioned that her home is no longer there, so there's not even kind of that to kind of commemorate her. So how would you suggest that we try to commemorate her?
Well, there are some public and semi-public lands that are on her old land, so I'd love to at least get some kind of a marker or something there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think any number of causes in agriculture or women's issues, you certainly could honor her in that way. But I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. But I think there are several places where we could probably put a marker up that would be appropriate for her.
This guy here had a question. I'm going to bring him the microphone so our live streamers can hear his question.
Hey, John.
Hey, Scotty.
Wondering about the Farmers Union board. Was she the only woman on that board at the time?
I think she may have been, but I do know that the Farmers Union actually, they were very progressive in that regard. They had a lot of women who were elected to office, but I think she may have been the only woman on the board at that time. I know that they certainly, one thing that's interesting about the Farmers Union, and I have to say I didn't know a lot about them. I knew about the Grange and some of these predecessor unions, but the National Farmers Union, which is still around today, they did not have a women's auxiliary. They just, women were members. And so that may have been what attracted her to the organization to begin with too. So, but yeah, I'll check up on that for the article.
We have another question here at the back.
How old was she when she died?
How old was she when she died? I think she was about, how old was she? I'd have to do the math. She's about 80. She had a pretty good long life. Let's see. Anyway. But yeah, it cut short, obviously, from, drinking a little bit, from what I understand. Karen?
Here's another in the back. Hey, John.
Hey.
You discussed a lot about like the race relations and how good she was with her tenants and stuff, but it never seemed like she ran up on opposition when it came to the men in that city. Like men in that city often would chafe over, a woman having as much power as she managed to have.
Yeah.
How did she skirt that? Like that seems
that's a really
suspiciously good.
Yeah, it really does. And I don't have an easy answer for that. I think that just the strength of her personality, she's like a force of nature, apparently. And maybe she had some dirt on some of these people. I don't know. But she really, no, that's a good question. Of course, when she marries Colonel Edmondson, he's very well respected, but she's doing a lot of this stuff before as Mrs. Wilder, and she's not even a native. She's from Ohio, for crying out loud. And her uncle was a member of the Union League. So I mean, a lot of the I don't think she's getting invited to any UDC parties. This is one thing that I really see that is interesting about her and is worth pursuing, but it's just not written about a lot. I would love to see if there's something else there. She definitely seems to me like sort of an outsider. She does not, she's not in those little cliques. She's not a member, even though she's in the women's, she's in the League of Women Voters by 1920, but she's not in the benevolent society that built the hospitals. She's not in a lot of the clubs. Like she said, she's not a club woman. She says that very prominently, like I don't have time for clubs. So as the women of the time, a lot of the society women of the time would take that as a deliberate snub. So yeah, in the men, I don't know. The only thing I can say is that, because of her success as a farmer and because of her contacts with political leaders that she had cultivated over the years, I think they just maybe they were afraid to butt up against her. And she also knew how to read those situations, like she's saying, oh, I don't, back when suffrage is a real fight, she's not in the fight. She waits until after women actually are granted the right to vote to really double down on some of these issues. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think she's just wily and savvy and just knows how to work a lot of these political situations to her advantage, but I don't know. That's a good question.
All right. Well, thank you so much for telling us about Mrs. Edmondson. And thank you to everyone for joining us both here and virtually. And I look forward to seeing you all on March 29th for our book talk.
Hello. Welcome to my TED Talk. I feel actually, it's the last thing I should be doing. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming out. I know we're just starting to do in-person events, and I probably could have talked my way into doing this virtually, but it's so much more fun and gratifying to do it in person. So thank you for being here. Although thank those of you too also who are watching it through the streaming service. Okay, so when people ask me what this book is about, I often say that it is family biography as regional history. That is through the exploits of 3 generations of one family. I attempt to tell the history of the economic, social, cultural, and political development of Alabama and the larger South, from the end of the Civil War to the end of World War II. If you point to any significant development during that period, if you just dig a little bit, you're going to find Bankhead fingerprints. The Bankheads are what I would call the South's most powerful, important, but ultimately forgotten political family. And we can maybe talk a little bit later about why so many people don't know who they are. Their name graces places and spaces across Alabama, the Bankhead National Forest, Bankhead Tunnel, Bankhead Lake, Bankhead Highway, but few people could tell you about the people who made those things possible. Once when I was describing my project to somebody and the accomplishments of the family, they had this sort of aha moment. And they said, oh, the Bankheads are the Kennedys of the South. And I said, you have it exactly backwards. The Kennedys were the Bankheads of the North. So my talk today, I'm going to try to do 2 things. The first is to kind of give you the high points of the book and really to talk about their influence, right? An influence that stretched, really past the end of the Civil War, or past the end of World War II, but that's pretty much where I'm going to stop. But I also want to talk about their relationships with each other, right? At the end of the day, this is also a book about a family. Okay, I guess I have a pointer here. Right? So why were the Bankheads so influential? Well, a Bankhead, sometimes several Bankheads simultaneously occupied state or national political office almost continuously from the end of the Civil War until the end of World War II. And as you see here, I do focus on 5 Bankheads. John Bankhead Sr., his sons, John Jr. and William, his daughter Marie, and to a much lesser degree, because this is ultimately a book about Alabama, his granddaughter Tallulah. John Sr. served in the Civil War. He was in the state legislature during Reconstruction. He was warden of the state prison. He served as a congressman for 20 years, and then as a United States Senator from 1907 until his death in 1920. And he was the last surviving Confederate soldier to serve in the United States Senate. His oldest son, John Jr., served briefly as a state legislator as a young man, but later was elected to the Senate in 1930 as a much older man, and he held that position until his death in 1946. Second son, William, was elected to Congress in 1916, where he stayed until he died. He ascended the ranks of Democratic Party leadership, and he was elected Speaker of the House during Roosevelt's second term in 1936. Daughter Marie Bankhead Owen became director of this institution, the Alabama Department of Archives and History, in 1920, following the untimely death of her husband, Tom Owen, who had founded the archives. She was the first woman to run a state agency, and she did so for 35 years. Much of the Bankhead's impact came in the form of public policy. Thus, politics serves as this book's narrative spine. Over the course of 2 generations, they were instrumental in expanding the reach of the federal government to aid Southern economic development. John Bankhead Sr.'s time in national office, first as a member of Congress and then as a senator, coincided with the period historians call the New South. This was an era marked by rapid industrialization and urbanization, particularly the growth of interior cities like Atlanta and Birmingham. And it was a time in which the connection of the relatively isolated South with the economic life of the nation was critically important. Although most Southerners, black and white, would continue to make their living from the land until the end of World War II, thousands of men and women across the state and region abandoned the farms during this period. They left for the textile mills, the lumber camps, and the coal mines that sprouted up across the region at the end of the 20th century. In order to become industrial or urban, you needed transportation networks, and Alabama and the South were relatively poorly served. Now, we live in a time in which every week is Infrastructure Week, and support for infrastructure is universally accepted as a federal responsibility. Outlays for infrastructure are in the trillions of dollars, and while we may argue about the cost, few would dispute that it is an important federal priority, but this wasn't always the case. And the individual most responsible for making infrastructure development a federal responsibility, as opposed to a state or local responsibility, was John Bankhead Sr. When John Bankhead entered Congress in 1886 as representative of Alabama's 6th district, let me show you his, pointer. So the 6th district, basically is right around here, right? When he entered it, it was possible to walk across the Black Warrior River, which, let me return to my map again. The Black Warrior, you can see over here, right? It reaches up into the coal region, connects with the Tombigbee, and then makes its way, of course, down to the Port of Mobile. It was possible to walk across it. This is a 293 long tributary of the Tombigbee, again, reaches into the rich Warrior coal fields. But in the 1880s, when John Bankhead takes office, it's unnavigable. The river was shallow, it was crooked, cursed with numerous obstructions, and goods could only be shipped down the river in times of high water. And even then, roughly 1 in 8 boats never reached their destination. If going down the river was perilous, going upriver was almost impossible. And so when John Bankhead comes into office, he's determined that he's going to develop the coal region, right? But that's not going to happen if the Black Warrior River doesn't become a true working river. If properly improved, it would provide a crucial link between the coal fields and the Port of Mobile, and perhaps Alabama's industrial future would be secured. But that requires money, right? Lots of it. Several attempts were made to develop the river using private capital, but those attempts ended in failure. And Alabama's constitution forbid the use of state money for infrastructure projects. So determined to develop what he called nature's highways, John Bankhead set his sights on acquiring federal funds. But there was a problem. John Bankhead was a Democrat, and the Democrats were the minority party during much of his years in the House. Nevertheless, by the time he left the House in 1907, he had acquired the reputation as, in the words of one journalist, quote, the greatest procurer of pork for his district who ever strayed north of the Mason-Dixon line. He was, as another journalist put it, a getter. So how did he become a getter as a member of the minority party? Well, he did this by building relationships. He reveled in his role as a legislator. He was an imposing man. He was over 6 feet tall at a time when that was, quite extraordinary. He was affable. He was blessed with what one journalist called a jovial disposition. He was very well liked. And he said there was nothing that couldn't be solved in the haze of a good cigar and a glass of bourbon. And he partook of both often. And in the committee rooms and offices of Capitol Hill was where he did his work. He was not a speech maker and did not take to the floor often. Republican President Warren Harding and Republican Senator Henry Cabot Lodge praised his trustworthiness, his good sense, and his abundance of personal charm. And so he secured funding for the development of the Black Warrior and other projects in Alabama by cultivating important relationships with Republicans, particularly those from the developing Western states who had their own water issues. Ultimately, he secured over $15 million, which in today's dollars is about $600 million, to create the elaborate lock and dam system that made the Black Warrior a true working river. And in his honor, the final lock, which is Lock 17, was at the time created Bankhead Lake, which of course they named after him. And at the time, it was the biggest engineering project undertaken to date in the country. But John Bankhead's greatest achievement was as the author of the Federal Aid Road Act of 1916, which is the first piece of legislation to provide a funnel of federal funding for the creation of highways. Now, the state of roads in early 20th century Alabama was beyond pitiful. There was no system. There also, really weren't many cars. Existing roads had grown organically out of animal paths, Native American hunting and trading trails, or in some very limited cases by the military. They were rough, rutted, overgrown with vegetation, poorly engineered, and impassable during heavy rains. And they were a county responsibility. Existing roads were maintained by the male citizens in the individual counties. All men ages 18 to 45 had to work up to 10 days per year on road creation and maintenance. It was not a terribly efficient or effective system. It took a really long time. Now, he wasn't the only person interested in getting federal money for roads. Between 1903 and 1916, hundreds of bills were introduced, but none of them got any traction until his finally did. Right, he's able to break the legislative and constitutional logjam, again, through persistence, patience, and creativity. His piece of legislation appropriates $75 million over 5 years. And it's impossible to overstate how revolutionary this program was. Not only did it accelerate the creation of roads across the nation, especially at a time when roads were needed. This is just prior to America's entrance into World War I, and we need several transportation networks for mobilization. Within a few years, appropriation for roads dwarfed every other type of appropriation from federal to state altogether. It also sets a precedent of federal oversight. You couldn't just build roads willy-nilly. You had to create a bureau, right? There had to be a state agency. There had to be certain types of material used. You had to make sure it connected with different things. You just couldn't slap them down wherever you want. Okay. So again, this is something that we now take for granted, but again, it took patience, it took ingenuity, It took persistence, and probably this accomplishment more than any other, I think, really defined John Bankhead's skill and his legislative prowess, and of course, his indispensable contribution to the development of Alabama and the South. Moving on to his sons, right? Congressman William Bankhead and Senator John Bankhead Jr. became a formidable legislative team during the New Deal years and sort of continued their father's, practice, right, of getting federal money for Southern development. John Jr. was recognized as the foremost spokesman for the cotton economy, and he became President Roosevelt's chief agricultural advocate in the Senate in the 1930s. He was instrumental in constructing an agricultural support system that cemented farmers' dependence on the federal government for the remainder of the 20th century. He also offered one of the era's most radical endeavors to address the systemic problem of tenancy and rural poverty. Will Bankhead, like I said earlier, his claim to fame was leadership. He first was chairman of the Rules Committee, and during the hectic days of the early New Deal, often called, right, Roosevelt's 100 days, it was Will Bankhead who basically established the rules for considering pieces of legislation. And essentially he said there's going to be no debate, there aren't going to be any amendments, we just have to get this through. And he can do that because he's been in Congress since 1916. And one thing that his father told him, he said, learn the rules. Right, learn the rules. Will Bankhead spends his early years as a Democrat in a Republican Congress, right? If you're going to get anything done, you have to learn the rules. You have to learn how to find compromise. And then finally, when the Democrats are in power, this is Will Bankhead's sort of time to shine. As majority leader, and then finally as speaker, did I just do something? Sorry. And then finally, as speaker, during Roosevelt's tempestuous second term, Will deployed his personal charisma, considerable political skills to keep the often unruly Democratic majority together and focused. We hear a lot today about, right, especially in the Senate, how narrow the majority is and how difficult that is. He speaks frequently, Will Bankhead does, about having an unwieldy majority, because if you have a really big majority, people feel free to break into factions. And he worried about that constantly. And in fact, I think it had ultimately had an impact on his physical health. That Roosevelt was able to accomplish anything during his second term. Again, nobody knew he was going to run for a third term. That's something that only we know. People saw him as a lame duck. They didn't feel like they need to give him anything. The fact that he did have some meaningful accomplishments, I think, is largely due to Will Bankhead's leadership in keeping that majority together. If harnessing the power and funds of the federal government for Southern advantage was a critical component of the Bankhead South, so too was the oppression of African Americans, as well as their exclusion from the benefits of federal intervention. In their various political positions or public positions, John Hollis Bankhead Sr. and his son John Jr. in particular contributed significantly to the economic marginalization, social deprivation, and political disfranchisement of the state's Black citizens. The son of a slaveholder and soldier for the Confederate States of America, John Hollis Bankhead returned to Alabama in 1865, determined to limit the revolutionary potential of Reconstruction. As state senator, John Sr. voted against the ratification of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, and the 14th Amendment, which established federal citizenship for all born in the United States. As warden of the state prison, it was John Sr. who engineered the expansion of the convict lease, wedding its expansion to the state's budding coal industry, providing the industry with a steady stream of cheap labor and the state with a lucrative revenue stream, while consigning thousands of mostly Black convicts convicted of petty crimes to a miserable and deadly existence underground. Now, the father's adherence to white supremacy was transmitted to the sons. As a young state legislator, John Jr. crafted legislation that put into effect the various voting obstacles that strip most Black male citizens of their voting rights. And then as members of the US Congress and the Senate respectively, Will and John were instrumental in placing New Deal work and relief measures within what one historian has called a Southern cage. As a powerful bloc within the Democratic majority, Southern members of Congress designed New Deal programs and benefits in a way that blunted their revolutionary potential by ensuring that they were funneled primarily to white recipients. The Bankheads' political power was reinforced by their ability to shape Southern culture, convincing the coal miner, the textile worker, and the small farmer of the wisdom and legitimacy of the traditional white ruling class, of whom the Bankheads are prominent members, was a complex proposition. And it involved the dissemination of a particular set of ideas about race, about class, and about history that shored up the elite's claims to cultural and political hegemony. In both the political and cultural efforts to secure white supremacy and affirm the superiority of the traditional ruling class, of which, again, the Bankheads were prominent members, the family played a critical role. Marie Bankhead Owen led this effort, first through her club and literary work, but more powerfully during her 30-plus year reign as director of the Alabama Department of Archives and History. Marie used her position as head of the state's most influential historical and cultural agency to promote a particular history of the story of Alabama. She romanticized the antebellum era and rural life generally. She legitimized secession. She heralded the heroism of the Confederate soldier, minimized contributions of poor whites, and all but erased any contribution of African Americans entirely from the history of the state. She also wrote really, really terrible fiction, which I encourage you to read if you have a spare moment. It's so bad that often, she has African American characters. Sometimes she doesn't give them new names. She just kind of recycles old names, which, shows you she really did not often see African Americans as individuals. And that's reflected in her terrible fiction. Now, because this is a book about the South, the movements of the most famous Bankhead, actress Tallulah, who of course is William's daughter, play a much smaller role than those of her elders. Tallulah Bankhead left Alabama in 1917 to chase fame and fortune in New York at the tender age of 15. 5 years later, she booked passage to London, where she would remain until 1931. Tallulah's theatrical star rose in concert with the new cultural trends. Just as her grandfather, father, and uncle shaped the political world to bring economic benefits that helped to craft a more modern South, Tallulah embodied the energy and possibilities of the new woman. And if people like to talk about Zelda Fitzgerald as the epitome of the new woman, I will fight them because I think it's Tallulah, right? Tallulah, makes her way. I mean, she has a lot of help from her family, but she establishes an independent career on her own, living on her own at a very young age. But of course, she's in London. Although she does return to the United States in 1931, she never again lived in Alabama, and she rarely visited. For Tallulah, returning to life in Alabama was synonymous with failure. Nevertheless, Alabamians claimed Tallulah Bankhead as their own, and she often declared herself a daughter of the South. Celebrity status provided Tallulah a voice and cultural capital, distinct from the more traditional political power wielded by her family. Still, she didn't often shy away from converting her fame into other kinds of power when it suited her. Likewise, the Bankhead men leveraged Tallulah's stardom to confer upon their dynastic political power a certain royal gloss and kind of used each other. Coverage of Tallulah frequently referenced her political bloodlines, while stories about her father, Will Bankhead, highlighted the activities of his famous daughter. Unofficial guardian of the Bankhead legacy, Marie kept close tabs on her niece, often asking her for money, seeking a job, but always concerned about Tallulah's image because of how it reflected on the family. And she's always looking for ways to leverage Tallulah's public persona to the advantage of the Bankhead name. Conversely, she also moves quickly and sometimes ridiculously to tamp down negative press on Tallulah. And as you know, Tallulah's pretty outrageous. Marie is constantly clutching her pearls at the things that Tallulah does, but she also, I think, she's kind of jealous of Tallulah. Tallulah, I think, has the life and the freedom that she didn't quite have. And so they have a very complex relationship. Of course, Tallulah resists most of the efforts by her, much older aunt to direct her career, but she never rejects her entirely. And Tallulah strategically uses her southernness to her advantage when it suits her. Of course, as I mentioned, this isn't just a political story. It's not just a story of political power. It's also a story of a family, of the relationships between parents and children, grandparents and grandchildren, and between siblings, and how they grappled with success and failure, triumph and loss. And that's probably the hardest part of this book to write, because you can write about legislation, you can write about the impact of this act or another, but how do you give people, how do you flesh them out? How do you do them justice as fully actualized human beings? Some of them left more evidence of their interior lives than others. William Bankhead, the one who becomes Speaker of the House, is a diarist. So I have lots of diaries from him. Not, they only cover like a couple months, but you can see what he's thinking. And he talks about his feelings. Like, I've never seen a man born in the, last third of the 19th century who's so emotional. John Bankhead Jr., his brother, almost nothing. Marie, somewhere in between. But it sort of reminded me, as I was, kind of working on this book, I was reminded often, I kept it in my head, something that my daughter once said to me when she was 4. I had a TA who had a graduate student who had gone out to California, visited the Nixon Library, came back and brought me a mug that had Richard Nixon's face on it. And my 4-year-old daughter asked me, she's like, well, who is that? And so I thought, okay, here's my chance to teach her up, right? And so I said, well, he was the leader of our country. He did something that people didn't like and he had to be removed. And she looked at it and she said, he's somebody's granddaddy. And I said, you know what? Richard Nixon was somebody's granddaddy. And so, I kind of tried to keep that in mind as I was writing this book. John Bankhead Sr. was a staunch white supremacist, but he was also a devoted father and a loving grandfather. Will Bankhead was a suave and skilled Speaker of the House, beloved by Democrats and Republicans. He was also an alcoholic who neglected his children. Marie Bankhead Owen was a lost cause apologist who did everything in her considerable power to erase Black accomplishment from the historical record. She was also a mother who tragically lost her 5-year-old son. No relationship was more meaningful and poignant to me than the relationship between the brothers, John Jr. and William. And so I want to spend what's left of my time to talk about these two brothers who remain utterly devoted to each other throughout their entire lives. John Jr. was born in 1872. That's him also on the left. William, born 2 years later, 1874, and these men and boys were a study in opposites. John was the oldest son in a family of 5 siblings. He was his father's namesake, whether because of his inherent temperament, personality, or simply a matter of birth order and expectation, probably a combination. John became his father's right-hand man, and he became and remained ballast for the entire family. Much was expected of John. John was studious and methodical. He attended the University of Alabama, where he was president of his 39-member senior class. After graduating in 1891, he continued to Georgetown University to study law. He excelled in his coursework and was elected president of his class, the first student from a southern state to achieve such a distinction since the end of the Civil War. While in Washington, John Jr. served as a clerk for his congressman father. After graduation, he moved to Jasper and joined the law firm of Ezra Coleman. In 1894, John Jr. married Musa Hawkins, the only woman he had ever dated. John had met Musa when he was 14, and from the moment they met, he was determined that she would become his wife. While still a teen, his father had given him a pig to raise. John, when the pig had a litter, he sold the piglets and used the proceeds to buy her a ring. Later, when he became a working attorney, he used his fees from his first case to buy her a proper ring to replace the pig ring. In almost every conceivable way, Will was John's opposite. If John's life was marked from an early age by responsibility and duty, Will was simply beloved. Everybody loved him. His mother once told him when he was a small boy, and keep in mind, they've got Marie and there's another sister. Will is fourth. Right, there's 3 people older than he is. But when he was a small boy, he was a constant source of joy. They showered him with such affection that strangers would often ask if he was an only child. Sister Marie remembered him as a prankster. He followed John first to the University of Alabama and then to Georgetown. So he was, throughout his life, he is the younger brother. He continues to play that role even as they are older men. Like his brother, he was elected president of his class. Will did not possess John's focus and drive. He was kind of more like his dad, right? He was a people person. He was gregarious. He was affable. He was a joiner who craved new experiences. Where John was studious, methodical, and practical, Will was popular, emotional, and romantic. He was elected class orator at Alabama. He too had a love for the theater. He dreamed of a life in the theater, but his mother forbid it. Being in the theater, right, being an actor was not a reputable or respectable reputation. Also, while at Georgetown, where he also goes for law school, he worked in his father's congressional office. But he also did all the other things that you would expect a young man to do in the big city. He went to art galleries. He hung out at the police court. He attended different churches of a range of denominations. He went to the racetrack and bet on horses, and he dated lots and lots of different women. When time came to graduate from law school, Will had no idea what he wanted to do, but he knew one thing. He did not want to come back to Alabama. And he didn't want to practice law. After trying his hand at various ventures in New York City, he returned to Alabama, not to where his parents or brother lived, but he went to Huntsville, where he became a partner in a law firm. And he was bored. Reading his diary from this period is just like reading the law, the endless law. It's tedious today. I mean, this is a man who is not made for just studying the law. And then he met Ada Eugenia Sledge, who was conveniently engaged to another man. Will burned all the letters, much to my dismay, that he had received from other women. She broke off her engagement and they married after a brief courtship. 2 children, Eugenia and Tallulah, followed in fairly short order. But then tragedy struck. Jean died from an infection shortly after the birth of Tallulah. Will's father, mother, and sister took turns raising daughters Eugenia and Tallulah, and Will ended up leaving Huntsville and coming to join John's law practice in Jasper. John Jr. at this point assumes a heavy burden. He really, in many ways, was responsible for the family's financial well-being. He oversaw the family's business interests in coal mines. He helped Sister Marie financially, particularly after she was widowed. He served as his father's eyes and ears on the ground in Alabama as he moved from the House to the Senate. And he took care of Will, who is grieving, and he grieves for about 10 years. He struggles to get his life on track. John's dreams take a back seat. He always wanted to be a federal judge, but it never happens because he has all of these other things that he has to do. The relationship between the brothers remained fairly unequal during these years. John struggled, in his words, to, quote, keep Will's mind off sad things. Right? Will was depressed, and he self-medicated with alcohol. Eventually, Will acquired some equilibrium. He ran for Congress in 1914, but lost a very close race. John was once again there to lift him up, and eventually succeeded in redrawing Alabama's congressional map in a way that favored Will. Basically created a district for him. It also conveniently diluted the considerable Republican strength in every single Alabama district. So they created a district that Will could win, which he did in 1916. Unlike his father, Will was a natural orator, and he made his first speech shortly after being sworn in. The country had just entered World War I. Congress was debating whether to institute a draft, and there was strong opposition to the bill, and Will was torn as to how to vote. John ultimately convinced him to support the draft, which Will does after making a dramatic speech that's interrupted numerous times for applause. And this is something that continues throughout their lifetime. When there's an issue and Will's going to take to the floor, he writes to John about it. He gives him advice. They really are each other's best friends. A few days after making the speech, Will received a letter from John congratulating him on the success of his speech, but he wants details. Were you nervous? Right? How did you feel? Tell me everything all about it. So they always share their most significant achievements and their most significant losses with each other. In 1930, just as the Depression was taking hold, John Jr. was elected to the U.S. Senate. Although only a freshman senator, John immediately emerged as a very skillful legislator, laser focused on the problems of rural America, but really the cotton economy. Like I said, he was the chief architect of what became the Agricultural Adjustment Act. Over in the House, with the Democrats firmly in the majority, Will begins to climb the party leadership ladder. Again, he's highly regarded for his way with words, with his parliamentary procedure, his powers of persuasion. I mean, he has to be good because Roosevelt takes a lot of his patronage power away. A lot of the tools of previous speakers of the House are not available to Will, right? So he's just got to, in many ways, use his personal charisma, which is considerable. Journalists spoke of the Bankhead brothers, right? They were often talked about as a team. John would craft legislation, and Will would use his position to, ram it through the House. Will's life, though, continued to be defined by tragedy. Just as his party had gained the majority and he himself was poised to grasp real power, this is in the early 1930s, his body betrayed him. Will suffered at least 2 minor heart attacks by early 1933, but was felled by a major heart attack in 1935 that kept him away from Washington for a year. John did his best to protect his brother and to protect those issues that were important to him. He lied to the press frequently, saying that, he just had a cold, he had an attack of indigestion, right? The stories constantly changed, but Will was out of commission basically for a year. The Democrats nevertheless elected him first floor leader while he was laying in a hospital bed. Will did the best that he could to pass the president's agenda from his convalescence in Jasper, but he was frustrated and scared. And being Will Bankhead, he talked about that very, very openly, sharing his fears with his brother, who did his best to keep Will focused on his recovery. Again, when in 1936, Will is elected speaker. It's an achievement of a lifetime. But inside, he's panicking. He had already survived 3 heart attacks. How much more could his body take? The last 2 speakers had died in office. It was known quite openly as a killing job. And again, Will was speaker during Roosevelt's tumultuous second term, right? This is the term where he tries to pack the court. He goes and he campaigns against particularly obstreperous Southern Democrats, right? Members of his own party that he wants to get rid of. This is something that presidents didn't do, right? They were expected to kind of mind their own business and let, local politics kind of take care of themselves, right? So Roosevelt is really, there's a lot of grumbling and there's a growing sort of conservative opposition against him from his own party, many of them from the South. And it's Will's job to kind of keep things rolling. Again, the Democrats expanded their majority in 1936, which encouraged the development of factions. And the New Deal was running out of steam, right? International events are heating up, and domestic reform is beginning to take a back seat. And he constantly worries, am I up for this job? He writes about it in his diary. He expresses these fears to his brother. He feels very much that this could kill him. For a while, he's comforted by the fact that he and John live in adjoining apartments, and they do that so John can keep an eye on Will while in Washington. And he wrote frequently about how important it was to him that his brother was so close because he might, as in his words, crack up again. For John, watching his brother try to satisfy the president at the risk of his own health was agony. And I think this very much leads to a rift between John Jr. And the president. As 1940 approached, the question on everybody's mind was, of course, what's Franklin Roosevelt going to do, right? Is he going to run for an unprecedented third term? And the president was cagey. He didn't say anything, which of course freezes all of his competitors, who are, there are many of them, freezes them in place. Still, many men threw their hat into the ring, including Will Bankhead, who did not actively campaign for the nomination, but who allowed the Alabama delegation to gather support for his candidacy. He's incredibly popular. Lots of people like him. Will's position remained that, look, if Roosevelt decides he wants to run again, I'm out. But he did want to put himself forward as vice president. Much of the attraction of being vice president was that it was a much easier job than being speaker, right? He was thinking about his longevity, frankly, if he could survive. Well, Roosevelt waits until the very last minute to declare and accept his party's nomination, much to the annoyance of people at the convention who felt they'd kind of been played by Roosevelt. And they pretty much had. When time came to nominate a vice presidential candidate, and this is a time when, conventions still in many ways had that power. Will Bankhead emerged as an early favorite, but Roosevelt once again put his thumb on the scale and demanded that Henry Wallace, who was his Secretary of Agriculture, be nominated as his running mate. Roosevelt, probably quite appropriately thought Bankhead was too old and too sick. He was by this time, 66 years old, much older, a little bit older than Roosevelt, and of course, pretty weak. Bankhead refused to step aside. Which is extraordinary for him. He had done Roosevelt's bidding for a very, very long time, but he refuses to step aside. And there are a lot of delegates who are mad at Roosevelt, right? That once again, he's kind of telling them what to do. But Will simply couldn't overcome the demands of a popular president, right? There's a real exciting, vote counting. Bankhead comes in second, and Henry Wallace, Roosevelt gets what he wants. Henry Wallace is nominated. Will and John, who are good Democrats, send their congratulations to Wallace. But this is kind of it for John Jr., right? He's kind of done with Roosevelt in terms of his trust of the man. He was livid and remained that way over what he considered the president's shabby treatment of his little brother. Well, ever the good political soldier and definitely the party's best orator, Will agrees to campaign on behalf of Roosevelt. And this is going to begin with a speech in Baltimore in September. John begged him not to go. His wife begged him not to go. The secretary begged him not to go. It was hot, it was humid, and Will had had a very trying summer. But he ignored the advice. He called himself a good soldier in politics, and he traveled to Baltimore. But he never made the speech. On September 10, 1940, he suffered a ruptured abdominal aortic aneurysm, and he collapsed in his hotel room. He rallied briefly, and John, once again, is there to cover. He said there's no reason for alarm, everything's going to be fine. But Will suffered a second rupture and died on September 15th, 1940. He was 66 years old, and his brother was at his side. John Bankhead Jr., once a critical member of Roosevelt's inner circle on questions of agriculture, became increasingly estranged from Franklin Roosevelt. They engaged in many high-profile battles throughout World War II, and perhaps these battles were what they seemed on the surface, difference of policy. But it's also likely that John's differences with President Roosevelt were deeply personal, and that he held him partly responsible for the death of his beloved brother that he had spent a lifetime trying to protect. So I end the book in 1946 with the death of John Bankhead Jr. A year after the end of World War II, Alabama and the South stood at a crossroads. The one-party Democratic South, dominated by the cotton economy and a tiny white elite, a South the Bankheads had helped to create, was beginning to crumble. World War II unleashed powerful economic, social, and political forces that over the course of the next 20 years would render the Bankhead South, if not unrecognizable, at the very least, profoundly altered. So the death of the last bankhead in 1946 was not just the end of a political dynasty, but it was the end of an era. Thank you.
Frederickson. We have time for some questions. We also have time if you are online, you can put it in the comments and it'll come through to my phone. So we have a little bit of time. Anyone here wants to ask? Perfect. I'm going to come here so that our online audience can hear. I'm going to hand you the microphone.
I just wondered if the bankheads have any children, heirs, anyone living now?
Oh, there's Jasper and Walker County are crazy with bankheads. Yeah, there's a lot of bankheads left. Most of them live, I mean, a lot of them live out of state, but there's a lot of bankheads in Jasper and a lot of bankheads in Birmingham. And in fact, this book was, this project was initiated by a man named John Oliver, who was a longtime trustee at the University of Alabama, a banker from Jasper who was married to a bankhead. He was married to John Jr.'s granddaughter. So he came to the Department of History where I work and said, you know, I think this book might make a good project. And I knew a little bit. I knew about John Sr.'s work as warden, and I'm sure I mumbled something about his convict lease. But he said, you know what, warts and all. And so when I was working on this project, I would send him, anybody who wanted to read it, frankly, in the Bankhead Foundation, the family, I would send them chapters. Never, no complaints. I mean, there are people of their time. Right. And I guess what I try to do in this book is I try to, I'm not going to shy away from things that they did that, were harmful, but I don't think in that capacity they were exceptional. Right. They just had a lot more power than most people did. But I think to the credit of the family, nobody ever made an effort to say, no, you can't say that. You can't talk about this. You can't, whatever. So I think they were very interested in, like I said, having a warts and all treatment of the family. I think they were surprised at how long it took me to write the book. It took over 10 years to research and write it. But I just kept finding stuff. I mean, literally any major development that you can point to between 1865 and 1945, there's a bankhead, lurking beneath it in some capacity. I mean, I think they had that much impact on the state. So I'm sure it's much longer than what you wanted. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for your effort and the excellent presentation you gave. Who was the last bankhead of the dynasty of considerable influence to die?
Marie. So I do, even though, the book really covers I liked ending in 1946 with the death of her brother, John Jr., because the South really is in many ways at a crossroads, right? And he has died. He's, that's the death of the last political bankhead. Marie lives until 1958. She's head of this agency until she's like 85 years old. I mean, there is so much more to be done on Marie. I mean, she really, and her husband as well, right? It's his personal collection that is, the original collection of this facility. This is the first in the country, right? Number one, right? And it becomes a model. And then he dies when he's 50, he has a heart attack, and they appoint her. And then she is, in charge from 1920 until I think she retires in 1955. But she is worthy of her own study. She is absolutely fascinating. Yes, absolutely. No, we've benefited from having some really great leadership at this institution, I think far better than many states. And of course, the current leadership is outstanding. Yeah.
Cue the microphone.
Oh, hello there. Didn't see you.
Carrie, thank you for your talk and this really important project. So we're grateful for your scholarship. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about John Sr.'s work as, the way you framed this pivotal re-envisioning of the role of the federal government toward infrastructure and spending, but also the oversight of where those federal dollars go. And that's happening at the same time that Alabama and other southern states are banking on Congress's disinterest in what's happening in our state constitutions and the disfranchisement of African Americans and poor whites. Can you talk about the politics of that in Congress, in John Sr.'s thinking? And, is this coming up in as he's trying to gain support among Republicans for what he's trying to do with federal spending?
Right. Well, honestly, by the time, he is able to get the financial ball rolling with regard to the Black Warrior River, it's, the 1890s, and the Democrats or the Republicans have just about given up, right? They're turning their attention to other things. So the fact that he is looking to benefit from the enhanced power of the federal government in a particular way, I don't see them sort of arguing with him about that. I think they've just, by that time, Reconstruction's in the past, right? They've kind of turned a page. The Republican Party is much more interested in economic issues themselves, right? They're becoming the party of corporate America. And so, one thing I didn't mention in that little spiel about his focus on infrastructure is that, all of this is being accomplished by a states' rights Democrat. Now, and federal oversight is okay so long as it's not oversight of race relations. And Republicans were only too happy to allow that to be the case, right? They did not make any kind of stink about it. And it's very easy to avoid race when you're talking about rivers and roads, right? I'm not saying it's completely inconsequential, right? Where rivers and where roads go, especially, highways, that has strong implications, right? For development, who gets the roads, who gets to succeed, where do the roads go through? But in terms of getting federal money for that, doesn't come up. I never found it. Good question. Yeah.
I have a question. You mentioned the Bankhead Tunnel in Mobile, and I wondered for which Bankhead was the tunnel named, and what is the connection between Bankhead and that tunnel?
My sense is, and I this is only from secondary reading because I didn't do any primary research on that. My sense is that it's named for William B. Bankhead, and it was named at a time when he is Speaker of the House. Yeah. Because he does have, I think, of all of them, sort of the highest national profile.
Dr. Ferguson, we've had actually a couple of questions that are very similar about the two other siblings and wondering if they were at all involved in politics, if you discussed them in the book, and if you can tell us any little facts about them.
Okay, so the oldest daughter is Louise. Louise eventually runs a girls' school in South Carolina. She marries a much older man. She marries a man, and she's maybe in her early 20s, maybe 20, who is older than her father. And he is a congressman from South Carolina. So I think she meets him when her parents go to Washington. And so she marries him. She loses two children, one pretty close to childbirth. The other is a son that she loses when he's a teenager. He dies of typhoid. She actually accompanies Tallulah on her initial foray to New York City, and she wants to go because she wants to meet with spiritualists who can connect her with her dead son. She dies in, I want to say a lot of people die right around the same time. So Louise dies, I think first, then Tom Owen, Marie's husband, and then John Sr. I think they all die around 1920. But she eventually, she gets remarried, moves to Yonkers, where she can, at one point she oversees Tallulah and Eugenia, who are in a boarding school there. She's kind of their, eyes on the ground, as it were. She eventually ends up, I think, taking care of the elder Tallulah Bankhead, John Sr.'s wife, and moving back to Alabama. Henry, who is in the middle, Henry Macaulay Bankhead, spent his life in the military. He spent his life in the U.S. Army. He, according to Marie, and I wish I had this quote written down. She said, if I was in hell and I wanted to have a good time, or she said, no, that, sorry, I missed it. If I wanted to have a good time, I would spend time with Henry. If I had a business problem, I would go to John. Talking about her brother, she said, but if I was in hell and I needed someone to talk our way out, I would rely on William. Henry, I think, spent a lot of his time traveling as a member of the U.S. military. He eventually ends up as an older man as an attaché in Ottawa, Canada. But yes, they play sort of much smaller roles in the book.
Okay, we have, I think, time for one more question.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
I was wondering, do you know what Tallulah Bankhead's view of her family's view of white supremacy was?
She didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tallulah was a loyal daughter. And when she would do things, like one time she put her name on some sort of a petition by some sharecroppers group, right, saying that they needed equity in terms of agricultural payments. They were getting screwed from these federal payments that weren't being shared with them. And she would put her name on these petitions. And then her father would convince her, he's like, look, that's a communist group. You're going to, it makes it hard for me if you do that. And then she would back down. Personally, she is, what I see in their correspondence, she's much less racist than her sister. Her sister writes to her dad. They both write to him frequently, uses the N-word frequently. Her sister does. Tallulah, because Tallulah leaves Alabama at an early age, right? She's in, she's with theater people, for goodness sake, right? So first in the United States, then in London, and then she comes back. I think by the time she comes back, like, she's had a lot more experiences, right? She's more sexually adventurous. She's hanging out with people who are decidedly lower class, right? Whereas she is decidedly upper class, right? Her vista is much broader than theirs. Where we really see her, though, distinguishing herself from her family, honestly, is after her father and her uncle are dead. In 1948, in the presidential election, Harry Truman comes out quite aggressively for, he first of all establishes, he desegregates the military, and then he runs on a platform that, supports an anti-lynching bill, fair employment practices in peacetime, no segregation on interstate travel, all of these things that would have made her father and brother, roll over in their grave. He runs, of course, as a Democrat. In response to that, a bunch of Southerners break away and form something called the Dixiecrat Party, right? Strom Thurmond is their candidate. And it's a white supremacist segregation party, right? And that's their reason for being. Well, Marie's all in on the Dixiecrats. She is a Dixiecrat leader in Alabama. She by far is the most overtly racist, I think, in terms of just things that she says in public, and then her brothers. Tallulah is a Democratic supporter. She turns her back on the Dixiecrats. She overtly supports Harry Truman, and at a time when a lot of Southerners weren't. And then she's ultimately, I think, invited to the inauguration, where I think she ends up like spitting a raspberry at Strom Thurmond when he rolls by. So, yes, in terms of race, what I would say in terms of race, her feelings are very different, but she never embarrasses her family by criticizing them publicly.
Can we all join me again in thanking Dr. Fredrickson for this amazing book?
Thank you.
Thank you. And please remember, you can purchase the book in our museum store or online store, Alabama Original, and come see Justice Not Favor so you can see how Marie worked with women's suffrage in Alabama. So thank you all.
Birmingham's historic Rickwood Field. So we invite you to come back out again next Thursday to see 42. Admission to Alabama the Movies is free, as is the air conditioning.
So we do make a charge for the concessions, though, and this program is sponsored by the Friends of the Alabama Archives. Our next in our long-running Food for Thought program will be held on Thursday, August the 18th at noon, and the speaker is Laura Newland Hill from the Encyclopedia of Alabama at Auburn University. Laura will be talking to us about the Montgomery Motor Corps and the work they did for the home front during World War I. This is one of those interesting programs that begins with a question about a photograph in the archives collection and grows from there. So you'll definitely want to come back and hear about Laura's research into the Montgomery Motor Corps. Registration for our final 2 summer genealogy workshops is now open. That registration caps at 80 participants per program, so you'll want to go on our website, archives.alabama.gov, and register for that as soon as possible. Those programs will be Saturday, August 12th. That program will be on African American genealogy. On Saturday, September 17th, the program will be on census research. And as you may know, there was a new census. The 1950 census was just opened up for research just a few months ago. So it's very timely to have these 2 presentations here. The cost for each of these workshops is $30 for the public, $20 for students, and $20 for members of the Friends of the Archives group. And that fee includes a boxed lunch, and the workshops are sponsored by the Friends of the Alabama Archives. It's the 3rd time in these announcements I've mentioned to you the Friends group. And so if you would like more information about how to join the Friends, you can find that outside on the table next to the coffee and the water, or you can see me afterwards. We would love to have you join our support organization. A reminder that all of our Food for Thought programming this year is presented with the financial support in memory of Mike Jenkins. Our speaker today, Rolandis Rice, is a native of Atlanta, Georgia. He holds a master's degree in history from right here at Alabama State University and a PhD in history from right down the road at Auburn University. He served as special assistant to Dr. Bernice King at the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, where he supervised research, communications, and the archives. His research is focused squarely on the modern civil rights movement, and Rice is currently the Vice President for Academic Affairs at Rusk College in Holly Springs, Mississippi. We asked Dr. Rice to come talk about his new book from the University of South Carolina Press on the life of Hosea Williams. Hosea Williams, as you know, has a lot of connections to the Alabama civil rights movement, only probably a few that you know of, some more that you'll no doubt learn about today. So join me in welcoming Dr. Rolandis Rice.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me thank my good friend Scotty for the wonderful introduction. And let me just thank each of you for coming out today to hear this little talk on Hosea Williams. And I know that we don't have a lot of time, but I don't very often get a chance to serve in a professorial capacity. So I missed the classroom. So if you see me getting a bit carried away, just understand why. I'm back in my element, because sitting behind the desk all day, signing papers and doing the administrative things is just not as fun as what we're doing here today. So certainly want to thank Dr. Colvin. She is my Auburn sister. We attended Auburn together. Let me thank Ms. Meredith McDonough and Mr. Cole Smith, for they have done a wonderful job in facilitating today's talk. So in February, I was asked to visit a very elite prep school in Nashville, Tennessee. And this was my first time speaking about the civil rights movement to an audience from kindergarten through the 12th grade, an all-white institution. And so I said, how in the world can I spell out the essence of the civil rights movement and equality from an audience beginning in kindergarten, ranging all the way to the 12th grade? And so, as you heard from my introduction, I'm a historian. So I'm not a mathematician. I'm not good in any way in mathematics. But I remember this diagram when I was a child. Greater than, less than, and equal to. And I would argue, and as I shared with that precocious group, I think I'm going to take off this jacket. That's okay. Not because it's hot in here, I just don't want to. Let's see. Now, usually when I wear a suit, I don't iron the back of my shirt because because it takes too much time. Luckily, I think I did iron today, so you all can't laugh at me. Dr. English, good to see you. Dr. English, my major professor from Alabama State, is here. Dr. English was also, he's going to get mad for me for calling him out. He was the first African-American to finish the PhD in history at Auburn. And me, his student, I was the second. So certainly he did a good job at lifting while climbing. So greater than, less than, and equal to. Again, arguing that all of our issues in society or even amongst the world can be traced back to this very simple diagram. One group instinctively thought that they were greater than. Another group was made to feel less than. But at the end of the day, one would argue that we are still all equal to. And so this was my little way of trying to reach and connect those students in Tennessee. So I thought it would be wise for me just to play a very brief book trailer. It's no more than about 3 minutes in duration. Let's see.
Well, it's very difficult to solve an argument between any two groups of citizens, black and white, or otherwise, unless the leaders of the two groups are eager to see a solution to the problem. I personally do not think that Hosea Williams is seeking a solution. He's not trying to establish communications between the blacks and the whites. I think he is trying to get publicity for himself and to create dissension. And this makes it very difficult for those in the black community who have a legitimate grievance, or for the white leaders who are seeking to avoid disturbances in their own community and to meet legitimate grievances, to get together to work the problem out.
When those come in from the outside and agitate, it's wrong. It's wrong in the black community, it's wrong in the white community, particularly for a community like Columbus, Georgia, where the people are getting along, to have somebody come out and create and precipitate trouble.
Are you putting the finger on Mr. Williams as the cause of the weekend trouble in Columbus?
Very specific. Hosea Williams, key phrases.
Citizen of Savannah and America, believing in the basic principles of democracy.
We bring you today to Forsyth County, Georgia, just 30 miles north of Atlanta, which in the past few weeks has gained a reputation of being a hotbed of racism and the current battlefield of the civil rights movement.
He is Hosea Williams and others led them across that bridge. We've all seen the film, footage, photographs.
The cessation of temporary units, because this is what the coalition rejected.
This is allowed.
But our coalition, the board promised, we do not have to go to superintendent. The board promises an answer to all families, we're citizens of this community. And we want an answer. And this is why you're not giving an answer. We're not going to take no time. We want an answer to our children.
So each time I play this video, I always ask before I proceed if there are any questions. All right. So this was a providential project for me. When I was a graduate student at Auburn, I was initially going to write my dissertation on the Alabama Democratic Conference. And I wrote a prospectus and I thought it was very good. My major professor, Dr. Carter, also thought it was very good. But then he says, well, Rolandus, one of your colleagues, the soon-to-be Dr. Larry McLemore, Larry is now the head of school at St. James. He said, well, Larry has already written his dissertation and it consumed a lot of the ADC, so you're going to have to do something different. So I was in my office at the library at Alabama State at the time, and I said, what in the world could I write about? And number one, I had to think of a topic where I knew I would have the sources. And out of nowhere, literally, I thought about Hosea Williams. And I did a quick Google search. I called Dr. Carter. I said, Carter, what do you think about doing something on Hosea Williams? He said, well, Rice, I don't think there has been a treatment on Hosea, so let's just see what you can find. So I'm from Atlanta, and we found out that his collection was at the Auburn Avenue Research Library. And it was nearly a ready-made dissertation. The organizers of that collection, I think, did a magnificent job. And so it really started prior to graduate school. My mother, you see her in the top left corner. Every year during the summer, I would attend the Samuel L. Jones Boys and Girls Club in Atlanta, in East Atlanta. And I started going when I was around 7 years old. And my mother would point every morning and say, that's where old crazy Hosea Williams lives. And she used different terms depending on the day, depending on how he was being portrayed in the news. And of course, I had no idea that one day I would write about Hosea Williams. I only knew that I heard of him in the news and my mother said he was crazy. So that was interesting enough for me. But also about my mother, I remember vividly her taking me to the Apex Museum, which is also on Auburn Avenue in Atlanta. And it's actually right across the street from the museum, from the library rather. And you see the Boys and Girls Club where I attended, but it was really at Alabama State University. At the time, ASU was vying for the third stop on the Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail, which is now on the campus. And that's when I really learned so much more about the Selma to Montgomery March and Hosea Williams' role in it. At the time, I did not know that his lifetime commitment to civil and human rights extended just beyond what happened in Selma. I have a picture of my wife because for years, even on our vacations, I was reading a book. So I never had much fun. And luckily for me, the cocktail glass, we somehow found a way to move it out of the picture. So I did that in the event that my grandmother saw this. But the last picture, in 2014, I was working for Dr. Bernice King, and I had the honor of meeting Ambassador Andrew Young. And he learned about the dissertation because I had not yet finished the project. And he said, well, you should turn it into a book once you're able to finish. And we stayed in contact. He did a few interviews with me and agreed to write the foreword. So I did not in any way have a role in putting this train of events in motion. I really do argue that it was a providential project. So I often speak of my children. And I know you all really want to hear about Hosea, but I think it's important to talk about how all this really came about. Again, did most of the research at the Auburn Avenue Library. And at the time, my oldest daughter, Madison, was 3. And she spent so much time with me on these research excursions. But in that collection, it was really a roadmap to Hosea's life. I mean, they had newspaper articles as early as the 1960s. I saw his personal writings. I was able to see through his own words how he felt, how he thought, his communication with even world leaders. But also some very important video and photographic footage that really helped to paint him in a fuller picture for me. But Dorothy Cotton. Dorothy Cotton was at one point the highest ranking woman in SCLC. And you see how she speaks of a conversation she had with King during a meeting. And she says, well, Martin needed Hosea in one way. He needed some others in other ways. But at the end of the day, King said, who is going to get out on the streets and organize the way Hosea does? Andrew Young described Hosea Williams as a madman. And I played with different titles for the book. I said, should I call it The Mad Scientist of the Civil Rights Movement? And the editor said, Rice, that's a little bit too corny, because he was a scientist, and I'll talk about that in a few moments. But this was a madman with a good heart for people and humanity. And I was very careful while writing the book because, as one of the reviewers said, Rice, you seem as if you are worshiping Hosea Williams. And so I had to be as detached as I possibly could. And I don't know if scholarly objectivity is evident at all times, but I tried my best. Now, I was going to play another video. I may come back to that a little bit later. This is Hosea Williams, classic Hosea Williams. This picture was probably in the early 1970s. And you see the reactions from folks in the room. There's a very distinguished gentleman who's well-dressed, who's covering his nose. And the guy who's on the receiving end of Hosea's tongue lashing, he doesn't appear to be too happy with what Hosea is telling him. And what you all are seeing here is Hosea Williams all day, every day. When trying to figure out the best way to describe Hosea Williams, reading a book and realized that he epitomized what one scholar called an organic intellectual. This is someone who was not the ivory tower intellectual like Dr. English and Professor Caver, and not saying that they are anything wrong with being a traditional intellectual. But Hosea Williams was one who thought that he could change the world by appreciating and understanding the needs and aspirations of the group that he belonged to by either choice or circumstance. But I highlighted this bottom part in red, or put it in red text rather, that an organic intellectual is someone who is so firmly committed to social action that it is inextricably woven into the fabric of their existence. For Hosea Williams, social action was all-consuming. It was indivisible from his personhood. Now, if you look at me today, you may not tell that I was once an athlete. And no, of course, I didn't play football. But I love playing baseball. And I love to watch the Hall of Fame enshrinement ceremony every year. And while I was a little kid, I would collect baseball cards. Right now, I have a Babe Ruth baseball card, and it may be a reprint, so don't nobody try to follow me home. But on the back of a baseball card, it shows a person's stats or the justification of why one merits enshrinement in the hall of some of the greatest athletes. So we know that Hosea was arrested more than 100 times. Now, all the time it was not for civil rights movement related activities. We'll talk about that. 3 pieces of landmark legislation Hosea Williams was a part in playing a role. We know that Hosea Williams' charity provided more than 1 million free meals. We know that by age 61, Hosea was still leading marches, and this was the march in Forsyth County in the 1980s, 20,000 marchers. Hosea Williams invented one new method of protest, the dreaded night march. So all this is in the book. But last, at age 72, he was still protesting. So my professor at Alabama State, Dr. Archer, she would always tell me, Rolandus, the title is A Contract with the Reader. So when the title of the book is Hosea Williams, A Lifetime, of defiance and protest. His stat sheet confirms that he did indeed have a lifetime of protesting. So the book is arranged chronologically into 10 chapters. Certainly, I would not go through each of these. But Hosea Williams was born to a blind mother and a blind father. He was raised, so his mother and father met at the Macon School for the Colored Blind in Georgia. Now, this is pre-Great Depression. Hosea Williams was raised by his grandfather, Turner, and they called him Papa. And he couldn't read, but they said no matter what you do, you couldn't cheat him. So during one of my research trips, I visited Attapogus, Georgia, which is where Hosea was born, and the area still bears Turner Williams' name. Now, Hosea said, and I had to kind of question Hosea, he said when the 1930s, Papa was able to get the government to pave a road going to Papa's house. I said, man, that's pretty interesting. In the 1930s, a black man who could not read was able to convince the city to have a road paved to the house. Well, I did some research going through some newspapers and some government records, and Hosea was indeed telling the truth. And I had to check Hosea multiple times to ensure that what he was saying was indeed accurate. But Hosea fought in World War II. And he served for several months only to return home to be beaten within an inch of his life. So you survive tyranny abroad only to be almost killed in Georgia. He goes to Atlanta and he studies chemistry at Morris Brown. So I think that someone in this room has probably already thought about the connection with civil rights activists having STEM backgrounds. Hosea Williams had a degree in chemistry. Ralph Abernathy had a degree in mathematics. Andrew Young had a degree in biology. So there is something connecting these analytical activists. So he eventually earns the degree in chemistry, works for the United States Postal Service, and I think you all will realize that that just did not do much for Hosea Williams. So he moves to Savannah, Georgia, and he begins working for the United States Department of Agriculture as a research scientist. And Hosea Williams thought that he arrived. He was making relative good money. He had a white secretary. In his mind, that was a visible sign of upward mobility. And he had a nice home. But then he realized that something just was not right in the office. And the way Hosea describes it in his preparation for the job, he writes that there were some of his white colleagues who could take a machine apart and put it back together again. He said, this was the first time I even saw these instruments. Hosea Williams was also a published scientist. He published in the Academic Journal of the Day in 1956. So he was committed to his job. He was committed to his upward mobility as a research scientist. But then a black man is killed in Savannah by a police officer. He joins the local NAACP, the Savannah branch, working with another man, W.W. Law, who was also a STEM major working for the federal government. So Hosea said they were the civil rights twins. Law led the branch, and Hosea was over the membership committee, the fundraising committee. And Hosea realized that he had a knack for organizing. And by 1961, 62, what happened during those few years, we would realize that it led Savannah, Georgia to be what King called the first desegregated big city in the South prior to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We know about Hosea and Selma and the Voting Rights Act of 65. I'll talk about that a little more in a moment. You will see that Hosea participated in the Chicago Fair Housing Campaign. Chapter 8 focuses on what was the movement after King. You know, those brilliant historians in the back, they talk about this long civil rights movement. Chapters 9 and 10 cover Hosea's political career in Georgia. This slide, it brought Hosea's family to tears during the initial book launch. So there's this concept of historical memory. Sunday, March 7th, 1965. You see what the historian W.F. Brundage speaks about when he says historical memory is the product of intentional creation. Sunday morning, March 7th, 1965. Hosea Williams is on the phone with Dr. King. And the reflections of that conversation have varied, but the minimum facts are this. Hosea wants to march. King says no. Called it off. He says, Hosey, his nickname for Hosea, Hosey, you're not ready. You don't have the provisions. You haven't really planned this thing out. Hosea says, well, King, I have them marching all over the church. They are on fire and they are ready to go. There's a back and forth conversation between King and Hosea Williams, and they get off the phone. Hosea is alerted that King is going to dispatch Andrew Young via charter plane to come down to stop the march. So Young arrives in Montgomery that morning, and he says, and I write about it in the book, his ultimate goal was to stop the march up until the very last minute. So Hosea Williams, after being told no, he proceeds with planning the march anyway. Now, if I tell my boss no, there's a chance that Rice may not have a job tomorrow. Hosea understood what was at stake. So this is one example of Hosea pulling for what I call his arsenal of agitation. It was Hosea's obstinacy and insubordination that led to Lewis's immortality. When we see the Edmund Pettus Bridge, whether it's in a cartoon, whether we see it in a book, we don't ever see Hosea Williams' name, image, or likeness attached to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Even in Atlanta, there was an exhibit at the High Museum some years ago. And the famous picture of them on the bridge that morning, you would see Hosea, you would see John Lewis, but Hosea's face had been cropped out of the picture. And this was not, I think, anything nefarious or intentional, but folks just did not know. It was this slide that led me to say that the eyes adjust to darkness. If we are in a room and the lights are on, but when the lights go off, you can't see anything. But within a few seconds, your eyes begin to adjust. You begin to see just a little bit. So I would argue this is the same phenomenon that happened with John Lewis and Hosea Williams as it relates to that fateful day in Selma, March 7th, 1965. I wasn't around on this day, but I'm sure many of you remember this famous speech from Lyndon Johnson. He said, at times, history and fate meet at a single time in a single place to shape a turning point in man's unending search for freedom. So it was at Lexington and Concord. So it was a century ago at Appomattox. So it was last week in Selma, Alabama. In other words, what happened in Selma, Alabama, Lyndon Johnson equates to the beginning of the Revolutionary War and the ending of the Civil War, birth and rebirth. And he's equating what happened in Selma with these two major events in American history. We've all seen this picture before. Now, the morning that King and Jesse Jackson and Abernathy and Hosea were going to the airport, Hosea made a joke He said that, you know, it was always argued in the civil rights camp that King would not be killed by an assassin's bullet, but he would be killed in a car wreck because he was always running late going to an airport, trying to get on a plane. And King responded back and said, well, I would much rather be known as Martin Luther King, who's always late, than the late Martin Luther King Jr. But this morning on the plane, and I've heard it from different people in different contexts, that King just felt eerie that morning. And the pilot says, everybody, please be patient. We have Martin Luther King Jr. on the plane. We want to make sure that no one's safety is being jeopardized. And so that sort of was an ominous tone for this trip to Memphis. When I was in graduate school, one of my questions on my qualifying exam was discuss 1968. And if one could imagine, you know, you could certainly fill up a few pages of notes on discussing 1968. One author called it a spontaneous combustion of rebellious spirits. You had the Tet Offensive, you had race riots. King is killed on April 4th. LBJ decides not to seek re-election. Bobby Kennedy is killed a few months thereafter. I found this picture, and I think this was in you all's archives. This is Hosea Williams loading the casket onto the plane in Memphis. This picture. Now, I have two favorite movies, and I don't know if that's oxymoronic, but I love Lean on Me, and I love The Godfather. This image reminds me of something Godfather-like. If Where Do We Go From Here was a picture, you see one who thinks that he should be the heir apparent. You see a gentleman who is the heir apparent, who feels like he's earned the right to be the heir apparent, but not really as confident in walking in what was ahead of him. You see Andrew Young as if he's questioning, man, am I going to stick around? And you see Hosea Williams holding something in his hand. I cannot decipher what that box is, but he is still looking forward. My interpretation. Now, this picture was taken at the service at Southview Cemetery in Atlanta. At the time, Hosea was 42 years old. By this time, he had led the desegregation of public accommodations in Savannah, was a critical force in the St. Augustine movement, orchestrated Bloody Sunday, and certainly had a hand in the protest that led to the Civil Rights Act of 64 and Voting Rights Act of 65. So if Hosea Williams did nothing else after this date, he would have been recognized as a first ballot founding father. And you're probably saying, right, founding father is a very lofty term. What would make Hosea be deserving of such a recognition? I'll talk about it. So there are several themes I discuss in the book. I relied on a lot of articles in the Atlanta Journal and Constitution. Hosea was known as Atlanta's best known motorist. All right, he was known for driving with a suspended license. He had 26 moving violations over a 10-year period, at least 130 arrests. And certainly all of those were not related to civil rights activism. One author said that Hosea was always dealing with a combustible mix of alcohol and drugs. Another author said that Hosea Williams was a mixture of Huey Long and Huey Newton. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Hosea always argued that they're only trying to silence me because I'm the only one in the Black leadership who's going to hold people accountable. And he was almost convicted of one of these incidents. And if he had been convicted, he would have forfeited his seat. But this, everybody, June 7th of 75, Judge Henley was a local magistrate judge who was ultimately elected to the Georgia Supreme Court. Now, the interesting component is there was a poll by attorneys in 1975, and that poll revealed that Judge Henley was the least qualified jurist to be in the race for the Georgia Supreme Court. Well, Judge Henley was particularly harsh on Hosea Williams for his driving record. So Hosea always argued that Henley used him as a vehicle to drive his career forward. Nevertheless, Henley permanently suspends Hosea's license. So Hosea, in his classic trademark approach to market himself and the cause, he purchases a 10-speed bike. And you see the picture here. This is his own press release where he makes the speech from the steps of the state capitol. He says, "I will not be silenced if I have to ride the bike or even skate for the rights of Black and poor people. I'll continue fighting for my people until we are free or until I am dead." Hosea Williams fought up until the very end for his people. And that does not necessarily mean just Black people, but Black people, poor people, white people. He fought for everyone. Now, he said, "I may not have my driver's license, but I still have my dignity and my self-respect." This is a blown up picture of him purchasing a nice suit and his bike to make a statement that you may have taken my license, but you have not taken my freedom. This is another article that I pulled from the AJC. And he is, in short, in the tradition of American populism, which has always included figures who combine brains, rascality, voter appeal, and the guts and availability to speak an uncomfortable truth. Now, Hosea Williams, he went to court at least 70 times, had 70 trials. There was not an all-Black jury in Atlanta that would convict him of anything. They called him the Teflon Don of Atlanta because nothing would stick when it involved him and a jury. This is particularly interesting. During another episode, Hosea was running for a district seat, District 54. Now, we all agree that there was no Facebook. There was no Twitter. There was no Google. There was no internet. There was no method to campaign other than shaking hands, going to doors, and kissing babies. Hosea was locked up for a year, and he won his election anyway. Now, this is a quote, and I had to circle it for you. Now, the Constitution did not give Hosea Williams any latitude. They covered his every move. Mr. Mullen, that's good to see you. It says the Constitution's endorsement of Representative Hosea Williams is based on his effectiveness as a legislator, which is okay, and not his effectiveness as a driver, which is not. But the AJC endorsed him while he was in jail, and he won the election anyway. So that tells you about his effectiveness as a legislator. Mrs. Boone, it's good to see you too. And this is Hosea's own press release: Georgia jail civil rights vet wins re-election. He was a machine unto himself when marketing and publicizing his own cause. Now, when I was doing my research, I came across a variety of terms used to describe Hosea: bombastic, belligerent, wrong-headed, a sinister organizing genius, bull in a china shop, but he was larger than life, predictable and unpredictable. Now, this next one is particularly interesting: a tireless self-promoter. The last term, a useless mischief maker. But he had keen political instincts. there's an image there of Hosea and Mrs. King, and they were not the best of friends. And he says that his disdain for Mrs. King really began after her husband was killed. So when King was killed, a lot of organizations donated money to the SCLC, but King did not have a will. And so as his next of kin, Mrs. King received all of the money that was written in King's name. And Hosea and others in King's inner circle always argued that Miss King did not give more to the movement. Instead, she wanted to establish her own center, which she did. But as a balanced approach, Mrs. King did donate proceeds and perform concerts to benefit the SCLC. But Williams was known to clash with what he called the downtown power structure. If you drive through Atlanta, you see the names of Jesse Hill. You see the names of others who were affluent Black men who had accumulated a degree of wealth, power, and influence. Those were the ones who hated Hosea Williams, and Hosea likewise hated in return, particularly Maynard Jackson. Maynard Jackson, of course, the first Black mayor of a major southern city. Andrew Young, though Young wrote the foreword for this book, and they were movement brothers, they did fight. They threw punches. Herman Russell, of course, Herman Russell, the renowned builder and architect in Atlanta. And he certainly did not like Jimmy Carter. And if Jimmy Carter was honest, I'm sure he would say the same thing about Hosea. But Williams also knew when to collaborate when it suited his interests. Here again, Mrs. King and Hosea are collaborating in the wake of the March in Forsyth in 1987. Now, Hosea was not broke. Over a 13-year period, though Hosea was a preacher, he ran a successful bingo operation. And according to the AJC, there was no indication that any money ever went to Williams after an IRS forensic audit. So either Hosea Williams was an accountant and we didn't know about it, or he really did use the money for causes in which they were intended. I will say that I'm silent on the matter. But what you see to the right of the screen is a chart of all of the organizations in what the AJC called Hosea Williams' network. So he had a chemical company. He was the president. Again, he had a background in chemistry, so he ran his own chemical company. He had other developmental agencies that he used to fund money to support the other protests in the city. But again, he was ingenious in ways organizing and fundraising. So the case for Hosea Williams as a first ballot founding father. In 2013, I remember vividly working for Miss King at the King Center, and John Meacham sends a signed autograph of this magazine in which King is recognized as a founding father. Now, beneath that, Meacham says that King was the architect of the 21st century. Now, that is a profound statement to make when King never lived to see the 21st century. So if King was considered to be an architect of the 21st century, dying in 1968, what about some of the others who played roles in activism far beyond 1968? This is what Lewis said about Hosea Williams. So Hosea must be looked upon as one of the founding fathers of the new America. Through his actions, he helped liberate all of us. Bill Clinton, an American foot soldier and driving force behind the Voting Rights Act. Hosea was a profile in courage. He dedicated his entire life to making sure that we never take a detour on the road to freedom. So I asked this question. How would Hosea be portrayed if he had a chauffeur? Because many of Hosea's the complaints against his character were related to him being in an automobile behind the wheel. But there are twists to that. Number one, I watched Hosea Williams's funeral a few years ago. And Bill Campbell, who was the mayor at the time, who also served on the city council with Williams in the 1980s, said, "Dr. Fowler, would you please stand?" Dr. Fowler was the physician who treated Hosea while he was battling cancer. So again, I say this was a providential project. Dr. Fowler is the father of one of my junior high school classmates, Brandy. So I reached out to Brandy on Facebook and I said, "Brandy, can I have a conversation with your father?" And so she connected us, and I knew about the cancer, but I did not know that Hosea Williams had other elements that caused him to go to sleep while he was driving. He had, number one, sleep apnea. All right. Now, the family always said this, but, you know, families are often very protective of the legacies of their loved ones. Now, if I was writing on someone who lived 200 years ago and the immediate family members were not around, I could maybe take a different approach, but I wanted to be sure that he had other challenges that directly impacted his driving. So it was not always alcohol. Now, his alcohol of choice, he loved gin. He loved gin and a tonic. Now, there were times in which he was pulled over and there were open containers in the vehicle. So I'm not going to say that he is completely absolved from practicing unwise judgment behind one of his many Cadillacs. But that does not take away from the fact that Hosea Williams, despite his vices, played a crucial role to the modern civil rights movement and, of course, many years thereafter. This is one person named Chris Dickerson. I don't know who Chris is, but this is what he said. Williams is persecuted. He's hounded by the press. What about the Thanksgiving turkey drives he does for the hungry? Now, keep in mind that Hosea Williams, a guy approaches him in 1971 for some money to get him something to eat. So Hosea said, "Well, I don't trust you." He goes into a restaurant and gives him a fish sandwich. He gives the man a sandwich, and the man is eating the sandwich so rapidly he's eating the paper because he's hungry. So that forced Hosea Williams to start a charity that is still in existence today, the Hosea Williams Feed the Hungry and Homeless. And it started in a basement of the Wheat Street Baptist Church there in Atlanta. And as I said earlier, up to this date, that charity has served more than 1 million free meals. So Chris said that we should spend less time criticizing Mr. Williams and more time praising him. I don't know if I agree with the last statement. I think when we criticize people, we are able to figure out and dissect their contributions objectively. So when I go to services, and if you grew up in a Baptist church, at the end of the service, there's always the invitation to discipleship. Now, that's around the time when I was a little boy, I would get excited because I knew we were about to go home after a very long sermon. But an invitation to agitation is what I ask of us to consider. We know of people who have spilled their blood and lost their lives for the causes of liberty, equality, and justice. And I know we've heard the phrase before. Some say that it is trite, but I think it is also true. King said, "Where do we go from here?" I ask, where do we go from here? We are living in an era right now where there is certain uncertainty. And I'm taking that quote from a professor who teaches at UNC Chapel Hill. He teaches business. He said, "This is a period of certain uncertainty. Every time we turn on the news, there's a crisis." CNN, so much so, they had breaking news on the screen all day, every day. In an era in which there is so much social and political upheaval, there's this sense of nationalism that has been renewed since the election of the last president. These are realities that as a nation, we are going to have to address. And people would often ask me, "Well, Rice, what would Hosea say if he was still here?" He may clearly say that we've made some significant gains, but then when you look at the data, one would see that wealth inequality has increased. You will see that the top 5% of the nation's wealthy people still own 95% of the capital. We'll see that the educational gains, one would still question, has that been enough since so many progressive measures have changed education? So again, what is this generation going to do? Is this going to be our invitation to agitation? But as I close, for years I had the Android. All right. And my wife and I and her siblings and their children, we all went to Hilton Head a few weeks ago to celebrate her parents' 50th wedding anniversary. So I don't know if I share with you all, but I have 4 children: Madison, Marley, Rolundus II, and Remington. And if you can tell by my energy, just imagine what my baby boy is. So we're on a little cruise and he's running around on the boat. My mother-in-law's going crazy. She says, "Ro, don't let that boy fall into the water." Well, Rory didn't fall, but my phone did. And so I'm in South Carolina. So I said, I need to get me another device. And so I bought an Apple phone. And when someone would call me, and you all have an Apple phone in the room, there's a little prompt at the top of the screen that says slide to answer. And I would argue that we must slide things in or out of our lives to answer the call. And I have slide in quotation marks, and I also have call in quotation marks. Hosea Williams, Andrew Young, James Bevel, Richard Boone, Ralph Abernathy, Fred Shuttlesworth, and so many others believe that they were being called for a purpose. And it showed in the fact in their sacrifices. And as I go to the last slide, as a father and a husband, I often ask myself, if I was called for such a purpose, would I accept it? Would I be willing to risk my house being bombed? Would I be willing for my children to see gory images of a bullet through my brain in a newspaper or a television? These men and women, they knew of the possibilities, but they accepted the call anyway. So Hosea Williams, a lifetime defiance and protest. Thank you.
Dr. Rice, thank you very much. We will take some questions from the audience in a second. Let me just also say that for our friends who are watching online, if you have a question for Dr. Rice, you can post it in the comments. We can take a look at that as well. I want to start off with a question, if I could.
Sure.
One of the things that I appreciate about your discussion and what I appreciate about the portions of your book I've been able to read thus far is how, you know, as we saw today, you talk about Hosea Williams as a man, as a man with feet of clay, like all men and women have. And I wonder the personality conflicts, the questions over tactics that happen with that group of people that you showed in the photograph. So many of those people also have that post 1960s orbit in Atlanta.
Sure.
And so they're all still around each other in the 70s and 80s and even onward. So what is the dynamic like between just two, let's say Hosea Williams and John Lewis and Andrew Young after 1968?
You know, that was a very good question. And one I spent a lot of time trying to weed through. I'll also throw in Joseph Lowery, if you don't mind. So Joseph Lowery, he fires Hosea Williams in 1979 as the executive director of SCLC. Well, at the time, Joseph Lowery was also on the board of trustees at MARTA. And so Hosea was leading protests against MARTA. Now, mind you, Joe Lowery is Hosea's boss. And he would often say, Hosea, you can't put down the microphone for the lapel mic. I mean, the bullhorn for the lapel mic. He refused to do it. Hosea Williams and his very good friend Tyrone Brooks. Tyrone Brooks was a state legislator and really his mentee. And Tyrone Brooks, he said, well, Hosea, he fights for the crazies. He said, the crazies, plural, they are the salt of the movement, and you cannot have a sustained movement without the crazies of the movement. And Andrew Young talks about this in the introduction. The biggest contention was always between Hosea Williams and James Bevel. And Hosea says that it started in 1964 in St. Augustine when he said Bevel tried to kill the movement. And then a year later in Selma, Hosea believed that he had been tricked by Bevel. And he said, well, you know, King said you can go ahead and have the march. And of course, King did not say that he could lead the march. But a lot of people do not remember, changing a little bit, Hosea and John Lewis actually served on the city council for a time together. A brief time in the 1980s before Lewis drops, he decides to run for Congress. He loses the first time and then wins, I believe, the second time. But in Atlanta, you know, you had a very conservative Black middle and upper middle class, and they believe that we're post civil rights movement, and there are other effective ways of being an agent of meaningful change if you want to address social and political equality. Hosea Williams, again, he was an organic intellectual. He just did not believe that. Now, the funny part is Hosea Williams was as wealthy as the rest of them. And so he was of the middle class, or even at some point the upper middle class, but he could never separate himself from what consumed him. And that was in-your-face activism. Him and Andrew Young, he always called Andrew Young the Uncle Tom. And as Young calls it, he says, well, King often used the Hegelian dialectic as a way to reach decisions. He said, well, truth is not found in the thesis or the antithesis, but a synthesis of both sides. So he would have Hosea Williams on one side, one extreme, and King would say, well, Andy, I'm going to need you on one side to give me a little latitude to come back on the more conservative approach. And so he relied on them both. But there were times in which Hosea and Andrew Young did come to blows. And Young says in the introduction that they came to blows many times. And Young always felt that he was unfairly criticized for being soft, but that was his role. He knew it and he played it. Again, he was the diplomat of the group, and we know what happened post-68. Young is ambassador to the UN, also two-term mayor of Atlanta. Hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you. Question from the audience?
Listen, I love it. Okay, and I love the fact that you came to give us the story of Hosea Williams. And you made the statement, well, would I be the one to step forward if I knew that my house would be bombed? All right, but you're not the one to step forward for that reason. You're the one to step forward for the reason of bringing our history forward, and you're doing that very well. So a lot of times there are so many young people who they're supposed to step forward and get these stories, but they won't do it. The house is not going to be bombed or anything like that, but they're not forceful and keeping these stories alive. So I commend you for doing this. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. You're very kind. And as I think about what you said and I see your, I'll say black and gold, that really started at Alabama State University for me. Again, studying in the Department of History and Political Science, but also working with Dr. Franklin and Dr. Robinson in the Center for Civil Rights and African American Culture. I had the good fortune of studying in the classroom, but also working with the center at the same time. And if you all know my old supervisor, she was not one to not really be demanding. She demanded a lot, but she demanded excellence from me. And it was just seeing her bringing, or the center rather, bringing people to the National Center, Reverend Boone, Reverend Gratz, and so many others, I was able to shake hands and speak to these people who live this. And so the least I could do was try to tell an accurate story. Maybe someone will come behind me and revise it and do it better. That's okay. At least somebody, I gave them a foundation to start.
Good question here.
I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing that just came to mind is that, you know, if we go to every city almost, you see Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Sure.
And I'm sure in Atlanta, you see other, like Andrew Jackson, you'll see a boulevard for him. So Hosea Williams, is it the powers to be who make the decision of whose name gets to be on the street sign or building? Because I don't ever recognize his name being any place historically on buildings or streets.
You raise a very good question. I mentioned Dr. Brundage. Dr. Brundage wrote a book called The Southern Pass. And Brundage says that you can very often tell by the people who's in power when you look at street names. So when you are in Atlanta, you see the Abernathy Freeway. You see Jesse Hill Boulevard, and of course, Martin Luther King Jr. And it was not until 2000, the summer of 2000, that the city of Atlanta decided to rename a street in honor of Hosea Williams. It was once Boulevard, and now it is, I think, a 3-mile stretch named Hosea Williams. And at the time, it was in a very impoverished neighborhood. And now, due to gentrification, Hosea Williams' house right now at 8 East Lake is worth over $1 million. Now, 25 years ago, folks in this room may not be jumping up and down to move into the East Lake area. But should there be greater recognition of Hosea Williams and his contribution? Certainly. Should there be a recognition of him in Selma? I think so. There's this talk about renaming the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You all are familiar with those debates far more than I am. And I won't go into details on all of the arguments that I've heard. But I think Hosea's name deserves to be in that conversation. If you're going to have a debate about renaming, as a historian, I wouldn't recommend renaming anything, because I think monuments and bridges, they help to tell a story. But at the same time, I do think his name deserves to be in the conversation of honor in Selma.
Okay. The second question was your books. Where do we get those?
Oh, now that's the question I like to answer. Walmart, Target, certainly the USCpress.com and the Amazon, and it's also an Audible book. So if you want to listen to it while you are driving, it is not my voice, of a much better voice than mine. So you shouldn't go to sleep, but I certainly appreciate your support.
We'll take one question from Dr. Caver in the end, but I will say also that the book will soon be available to purchase on the online museum store website, which is alabamaoriginals.com. So those are on order. They'll be here soon. Dr.
Awesome.
Caver's going to
Thank
close
you for
us
your
off.
support.
Dr. Rice, as you may recall, I'm the one that referred you to the ADC.
You did. You sure did.
And of course, I had an ulterior motive to organize the papers at the Alabama Democratic Conference.
You did.
I'm currently working on that collection at ASU. It is voluminous.
Heard.
And mixed with the records of the Alabama State Teachers Association.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a monumental task. And hopefully in a couple of years, you will be able to peruse that collection and get better understanding of the ADC and the Alabama State Teachers Association. Best of luck to you.
Well, it certainly deserves a full treatment. And I'm hopeful that a precocious and devoted scholar will have access to that and really tell the story of those organizations. I think a story long overdue.
Well, I don't think we can say it any better than Mary Boone did just a moment ago. Thank you, Ms. Boone. So we appreciate you, Dr. Rice, for coming today and talking to us about Hosea Williams. And thank you all for joining us. We hope to see you again soon. Be well.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much.
Department of Archives and History. My name is Scotty Kirkland, and I have the honor of serving as Exhibits, Publications, and Programs Coordinator here at the Archives and as your moderator for today's program. We will forego our announcements today so that we can proceed with this important event. I will say for information on the archive's upcoming events and exhibits, I encourage you to follow us on social media and subscribe to our email updates through our newly designed website, archives.alabama.gov. Our program today focuses on the recompilation of the state's 1901 Constitution. Alabamians will vote on this measure on Tuesday, November 8th. We will put several pertinent links in the chat during the program, links to resources on the history of Alabama's constitutions, and others explaining the work of the Recompilation Committee. But none is more important than this first link that we give you now, alabamavotes.gov. Here you can check your voter registration status, polling place information, and view a sample ballot for your district. In 2020, Alabama voters approved a bill to initiate work to recompile the state's 1901 Constitution. A recompilation is not a rewrite, but rather a reorganization for clarity and ease of use. The legislation limited these efforts to 4 categories: removing racist language, deleting duplicative and repealed sections, consolidating economic development provisions, and arranging local amendments by county. This work was undertaken by the Legislative Services Agency and a bipartisan Select Advisory Committee, which included elected officials and appointees. It received a rare unanimous vote in both chambers of the State House. The Legislative Services Agency provides nonpartisan professional support to the Alabama legislature through legal advice, financial analyses, and bill drafting. Our sole guest for today's History Now is Othni Lathram, director of the LSA and a key participant in the recompilation process. By virtue of his position, Lathram also serves as the state's code commissioner, and he will tell you more about that himself in a few moments. Lathram holds a degree in economics from Auburn University and a JD from the University of Alabama. He serves on a number of professional legal organizations, including the American Law Institute and the National Conference of State Legislatures. In a moment, Mr. Lathram will tell us what the recompilation is, what it isn't, and how it will appear on our November 8th ballot. But first, a bit of historical background to the 1901 Constitution. For a longer treatment of this history, I invite you to visit wethepeoplealabama.org, the companion website for the Archives award-winning 2019 exhibition of the state's defining documents. The roots of the current Constitution date back to the election of 1874, the year Democrats regained state control, ending Reconstruction period in Alabama. Once in power the following year, Democrats called for a convention to replace the Constitution written during Reconstruction. The resulting document instituted limited government and centralized control with the legislature in Montgomery, imposing strict limits on how counties and municipalities could spend money. During federal intervention, the delegates in 1875 did not limit the political rights the earlier Constitution had extended to Black Alabamians. They did, however, mandate separation of the races in Alabama schools. Voters ratified the new Constitution by a wide margin. A generation then passed between the 1875 and 1901 Constitutions. A consequential generation, one should say, which included the rise of powerhouse industrial cities like Birmingham and Anniston, the political upheaval of the populist revolt, and external factors such as how the increasingly conservative Supreme Court viewed Reconstruction-era civil rights protections like the 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Alabama voters approved a referendum for a new convention in 1901. That summer, 155 delegates, all of them white men, drafted the state's 6th governing document. It preserved many of the core features of the 1875 Constitution, including low taxes, small government, and further centralized control by laying forth a complex system by which matters of local interest were addressed by the legislature. The 1901 Constitution also disfranchised virtually all African Americans and poor whites through a series of stringent new voting requirements, including literacy tests, proof of employment, property ownership, and an onerous cumulative poll tax. Now, the legal suppression of civil and voting rights that was ratified in the 1901 Constitution were overturned in the mid-20th century through a combination of federal legislation, judicial action, and public activism. Other efforts have thereafter focused on how the Constitution structures individual and corporate taxes and issues like home rule, both of which have contributed to the size and complexity of the document as it stands today, more than 120 years after it was written. Afni, thank you for your patience during my rather long and long-winded windup here. I'll give you the floor here with our first question. Alabama's Constitution has more than 970 amendments. It is 50 times longer than our federal document. How did we get here?
So, Scotty, first off, I appreciated your introduction. I talk about the Constitution a lot, and I am always grateful to have an actual historian cover the historical part so that I don't butcher it in the way that I might otherwise do so. So I'm grateful for it. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to be here today. This is obviously a very important topic. The voters on November 8th are going to vote on this, and as much information as is possible to help them inform their vote is really a good thing. And thank you all for all your efforts at Archives and History and kind of educating the public about the roots of Alabama, good and bad, and that constitutional work in particular in 2018 was spectacular. So I'm grateful for all that. So let's dig in a little bit about how we got here, right? And you set a very good stage for that. This is the 1901 Constitution is our state's sixth constitution. It was the fifth constitution written in roughly a little over a generation's worth of time, about a 40-year window. So I tell folks pretty regularly that I think few people would be more surprised that we're still living with the 1901 Constitution than the folks who wrote it. And I say that because unlike the federal process where you had a group of individuals who gathered truly trying to craft a constitution, which I like to define when I talk to students as a contract among a people by which we agree what rights we're willing to give up and what power we're willing to give to a government in order to live as a society. And that's what the federal Constitution is. That's not what the Alabama Constitution of 1901 was. It was a super code. It governed things like how telegraph companies did business, how railroads ran their business. It reserved, as you said, really all major decisions to voters who at the time, of course, were white male landowners. And so almost from the day that it was ratified, we've had to figure out ways to work around it. So for instance, the First Amendment to the Constitution dealt with what we would think of as very core government functions. And it addressed a provision of the Constitution that prohibited the government from spending any funds, any state funds, on internal improvements. So let's talk about what an internal improvement is. An internal improvement is building roads, building courthouses, building schools, those things which most of us kind of readily agree are the core functions of government couldn't be done without going back to the voters. So the First Amendment to Alabama's Constitution, a handful of years after ratification, was to allow state government to fund the building of roads. Pretty amazing that we had to amend the Constitution to do that, but we did. And then we were kind of off and running from there, so to speak. As you laid the framework, we now have 900 through this past May's primary. We have 978 amendments. Almost 750 of those are local amendments, apply to only one county or one municipality. And let's give a little bit of context to that while we're at it. What do we think the United States would look like if we allowed each state to pass its own exceptions to our federal Constitution that applied only in the boundaries of that state? And yet in Alabama, we've done that almost 750 times with respect to our counties and our municipalities. And we've created a document that is somewhat unwieldy, somewhat unpredictable in the result, county to county on various issues, and that the voters have had to come back and address issue after issue in order to empower government to provide some function. Scotty, I like to show folks, this is my version of the Alabama Constitution. And this, by the way, is just the statewide provisions. There's an entire separate volume for those local provisions. But the number of tabs, the annotations, the cases I've got stuck in there is kind of a visual representation of kind of what is necessary for me, who lives in this day in and day out, to navigate it. So let's talk a little bit then about some of the bigger efforts over the years to kind of change the Constitution and how it functions. Of course, Albert Brewer, who became governor in the late 1960s, formed a commission, looked at the Constitution kind of at the same time that a lot of our neighboring other southern states were redrafting theirs, made a proposal. That proposal didn't go very far. In the early 70s, then Chief Justice Howell Heflin, later, of course, Senator Howell Heflin, led an effort that rewrote the entirety of the judicial article. And really, at the time, transformed Alabama's judiciary in a way that was way ahead of its times, and even to this day is kind of a national model for a unified judicial system. And that was ratified in the early 70s. In the early 80s, following some efforts by Fob James in his first term as governor, and his legal advisor, Mike Waters, has recently published a book that's pretty fascinating on that run of constitutional history. But in the early 80s, the legislature took up this kind of redrafted Constitution, not substantially different substantively, but redrafted Constitution, and it passed the legislature. And then in 1983, in a case called State v. Manley, the Alabama Supreme Court said, no, you can't go this route. That the legislature's authority over changing the Constitution is limited in two ways. They could either call a constitutional convention, or they can propose discrete, individualized amendments to change the document. And so that's kind of been the pattern we've been in for the last 40 years. There have been several efforts, and we'll talk more specifically about those a little bit later, and what they mean in the recompilation, but there have been some specific efforts to do what's been known as the article by article approach, which means the legislature proposed and the people ratified kind of rewrites of whole articles of the Constitution. And there've also been, of course, continuous individual amendments throughout those years, but there was never kind of an effort to make it all fit together until 2003. And in 2003, the legislature passed an act that was then codified and gave the power to the Code Commissioner, the position I do now hold. At the time, it was held by Jerry Bassett, and gave the Code Commissioner a directive and authority to create a recompilation. That recompilation is statutorily authorized. It was never ratified. However, lawyers and people familiar with the Code of Alabama know that that's what this is. The first volume of the Alabama Code is that kind of statutorily authorized recompilation. And we've been living with that for about 20 years. However, because it was never ratified, that's not our official governing document. So it's a handy tool. It's helpful to people researching. It helps folks preparing legal briefs for the courts to know where to go look in the real Constitution, but it is not official. And that's kind of where we found ourselves in 2019 as the legislature started talking about, or kind of didn't start talking about it. It had been an effort for a number of years at kind of trying to reach agreement on how to recompile. And then in 2019, the bill that became Amendment 951 that you referenced was passed, and it was ratified in 2020.
Terrific. Thank you for that introduction. We discussed at the beginning the organization of the committee, and I know that you led the public comment phases of this work, and that of course was done during the pandemic. But we'd like you to tell us a little bit about how your office and the committee went about that mandated recompilation work. Walk us through that public process, if you would, and tell us what's different, what's moved, and what was removed.
Perfect. So 951, you've already covered kind of the topics that it allowed for work to be done in. The mechanism was 951 specifically authorized the Director of Legislative Services, myself, to propose one time in 2022 a proposed recompilation that also did those other, three charging or three charges, so to speak. And pretty early on, we decided that process would probably work better if it was done in a very transparent method, and with some of the other stakeholders at the table and for discussions. And so we created an advisory committee. That advisory committee was chaired by Representative Marika Coleman, who was the sponsor of the underlying legislation that created Amendment 951. And then from the House of Representatives, Danny Garrett and Ben Robbins were also on it. And then three senators, Senator Arthur Orr, who was vice chair of the committee, Senator Roger Smitherman, and Senator Sam Gavan. And then four lawyers who had a pretty significant history in constitutional reform and economic development work. And those four people were Anita Archie, Greg Buttress, Stan Gregory, and Al Vance. So that 10-person committee held 5 public meetings over the summer and early fall of 2021. All of those meetings had the opportunity for the public to engage, to participate, to provide commentary. We did have public testimony at those meetings. We also had a public comment period, and we had much more written comment from the public than even the participation at the public meetings. And that committee became kind of the sounding board for myself and the staff of LSA as we worked on putting together the product that we wanted to present to the legislature. So the first decision that committee made after some discussion and conversation was to start with this statutory recompilation as the base. And that helped the process tremendously for a couple of reasons. One, of course, that work had already been done. The heavy lifting of getting through the 750 to 800 amendments that existed when it was done, those were already recompiled in a way that put the new language in, took the old language out, and gave us a baseline of work. Secondly, it's a document that at least some segment of the public was already familiar with and had a 20-year history of working with, and there hadn't been any significant complaints, any instances where we observed something that shouldn't have been taken out or something that shouldn't have been put in was. The courts were familiar with it. They were comfortable with it. Increasingly, if you look at Alabama Supreme Courts today, they refer to the Constitution by section, by any relevant amendment, and then say now appearing as the section in the recompilation. So the courts were familiar with it, and it gave us a good, solid starting point to break off on. And that statutory recompilation, really does the heavy lifting of what I think is one of the most significant things of this proposal, which is it takes our Constitution and it makes it accessible, understandable, and readable to the general public in a way that it's not currently. And let me give you a couple of examples of that. So Section 102 of our Constitution in 1901 was the provision that prohibited the state from allowing interracial marriage. That provision was, of course, struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court decades ago. And in the year 2000, the voters of Alabama voted to ratify a constitutional amendment to remove that language from our Constitution. However, if you're looking at the official Constitution, that language is still in Section 102, and you have to find your way to Amendment 667 to know that it was repealed. That's a pretty significant undertaking for any citizen, let alone one that's not trained in the law. So this recompilation just takes that language out. The voters 2 decades ago voted to remove it. This gives full effect to that desire. Secondly, we talked a little bit about the article by article approach. And over time, 6 articles of our Constitution have been rewritten. The separation of powers provisions, the impeachment provisions, the suffrage article, the banking article, the corporations article, and the judicial article. However, each of those whole article rewrites is still simply an amendment under the current structure. So, for example, the banking article, which was rewritten and ratified in 2012, is actually Amendment 872. And so if you pull up Amendment 872, that's what that is the entirety of the banking article, but it's in that amendment spot. In the recompilation, the banking article comes out, the old banking article comes out, the new banking article goes in. A little bit of a head note or a footnote on this process, because this was a statutory version and not ratified, the Code Commissioner, as this was worked on, actually made a handful, a dozen to be exact, so 2 handfuls plus 2, of typographical fixes that are notated in this text. We were so conservative in trying to have complete fidelity to Amendment 951, we reversed those typographical errors in what is proposed and up for ratification. So an example of that, Amendment 907 has the word repel rather than repeal. I'm a little embarrassed that slipped through our office. It was voted on and ratified in that way. In this version, in brackets, instead of repel, it says repeal. But because 951 didn't authorize typographical errors, we're actually taking that and 11 other typographical errors back to the original language ratified by the voters. The next area, the economic development consolidation, over 100 of the amendments to this Constitution deal with economic development and the ability for local as well as state government to incentivize industry and jobs to locate in our state. A lot of that is duplicative, arguably. However, after full discussion of this 10-person committee, we decided not to change any of that. We ultimately thought there were too many bond deals out, too many agreements that were predicated on specific amendments that, even though they are later duplicated, we didn't want to upset or give any potential argument or risk to undoing any economic development deals. So we decided to, other than effectuating the placement of those amendments as part of the recompilation, to not do any additional work in dealing with that duplication. Next, of course, is the racist language provisions. And we had a full and honest debate about the history of our Constitution and what provisions were still existing in it that were racist. And that full and honest debate, as well as a whole lot of the public commentary that came in related to that topic, resulted in 3 changes that are proposed in the current Constitution that's up for ratification. The first is Section 32. Section 32 is our state equivalent to the 13th Amendment of the Federal Constitution, which is the prohibition on slavery. And it prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude, but it has an exception except for the conviction of a crime. And that language appears in roughly 24 of the states of our country's constitution. And there's been an effort kind of nationally to pull those provisions out. Alabama, as you're certainly aware, and a lot of our viewers is aware, had a history in the late 1800s, early 1900s of what was known as convict leasing, or basically leasing out prisoners to private industry, or particularly agriculture industry and mining industry, of persons who were serving time in prisons and jails. It was a form of involuntary servitude. That practice ended in Alabama in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. That practice was predominantly racially based, and that's a provision that we're now taking out of the Constitution. Now, I want to address some recent concerns about that. There are some concerns that the removal of that language affects the ability to continue the prison industry programs in the state of Alabama, or prohibits us from having prisoners participate in things like working in the kitchen and other duties around our prisons. That's not true in our estimation. There's a whole lot of law, settled law, about what prisoners can be involved in, what prisoners have to be paid, and that being involved in those programs is not a form of involuntary servitude. In fact, the state of Colorado is about 3 years ahead of us on this particular effort. They repealed their constitutional provision dealing with involuntary servitude as a punishment for a crime 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now. And litigation has run its course in that state, and the courts have reached final conclusion of no, that doesn't affect in any way the criminal justice system. Prisoners working in prisons does not amount to involuntary servitude, and we're very strongly convinced that the same will be true here, even with the repeal of that language. The second racist provision that was dealt with is Section 256. 256 is our provision dealing with kind of the educational policy of the state, and there's two changes in that language. The first is we're removing the entire third paragraph. And the third paragraph is the allowance of having segregated schools within the state. No debate. I think everyone universally, quickly jumps to that provision as being, one of the strongest remnants of racist language in our current document, and that comes out. A second change, which is a little bit more nuanced, is in the first paragraph of that of that section. There's a last sentence that deals with the legislature's power to preserve peace and order in its school system. And the history of that, Scotty, if you dig into it, is that was part of Amendment 111, which was ratified in Alabama shortly after the Brown versus Board of Education decision. And it was broadly advertised, both in its passage in the legislature and at the time of ratification, as being a provision to allow the state to continue segregation for reasons that weren't related to race. Now, clearly they were related to race, but the argument was that if you were preserving peace and order, you could continue to have segregated schools, and that it was somehow not a race-based criteria. The courts obviously saw through those efforts. That was not successful, but that language remains, and the committee voted to make a proposal that took that out. And then the third and final portion of the Constitution that's being amended relative to the racist language is Section 259, which was the distribution of funds raised from poll taxes. The actual substantive poll tax provisions were removed from our Constitution, or voted on to be removed from our Constitution in the rewrite of the suffrage article in 1996. That vote was successful. Obviously, the recompilation will give full effect to that effort, and the suffrage article and all the substantive provisions of poll taxes will be out. And then this additional change of taking it out in the education article, as will happen as well. And the reason that wasn't done at the same time in 1996 was kind of that article by article approach we talked about earlier, and the desire to not somehow create an infirmity as to the rewriting of the suffrage article by also crossing into the education article and pulling that provision. So Scotty, I know that's a pretty dense segment on that information, but that's kind of how the process went and where the landing spot was that came out of it.
Well, we appreciate your detailed analysis there and explanation of what was done. And I think the example of the grammar and the decision there reflects your committee's diligence, and also, as you said, the fidelity to the legislation. I said in the beginning there were 4 provisions. I guess technically there were 5, because there followed a sentence that said, "and make no further changes." So that's a good indication of what you all did there. Before we go to the next question, just a quick follow-up, Othni. We've posted the links to the Recompilation Committee's website in the chat. If you could just tell us what our viewers might find when they go there. This is, I've heard you say before, this is a place where you can show your work, you can show the committee's work in a trust but verify sort of way. So tell us a little bit about what they'll find on that website.
Scotty, I appreciate you pointing that out. We are definitely a trust but verify state, and I appreciate that. So that website's got a whole lot of information about both what happened, what was discussed, and where we landed. So at the top of that website, there are 4 documents. Well, I think there's actually 5 documents at the top of that website, which kind of If you only want to look at what you're actually voting on, that's where you're going to want to start. So the first document is the full text of the statewide provisions. So that's up, the language that should actually be ratified. The second is the countywide or county-specific local amendments. So volume 2 of the new Constitution would be local amendments only, again, organized by county first and then subject matter second. And that's the second document that you'll see. The third document that you'll see is a disposition chart. The disposition chart on the left-hand side shows the original roughly 290 sections of the Constitution. It then lists the 977 amendments that were before the committee. Remember, 978 came just in May at the primary. So it's not on this disposition table specifically, but it lists those out. And then on the right-hand column, it shows you where those went forward in the new recompilation. This is a good place to chase a quick rabbit right there, Scotty. We had tried to avoid renumbering. So you will see a number of places where what was old was repealed, and that section is actually reserved in the new. And we did that because people are so used to the 120-year history of kind of knowing when we're talking about specific sections, what that relates to, that we thought the risk of confusion outweighed any benefit of kind of recapturing those numbers and using them for a different provision. The next document on there is a chart. I think it's entitled Chart of Textual Changes. It lays out in full glory the 15 instances where we changed text as opposed to just organization in the new document. So those 12 typos we took backwards, and the 3 provisions of racist language and what's being done in those specifically. And then the final document in that first box is the actual sample ballot language itself, so that the voters can familiarize themselves, and we're going to talk about that later, but what they're going to see on the ballot and read it ahead of time. Below that are all the materials that the committee considered, all the memos we wrote on various issues at their direction, the memo, fantastic memo from Archives and History on the involuntary servitude provision and the convict leasing program that existed in Alabama. And those are organized by the meeting date in reverse chronological order that they were presented to the committee. So everything that the committee saw, any member of the public can now see on our website if they want to dig deeper than those final documents.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a good time for us to invite our viewers today to put your own questions for Mr. Latham in the chat feature. We'll take as many of those as we can in the time remaining. I will move on to another question here. As is the case, I guess, with most legislative action, there are those that feel that the recompilation effort goes too far, and others who probably feel it does not go far enough. This being a democracy, of course, our fellow Alabamians are entitled to their opinions. But I wonder, as the person charged with conducting this work, how you might address some of those criticisms that you've heard. I guess put another way, what would you want skeptical voters to know about this effort ahead of November the 8th?
So, Scotty, great question. And I'm definitely hearing from people on both ends of that spectrum. And the public's reading, various commentary, I think, on both ends of that spectrum. And I guess, I'd start with, you kind of hit the nail on the head, right? I mean, this was certainly a legislative process. It is democracy in action. That usually means there is compromise. I suspect if you talk to people who voted for this bill, and this effort for that matter, there are plenty of people who probably wish they could have gotten a little more, and plenty of people who didn't really see why we were doing it at all. And yet we landed at a spot, and I think this is significant. We landed at a spot where both the underlying legislation that proposed Amendment 951 and ultimately the recompilation itself passed both chambers of the legislature unanimously. And that's not as uncommon as it sounds. I think people think that the Alabama legislature is highly divided, and certainly there are a minority of issues where they are highly divided, and it's very contentious and a lot of debate. But on the vast majority of true governance type issues, they're able to work together really well and bridge the partisan divide and pass things either unanimously or in a broadly bipartisan manner. And this is one of those examples. So I guess that's the first thing that I would say, is that certainly it was the product of compromise. It was the product of the legislative process. And that's kind of how our democracy is structured. So that oftentimes you end up in a spot where maybe you wanted a little more, maybe you wanted a little bit less, but this is what you could live with. The next thing I would say is that it is extremely significant. In fact, I would say kind of critical to the continuation of democracy that people have an opportunity to know and understand the law if they want to. And I think in our current structure, that's very, very difficult with the Alabama Constitution. We've already talked about a couple of examples of things, where you have to fight through hundreds of amendments to know it's been changed. And that has an effect. It has an effect on the understandability, on the comfort level we have of, is government functioning right? And having a document that can be read front to end in a coherent and relatively understandable manner is very, very significant. So even if this did nothing other than the reorganization part, I think it would be significant. And then finally, I think language matters. I think when a middle schooler or a high schooler is first exposed to the Alabama Constitution, because they're working on something at school or they're involved in a youth government, program or one of the other many great programs around this state that expose children to the Alabama Constitution, it matters. Even if they know segregation can't still happen, it has an effect to see in that governing document that it's still there. Even if they know that interracial marriage is no longer illegal, it has an effect to see in that document that it's prohibited in our state. And so I think words do matter. I think they do have an effect. I think purging ourselves, our governing document of these things where they are visible for those first impressions is not insignificant. I certainly understand and respect people who think there's a lot more change to be had. I guess I understand it doesn't matter because it's not operative anyway. But I think just because it's not operative doesn't mean it's not affecting people, number one. And number two, to the original point, just having the ability to read it, understand it, see it in context is something that I think citizens are entitled to. And I think make this, a significant step forward. And it's kind of the capstone, if you will, on that whole article by article approach too, right? We talked about how kind of over the past 5 decades, we've rewritten a majority of the articles in the Constitution. That's been kind of a process that, both sides of the spectrum have gotten comfortable with. And yet we haven't really taken that final step of implementing it in a way to where that's visible. And this doing that is significant.
Right. I recall you saying in an earlier setting that this was sort of the next step to that article by article revision. To your first point, historians, particularly political historians, such as myself, we often have to practice law without a license, it seems, and ease of use is particularly important. But really, to the second portion, your point about language, and a constitution as a collection of our collective ideals more than a broader legislative document, which is what historians have mostly referred to the 1901 Constitution as. So I think all important changes there and good answers, I think, to the questions that we've had about the document. I have an all-important final question for you today, Othniel, before we turn to our audience members. Tell us how the recompilation vote will look on our November 8th ballot.
All right. So, and I think we have a slide to throw up on this, or throw up for this. It's going to appear, you're familiar with the normal ballot style. Of course, federal offices first, statewide constitutional offices second, and then you work your way through the local candidates before you then get to the constitutional amendments. This is going to appear between that last local candidate and before Amendment 1. And the language on the screen, and again, it's also available on our website if you want to look at it closely, is the actual question on the recompilation itself. And it's a standalone section on the ballot. Scotty, while we're here, I also want to flip to this second slide. And we haven't talked about this a whole lot, but there's also a companion constitutional amendment, and it's statewide amendment number 10. And this goes hand in hand with the recompilation. And in fact, it has no effect unless both the recompilation and Amendment 10 are ratified. But if both of those events occur, Amendment 10 does two things. The first is 27 amendments are pending on the ballot. We don't want to have the Constitution of 2022 and immediately 27 amendments to go with it. So the first thing it does is it gives authorization to the Code Commissioner, my position, to place those other ratified amendments into the new document and organize them as they would have been organized if they were before the process as it had been ongoing. Not make any changes to them, not change any words, but organize them where they would belong so we don't have any amendments on day one. The second thing, and I think this is also very important to think through, we obviously have hundreds and hundreds of judicial decisions and government actions that have been taken over the last 120 years that rely on different provisions in this Constitution. And there at least exists, I think it is not a prevailing argument, but there at least exists an argument that you look at the definition of words at the time of ratification in order to know what they mean. And so all of those decisions hinge kind of upon what the meaning of words were either in 1901 or at the time that the amendment that proposed them was ratified. And so the second part of this amendment says all of those decisions remain intact, that simply reorganizing and ratifying this reorganization doesn't change the meaning of anything that is otherwise unchanged. So the vast majority of provisions in the Constitution that are simply reorganized, moved around, put in a proper place, we're not reopening for interpretation what they mean. And so that's kind of a preemptive strike, if you will, to avoid unnecessary litigation and cost and expense about something that I think would reach that result anyway, but it kind of cuts it off before it ever starts.
All right, terrific. Well, thank you for that. And just a quick reminder to our viewers, you can post questions in the chat. We'll get to a few of those now, but also a reminder that alabamavotes.gov is where you can go and check your registration status, your polling place information, but also see the sample ballots for your particular precincts as well. I think we're going to throw up a question now from Kyle Whitmire. And I think we may have to read this in two parts, but I'll read it here from the screen if that's all right. In 2011, U.S. District Judge Linwood Smith cracked the door open for a possible court challenge to the 1901 Constitution on the basis that black belt voters had had their votes stolen and the Constitution ratified by fraud. It's a quote from that ruling. Plaintiffs did not base their claims in this case upon the illegitimacy of the 1901 ratification election, however. Indeed, they did not even allege that fact. As a consequence, this court must leave that issue for another day and another forum. Close quote from the opinion. And here's the question. By voting for this, if approved, does this provide the state constitution protection from such a challenge?
So I think the answer to that is obviously pretty complicated, and so I'm going to do my best, obviously off the cuff without having done a great deal of legal research specific to that, and then maybe we can follow it up sometime. That probably would be an hour unto itself pretty easily, right? So I'm very familiar with that litigation. That quote comes from part of the equity funding litigation over how our taxes are structured and how we fund local school systems in the state of Alabama. And the ultimate opinion in that case, by the way, was as I remember it was over 1,000 pages. I think it was approximately a 1,200 page court opinion, which is pretty significant and impressive in its own right. that ultimately said, perhaps we fund education poorly, perhaps we underfund education, perhaps there are issues with the funding of education, but at the end of the day, there was not a claim based on race at this point for how that was done. And that decision was ultimately affirmed by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. And I guess, to not to minimize Kyle's significant point, but I guess I would say two things to that. The first is that I think that if there was a so motivated plaintiff, 11 years have elapsed since that quote was written. And there were a lot of tremendous lawyers on both sides of that litigation for the near decade that it went on. A lot of them on both sides, close personal friends, really good lawyers. And so I think that if there was a claim, it is unusual to have a federal judge invite a claim in the way that quote that Kyle just referenced did.
Yeah.
And yet that I'm aware of, there was not a case filed after that, kind of taking that judge up upon his invitation. And so the first thing I would say, again, without minimizing the thought or the concern or the validity of it, the fact that didn't happen despite the invitation, I think goes a long way towards answering the question, what's the viability of that, right? For lack of a better word. Secondly, I actually think in some respects that Amendment 10 covers that ground as well, right? I mean, I think the notion of Amendment 10 saying we're not, those provisions that are unchanged, we do not intend to change how they are interpreted or derived from their 1901 form, probably means that if somebody wanted to still take the court up upon that invitation, that there is a window that Amendment 10 opens that otherwise might have been foreclosed. I'm kind of out on a limb on that one again, avoiding my normal advice of not answering legal questions in the moment they are asked without researching it. I'd love to go into more depth on that later after I do a little bit more research, but I think that's my off the cuff is that, kind of those two segments. One, if that was really viable, it would be unusual that hadn't been done in the 11 years since the invitation was issued. And secondly, I think probably we're not, undermining any potential claims should it be brought, assuming ratification of both Amendment 10 and the recompilation.
Terrific. Well, thank you for that. And we're happy to revisit that question at a later point. And it sounds like you've queued up for us, Mr. Whitmire, another History Now program with Doug Smith as well. So, who's a good friend of the department. While we wait for any other questions, just walk us through just very, very briefly, Othni, the mechanics. If the voters approve these initiatives on November 8th, how soon do we see these changes enacted?
So fantastic. Good question. So first off, I want to plug, there is actually a version of the proposed Constitution. It's out in print. It's available. It was mailed to every code subscriber already at no expense to the individual subscriber. And if there's anybody out there who'd like a copy, feel free to reach out to me, or they can reach out through you to me. And we'd be glad to get them a copy while supplies last. And of course, it's available online as well. So by operation of our Constitution, and we did not override it in this amendment, there's a specific provision that says if there is a new Constitution ratified, it goes into effect January 1st following ratification. So assuming that that the Constitution is ratified, it would go into effect on January 1st. That gives us a few weeks' time, assuming Amendment 10 is also ratified, to get those other ratified amendments, see what else was ratified, get them placed into it. Hopefully get this loaded up on the website and kind of the way people are more used to seeing the code and the Constitution with that kind of click by tree, in a way that's a little easier to navigate than the current PDFs. And then also lets Westlaw and Nexus and all the other great legal publishing houses kind of catch up on that end of it as well.
Good. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. I have really a question, perhaps to me, it sounds like a question of semantics, but it's an important one. This will be the Constitution of 2022, I gather, not a version 1901 2.0. talk to me about that. What's the understanding there of updating the year to the current, and what does that mean for us?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, Scotty, and I think my answer to that is got multiple parts. First off, certainly the core of this new Constitution gathers a lot of parts from 1901. However, I mean, even without the recompilation, let's recognize that we've amended that 978 times, right? So taking that into reference, there's I think approximately 290 provisions in the 1901 Constitution as it was ratified. So we've either added, deleted 3 times as many plus over the course of the last 20 years, right? So we really don't have the 1901 Constitution anymore, right? We have bits and pieces of it that has been changed very drastically, right? And then secondly, I think kind of achieving the tone difference, right? And again, whole lot of other things maybe some people would like to see, other things other people don't want to see, but achieving the tone difference of really removing those most offensive parts of it is such that I think it would be an unfair characterization at this point to call it some version of the 1901 document. I think that the totality of the changes make it enough different that it is worthy of a new date, so to speak, right? And that's kind of how we title these things, is by date, and I think this effort is worthy of that.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, and that's essentially what I've heard from some of the elected members of the committee, Representative Coleman most recently as well. So thank you for that answer. All right. Well, as we close today, I want to thank Othni Lathram, the Director of Legislative Services Agency, for joining us. And more broadly, Othni, thank you for your service to the state of Alabama. And I want to take a final moment to encourage all of you to vote on November the 8th. If you found today's program informative, please consider sharing it with your Alabama friends and family. It is available right now to share through Facebook and YouTube. This will conclude our special installment of History Now, focusing on the recompilation of Alabama's Constitution. Thank you for watching, and be well.
Wednesday, November 30th at noon Central Time, here in the Farley and online, you can join us for another Alabama radio moment as Tori Bailey discusses WZZA, the soul of the shoals. Our next research rundown will be online on our Facebook and YouTube channel on Monday, December 5th, as archivist Carly Ann Burkett discusses the emancipation of John Bell. Finally, I'd like to invite you back for our next installment of Food for Thought on Thursday, December 15th at noon Central Standard Time here in the Farley and online, as Joey Brackner presents Slinging Mud, Potters and Politics in the Late 19th Century. Now, I'd like to please turn off all your cell phones, or at least put them on mute, as we're about to begin our program. I'd also like to say that Food for Thought 2022 is sponsored by the Friends of the Alabama Archives and made possible by a donation in memory of Mike Jenkins IV. Now, to today's speaker. Joby Hill is a licensed preservation architect and slave house expert with over 17 years of professional experience. She holds degrees in historic preservation, art history, and anthropology, and is a leadership in energy and environmental design accredited professional. She has worked with numerous institutions, including but not limited to the National Museum of African American History and Culture, Colonial Williamsburg, Montpelier, and Monticello. But today, she is going to discuss the important work of the Saving Slave Houses project. So please join me in welcoming Joby Hill.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be here. All right, so I am going to get started. I've packed a lot in, So I want to make sure we have time for questions and everything afterwards also. So, all right. So my personal mission is to advance an evidence-based understanding and acknowledgement of the institution of slavery in America. A cornerstone of this effort is the belief that the histories of many non-white Americans have been told to them and not by them. To that end, I am dedicated to the interpretation and the preservation of the living and working environments of enslaved people, integrated with their own oral histories and historical records related to the business of slavery. My professional work to date has been the documentation, preservation, and interpretation of slave houses. I'm a licensed preservation architect and slave house expert. I've conducted interdisciplinary research examining slave houses, the influence these dwellings had on the lives of their inhabitants, and the preservation of history of enslaved people. I initiated an independent project titled Saving Slave Houses to ensure that slave houses were not lost forever. I also created the Slave House Database, which is a comprehensive national architectural and anthropological survey of slave houses. The goals of the project are to, 1, facilitate projects committed to the preservation and education of the history of enslaved people in the United States, to identify the importance of house as insight into enslavement, set standards and shape future scholarship, and to act as a new comprehensive resource for people to connect and learn about their enslaved ancestors and the homes they lived and worked in during slavery. My research involves examining both the historical record and material culture. I've completed over 1,000 architectural and anthropological surveys of enslaved spaces across the US. In addition to fieldwork, I've conducted extensive research and detailed analyses of the materials in the largest collections of documented slavery architecture in America. And they are the interviews collected by historically Black colleges and universities in the 1920s, the slave narratives collected in the 1930s, the architectural surveys completed by the Historic American Buildings Survey since 1933, the Virginia Historical Inventory Project in 1937, and the research and documentation carried out by the Architectural Research Department at Colonial Williamsburg Foundation since 1980. The Historic American Buildings Survey, or HABS, was a government program established in 1933 for relief employment under the Work Progress Administration, or the WPA. HABS was able to employ 1,000 qualified architects and draftsmen to record historically significant buildings of the United States. The purpose of the survey was to obtain a complete record of the architectural features of the buildings. Photographs were intended to supplement the measured drawings and not serve as the only form of documentation. But for 60% of the slave house sites, a photograph turned out to be the only documentation that was completed. Only 14% of the HABS documented slave houses have both a measured drawing and a photograph. Extensive research on slavery has been conducted by the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, or CWF, over the decades. Since 1980, the Architectural Research Department has been actively conducting architectural surveys and historical research of enslaved spaces as part of the Agricultural Buildings Project, making it one of the largest collections of documented slave houses. The vast knowledge of the architectural historians and the immense level of detail put into the drawings and reports makes the collection at Colonial Williamsburg unparalleled. I was awarded the Fellowship in African and African American History and Culture from Colonial Williamsburg for 4 years in a row. For my fellowship, I worked with the architectural historians to digitize the entire Agricultural Buildings Project collection. I scanned over 5,000 measured drawings, field notes, photographs, and written reports. CWF has surveyed over 700 US sites. Of these, over 200 of them have an enslaved building. The interpretation portion of the database includes descriptions of slave houses and the activities that took place from them, from the actual enslaved people living there during slavery. The largest and most widely known collection of narratives is the Federal Writers Slave Narratives Project. The Federal Writers Project was a WPA program that was established in 1935 and was designed to provide jobs for unemployed historians and writers. One of the assignments for the Writers Project was to collect American life histories from people of all backgrounds. One type of narrative that was of great interest to John Lomax, the director of the Writers Project, was the interview with formerly enslaved people. In 1937, the official Slave Narratives Project was created. At the end of the project, more than 2,300 first-person accounts of slavery and 500 black and white photographs of people once enslaved in the US had been collected by the Writers Project from 17 states. My work focuses on connecting people to places and places to people. My methodology for doing this, I call in their own words. I'm able to identify the ex-slave narratives that describe a specific documented slave house. In this context, the house where a person lived during slavery is the same house that is featured in the image. So of the 485 Habs sites with a documented slave house and the 1,010 Writers Project narratives that describe their house during slavery, only 5 documented slave houses from the Habs collection can be directly linked to an ex-slave narrative recorded by the Writers Project. My favorite example is of the 5 matched sites is the Taylor Plantation in Alabama. It's a rare site that can be matched to the ex-slave narrative of Jane Holloway. This site is also exceptional because not only is there a narrative about life on the Taylor Plantation, but a photograph of Jane was also taken during the interviews, and it survives. This site and Jane's interview provide insight into the lives of enslaved people on a small plantation. During slavery, Jane lived with her mother, Carrie, her father, Taylor, and her brother, Maryland. Jane and her family lived in a one-room log house. She remembers that the room itself was not very big, but the fireplace was. Recalling the large fireplace made Jane think of spending time with her family and the meals they ate together and how precious these times were for her while she was growing up. And this summer, I was able to actually visit this site. And so this is the 1936 picture from the Historic American Building Survey. And this is what it looks like in 2022. As part of my ongoing research, I've completed architectural and anthropological surveys of slave houses to include in the Slave House database. The documentation identifies and records current issues surrounding the preservation and interpretation of slave houses. Since 2012, I've seen over 1,000 buildings at approximately 200 sites across 7 states and driven over 15,000 miles. The Habs collection has been the primary focus of my research thus far. Therefore, it will be the first collection that I can complete survey work for. This phase of this survey work involves locating and resurveying the Habs documented slave houses in the United States. The goal is to identify extant slave houses, document the current conditions, record architectural features and undocumented buildings, and also to collect GIS data. For myself, field work provides a perspective that can only be gained from personally interacting with and experiencing a space. There's no substitute for standing in a slave house and experiencing the overwhelming rush of emotions that comes with this. And the pictures that you're seeing now are specific to Alabama. And what's so nice about starting with the Habs collection is that it was the only other national survey of slave houses that was done. It was unintentional. That's not what they were set out to do, but that is something that they captured. So it provides a then and now comparison, which is always one, interesting to see, but also very helpful in doing research because some of these buildings have changed significantly. And so that's what you can kind of see. And I'll show you in this. So this is actually an example of that. So this is Thornhill Plantation in Green Hill County, Alabama. And so the top left is the 1934 image of what is called the kitchen quarter, which was actually in 1934 was used as a garage. And then in the 1984 National Register nomination for the property, it had been restored back to the kitchen building. And then the 2 bottom photographs are what it looks like today. So as you can see, buildings go through many different changes over time. And unless they're documented, we aren't always able to identify that. And this is also one of my favorite sites because it did have extensive documentation done by Habs in the 1930s. And what I always look for in photographs or any type of documentation is the presence of people. And there were a lot of people that were present in these photographs. And the main one of the children, which is called the wash place, is my favorite, just because it shows many generations of the people that have lived and worked there. So technology plays an important role in the documentation of slave houses and is an invaluable storytelling tool. one that engages and challenges the next generation of historians. I use technology to explore the intersection between the built environment, history, humanities, community, and technology to yield captivating digital humanities projects. I also work with properties to help them figure out ways to preserve these structures and or stabilize them. This example is a Hop Ranch plantation in Amelia County, Virginia. And the owner was thinking about burning down the slave house because he thought it was structurally compromised and he didn't want it to just fall down on it by itself. So I worked with the structural engineers called Spring Point Structural, and we went out and did some testing. And that is a photograph of me doing resistance drill testing, which tells you the core strength of the logs. So because we knew that termites had been in this building. And so we didn't know how much damage they had done, especially to the core of the logs, right? And so that's what I'm doing there. And then I also worked with University of Virginia, the Scholars Lab, to laser scan the structure. And that's what those other images are. So we just wanted to make sure that if for some reason something did happen to the building, then we had documentation of it. And it turns out that the building is not structurally impaired, so it's fine. But the next steps have been to work with the property owner to find money and ways to further stabilize this structure. So another project and team that I work with often is Trimble, and Trimble makes the little handheld computer that I use in the field, and they also make laser scanning equipment. But their big thing is just really GIS like equipment. So they also make equipment, for farmers and land surveyors and things like that. But in 2017, they came to Virginia to help me document 3 important sites that I knew of. And so this one is Brandon Plantation and in Halifax County. And what makes this one special and unique is that it has an intact subfloor pit. And so what a subfloor pit is that you find them in slave houses, and they're usually in front of the hearth, and it's a hole in the ground. And they range in many shapes and sizes. It can be literally just a small hole dug out in the earth. It can be a more intentionally built hole like this one. Some are brick lined, some are wood lined. It just varies, right? And so this one the owner had sealed it up because animals and things were getting into it, so they wanted to protect it. And they did that about 15 years ago, but they said that I could open it up to see, so I could document it and see it. And so this is just a laser scan of the room that the subfloor pit is in. And this building is what they call the kitchen corridor. So they do think it was used as a kitchen building in addition to just a slave house. So that is the room. And then, so here are some images of it after it's been opened. So the opening is 4 feet by 4 feet. And I had architectural historians, archaeologists, other people out there with me that wanted to see this. And so that's everyone kind of looking at it and exploring it. And so this is a scan of inside the pit. And so what makes this pit unusual and interesting is that the building is raised on piers. So part of the hole in the ground is, as you can see, has a stone wall around it, and then the rest of it is in the ground. So this was built, and also just from looking at the construction of it, it was built at the same time as the house was built. So it was very intentional and planned, which is also interesting. All right, and so this is just a short little video that Trimble made that kind of shows the process that we go through to document and then storytell with the information collected. For the general population to begin to understand what life was and is like for intentionally excluded voices, we must demonstrate what it was like to walk in our shoes. Appreciating the landscape through the perspective of the enslaved community takes time and practice and must be done on a holistic level. This means approaching the landscape of slavery with an open mind and a willingness to let go of preconceived ideas and beliefs about the people who built and lived in these structures. It also requires the ability to accept grim and sometimes vile truths. True insight into about what life was like for enslaved people can only be gained by examining how and why enslaved people made decisions, and above all, accepting their mechanisms to survive oppression. For example, history's definition of a slave owner is a person who owned or enslaved another human being. But to an enslaved person, a slave owner was also a slave breeder and trader. If a slave owner at any time forced an enslaved person to reproduce, or if the slave owner profited from an enslaved female having a child, then he was also a slave breeder. And if a slave owner at any time sold or bought an enslaved person, then he was also a slave trader. You didn't have to be breeding or trading enslaved people by the hundreds to bear this title. Committing this moral crime only once ensured you this label. Slave owners were not shy about expressing their interest and belief that they had the right to control the reproductive rights and schedules of enslaved women. At Monticello in Charlottesville, Virginia, Thomas Jefferson wrote, "I consider a woman who brings a child every 2 years as more profitable than the best man on the farm. What she produces is an addition to the capital, while his labors disappear in mere consumption." And as you can see, the children that Sally Hemings had by Thomas Jefferson are roughly spaced 2 years apart. The Massey family of Pharsalia Plantation in Nelson County, Virginia, kept a stock book, which documented the details of over 350 births from enslaved women spanning more than 100 years. In the Greenhill Plantation in Campbell County, Virginia, Samuel Pennell was so proud of his slave breeding and trading activities that he built a stone slave auction block and auctioneer stand right outside his front door. It is these historical accounts and the psychological trauma they inflicted on enslaved people that we must remember when interpreting the landscape of slavery and slave houses. How and who tells these stories matters. Each house tells a unique story. I've been fortunate enough to work with descendants of enslaved communities to explore the what and how of storytelling at historic sites of slavery. In 2021, Saving Slave Houses and Virginia Humanities hosted the Virginia Black Public History Institute, which brought together a multi-generational group of slavery descendants with ancestral ties to 5 Virginia historical sites. So the students explored public history through weekly readings, virtual roundtable discussions, hands-on learning, and engagement with professionals, policymakers, and government officials. The ultimate goal was to remove barriers, equip descendant communities with cutting-edge scholarship, tools, and other resources, and provide a national support network. So one of the things that we were able to do that we weren't sure we were going to be able to do was to bring everybody to Virginia to go visit the site where their ancestors were enslaved. And so it was kind of a last minute thing because of COVID, but it did work out. And people came from everywhere. We had someone that was in California, other people in New York, some were local to Virginia, but it was really important and powerful for them to actually go to visit the sites, because for many of them, they had never been to the site before. And so we knew that this was going to be very meaningful and it was important. So one of the things we did was we brought filmmakers in to document the experience. And that way we're also able to create short videos for each of them to take as a takeaway after the workshop was done. So they had a short documentary about the visit to each of their sites. And so when we were at each of the sites, some were well manicured, others were not, but I tried to kind of show them what it was like when I did survey work, right? So we trekked through the woods in some places and really tried to get it to feeling what it was like. And so this one is a good example. So Green Hill Plantation, I've been there many times. And so it's a fairly large existing site still. And part of the site is what they called Upper Town, which is where the main house is. And then across the railroad tracks and closer to the river and about over a mile away is what they called Lower Town. And there are slave houses in Lower Town. And we were walking down there and I was like, they should be right here. It's like, I I know they're here, but we couldn't see them because they were so overgrown, right? And I knew I was in the right spot, but I just walked right by them. So then I went back and I realized, oh, here they are. So these are just some images of two of the slave houses that are in Lower Town. And the image on the bottom left is of a cellar space that is below one of the houses. And I like to use this image because I think it's very telling, because you can see the fireplace that's there. So someone was living down there. That's why you have fireplaces in spaces. But you can't stand up in this space because it's too low, right? And so it's just kind of an example of just how every space, even though in our minds they don't seem habitable, they were used as living spaces by enslaved people, just like attic spaces. And so we had a lot of really good conversations at each of the sites with the property owners and then also just the community that was there. And we also found and saw some really interesting things. So this is what they call a slave contract. And so this was for the sale of Sally and her child Matilda, and they were sold to William Massey. And what is kind of the backstory to this is that William Massey originally owned Sally, and then he sold her as a young girl to another man. And while she was working for the other man, she became a really good cook. So William wanted to buy her back, right? But in that time, she had a child. And but when he went to buy her back, the child's name had the same name as another child that on Massey's plantation. So he made her change her name, the child's name, before he bought her back. And so her new name was Matilda, but that was not her given name by her mother. So that's just kind of the backstory to it, is that not only would this young mother and her child being sold back and forth, but she's also forced to change the name of her child. So this is just a trailer of that was done for the Institute. So you can see what the participants thought for themselves.
So far, it's been really cool to visit the plantation and see just how history has worked its way through Virginia.
I'm Jovi Hill. We are here for the 2021 Virginia Black Public History Institute, also known as the Descendant Workshop.
So I thoroughly am enjoying the workshop because of all of the great research and history that I did not know. and I'm able to utilize that in my research for my relatives.
Doing this workshop, it feels like I'm getting pieces back of me.
Doing these site visits, and for many of the descendants, visiting these sites will be the first time they've had the opportunity to visit these sites. I hope it's an opportunity for them just be able to experience these places firsthand and really be able to make a connection. It's already incredibly personal because it is their family that they are researching and learning about.
One word to describe my experience with the Descendant Workshop is proud.
Empowered.
Grateful.
Grounding.
Humility.
So one of the best parts about participating in the Descendants Workshop has been being able to share in this experience with other descendants.
It's great to finally be able to step foot and, kind of try to retrace your ancestral steps while they were here. It's a lot of mixed emotions.
This is part of my heritage too, so I appreciate her having this space here because it helps preserve my heritage as well.
I really feel that it's important for more Black Americans to reclaim these sites. There's obviously been a lot of trauma and a lot of pain that's occurred here. At the same time, the fact that we still exist and we've survived shows the resilience of our ancestors.
So the goal of the workshop was to lay the foundation for future partnerships between descendants, historic sites, and organizations to demonstrate what those relationships can look like. It's also a pipeline for future collaboration for Black public history projects. And so that's just kind of where I want to leave it and open it up for questions. So thank you.
So much to Joby for that amazing presentation. We have time for questions, and I think the first hand came up back here, and then we'll come back this way. And also to our online audience, if you have questions, you can put them in the comments, and I'll get them through my phone. I can ask them on your behalf.
What's the difference in the subfloor pit and a cellar?
So a subfloor pit would be a hole in the ground in like the middle of a room. A cellar would be a full side, like as big as the space of the room. So like not like a basement, but kind of not as tall as a basement. So they use it for a variety of things. Sometimes it was to as a root cellar. There's been archaeology has found evidence that it's been used as a root cellar to store personal items that they might have, like if they had a special craft, like some tools or something like that. And then some uses we don't know, right? I mean, one of the theories that people have proposed is that, people could hide in those spaces, right? And some of them, yes, were big enough to hide in. And so if you can fit in there, that at some time, I'm sure that's, how they were used, but they were all used kind of in different ways.
We have here.
In the photograph on the screen now, that small pot was used for, you might say, boiling clothes that were very dirty from field work. The large one on the left could even be used for sugarcane juice and making syrup. And the one on the right, I'm not sure, maybe it was for either one, but I recognize those.
Yes. Yeah, so sugaring, the really large ones were old sugaring pots, right, used in the sugaring process. But in the current use at the time of the photograph, it's called the wash place. They were using this for laundry. Yeah.
We have the next one back here.
I'm just curious, the workshop that you did in Virginia, is that something that we can look forward to in Alabama?
Hopefully, yes. It was a pilot program that we did, and we are hoping to expand it and do more of them because it was very successful and we really enjoyed doing it. So yes, hopefully.
I'm going to make my way real quick. This young woman over here had her hand up last time, so then I'll come back over here. So I only have one microphone. I'm working as fast.
Excellent presentation and project.
Thank you.
How were you able to locate the descendants and tie them and connect them to the plantation?
So actually the descendants contacted me. And that was something that I decided kind of long ago, and it's always been my hope, is that from doing this research and putting it out there, that people would start to come to me for help if they wanted it, right? Or to learn more. And so about maybe 5 years ago or so, descendants started reaching out to me from different sites and say, oh, you know, I saw this on one of your presentations or something, and I think my family was enslaved there. So they reach out to me.
And second question, when they originally captured that data that included the slave houses, did they also capture cemeteries? You know?
Oh, in the Historic American Building Survey? Yes, sometimes. Yep. Yeah.
I'll stop here and then go to the back, and I have a few online as well. So
okay.
Lots of questions coming in.
And I apologize because I came in late, but have you recorded any urban quarters?
Yes, I have.
Anything special to say about them?
No, I mean, I'm not, I guess not special kind of to me, right? So you know, slavery also existed in urban spaces, right? Which people forget. But so like I've been to Savannah to see some, Washington, DC. So they exist. They weren't just plantations, right? But we kind of, when we think of slavery, we do tend to think of plantations, right? But slavery was everywhere. So were enslaved people, and so were spaces that they were occupying to live in, right? And so we kind of forget about them in urban settings because they are behind the main house and hidden from, you know, the public view, which was the whole intent, right? You were not supposed to see that. So they were strategically placed well, right? But yes, I have seen them.
Hey, Joby. My name's Hannah Garman. I work at the Alabama Historical Commission, and we're actually working with Joby on the Alabama project. So I wanted, while I was here, to point y'all to our website because we have a lot of information about the Alabama specific project, and also a form that you can fill out if you have an enslaved dwelling or what you feel is an enslaved dwelling on a property that you're aware of. So just visit our website, talk to Joby. We're here, you know, if y'all have any questions. It's ahc.alabama.gov.
Right, we have one right here.
Linda Derry just asked about urban slave quarters. If you all have not been to Old Cahaba, you need to come. We have a two-story building called the Barker Slave Quarters. It was one of two buildings behind the big house. And in that building, there are 4 rooms. A family lived in each room. And it's really something to see. It's deteriorating now, but the Cahaba Foundation, of which I'm currently the president, is working to restore it and keep it because it's a prime example of urban enslaved quarters. Thank you.
I guess one, can't think of something interesting that I've seen in urban slave houses is that, so, for a site in Charleston, South Carolina, the Nathaniel Russell House, they're also working on restoring their kitchen quarter. But this is not all the time, but in some of the few examples I've seen, there is a higher level of finish inside these spaces than what you might find on some of the plantations. And there's many reasons for that, right? But for the one like at the Nathaniel Russell House, we found evidence of a chair rail. And so, if you don't know what a chair rail is, it's like on the side of the wall, it's the rail that's about half, like right here, like about halfway up, right? It's purely decorative, right? And so it's just kind of an interesting find.
So before we go back to more in person, I have one from Julia Brock from online that says, for students interested in this important public history work, do you have any advice about what kind of training would benefit them?
So actually, one of the things I'm trying to demonstrate to people is that especially students that are interested in history, you can have a background in anything and contribute to telling history, right? So yes, I'm an architect, right? And that's what I started from, but that's just part. So I can specialize in one part of it, right? But that's just a small part of it, right? So that you can be an archaeologist, you can have communications, because communication is a big part of storytelling, right? Technology, right? So if you're interested in the laser scanning part of it, or the drawings, or really just anything comes into play. And so when I do workshops and projects, I want to demonstrate all the different disciplines that contribute to doing this type of work.
Could you say some more about the HBCU interview collection, how it compares to the WPA effort, and is it accessible online?
Yes, so that's a really good question. You must know a little something about them. So the narratives that were collected in the late 20s, they had not been accessible for a very long time. Southern University had them in their collection, but they didn't make them accessible to the public. I don't know why. But just recently, in the last couple of years, an archivist down there has digitized them and made them available online. So through Southern University, you can now view the slave narratives that they have. And from looking at the two collections, the ones done in the 20s and then the ones done by the WPA, the 1930s, when you compare them, so they asked similar questions, but because of the way they asked them, they got different responses. So the WPA ones, the responses they give are more descriptive of so for me, I'm looking for housing, right? So they're more descriptive about what the structures actually look like. You know, was it made of wood? Were they made of brick? How many rooms did it have? Things like that, right? But the ones that the HBCUs did, the way they asked them were more kind of general. So they asked, describe your home and home life to us. So from those responses, you'll see a lot of the participants describe the main house as their home, because that's where they grew up, that's where they lived, that was their home, right? Because that's where they always were. So they didn't go back to some other slave house, right, and have like a different life or different family. They were always in the main house, so that is what they considered their home. So it is very interesting and telling to compare the two collections to see what kind of responses were given, but both useful, right?
Fascinating presentation. Thank you very much. I've done pilot programs myself, nothing like this, but pilots are truly pilots. And so I'm thinking as you iterate this opportunity, it'll change a little bit. But my question was, because we're dealing with real people, real emotions, pretty intimate stuff, did you have emotional and psychological support there during the workshop?
Yes, and actually for the field visits, part of the film crew, he is a psychologist and this is what he works on. And so he was also there to help. And one of the things that we didn't know before doing the site visits is our kind of understanding or thought was that people would want to go kind of alone, like to their site, right? Because we didn't know how they were going to react. And so, they would want to go just kind of alone as like a family or a group, right? That was there. But it turned out they wanted everyone else in the workshop to come with them for the support, because they had now built a community from being online for a couple of weeks, and they wanted the support of the rest of the workshop team to be there with them. And so everyone they went to as many site visits as they could. So that was new to us, but that's not what we were expecting. But once we started doing the site visits, we realized how important that was.
All right, we have our final question right here.
I have a couple small questions. One is, I noticed that most of the homes didn't have windows. Just that one does, but most of them that you showed did not. I was wondering if you could speak about that. And the other question was, did they have gardens, their own plots, or was it a communal plot or anything like that?
Yes. So, yes, not all slave houses had windows. They had to have a door, obviously, right? But they didn't all have windows. They didn't all have loft spaces. They didn't all have fireplaces. So those are some of the things that I look for and kind of can identify a living space for these structures. But unfortunately, that's just not the way all of them were, right? And so yeah, but many had usually kind of like one window and one door. But another kind of important piece of this story is, and what I find really interesting to study, is the changes that were made after slavery, or from the transition from slavery to freedom, right? Because the first thing people did was put in more doors and more windows, right? And so what that tells us is what they were being deprived of during slavery, right? Light and air, like fresh air, right? That's what they weren't getting. And so that's what they wanted. And so that's the first things that that's the first ways they would modify these structures, right? And so that's a really important part of this story also. As for gardens, yeah, so it varies from location to location, site to site. But sometimes enslaved people did have their own gardens that they could farm. Sometimes there's a larger communal garden. But archaeology is really the ones that can tell us kind of more about that. But you will find in the records a mention of those things. But they, at least from the sites I've been to, they don't survive anymore. So you can't see where they are.
Well, please join me in thanking Joby Hill once again for a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And thank you to our audience for some amazing questions. I'd like to apologize to our online audience. We had so many great questions there, but we also had so many great ones in person. I'm going to work with Joby to see if we can answer them on our Facebook page. So even if you put on YouTube, we'll try to put it in the comments on the video on Facebook, so that way we can get your questions answered too. Thank you again to everyone for coming, and I hope to see you again next month as Joy Brackner talks to us about potters and politics in the 19th century. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carly Ann, and I'm going to be talking to you today about our current research rundown about a man named John Bell. We're going to get started just here in a few minutes. He was an enslaved person in the mid-19th century, and he's going to be our main topic today. So whenever we're ready, we're going to get started. All right, so let's go to the next slide, if it will let me. Okay, so who is John Bell? This was my first reaction in 2018. I'm a reference archivist here at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. And I was given a research request, which is part of some of our jobly duties here. We do research for people who submit them. And I was given a request to look for a man named John Bell. And that's a person that I had never heard of. And I was asked to find out as much as I could about him. The patron who made the request told me that he was an enslaved person. He was enslaved by a man named William Rufus King, and he was supposedly supposed to be freed after King's death. They also told me that they believed he had a sister. The patron had found this image that you see here online, and this is from our digital collection. It's a postcard dated around 1901, and it's an image of a African American woman. As you can see, she's got a basket full of bread, and the photograph is labeled "Old Mammy." Now, seemingly you just look at this and think that it's just a postcard depicting an older woman. But if you flip it over on the back, and I don't have an image of the back to show you, but if you flip it over on the back, there were some handwritten transcriptions there. And this handwriting stated that this woman depicted on this postcard was really a woman named Nancy, and her brother was a man named John Bell, who had been an enslaved person, and he was a slave to William Rufus King. So here's that name again. So that really piqued my interest. And so I started to look into who is King? Who is this William Rufus King man? So for those of you that have maybe never heard of him, he was a lifelong politician in North Carolina and in Alabama. As you can see here, I've listed some of his accomplishments politically. And he was starting out in the House of Commons in North Carolina in the early 1900s. And he was also a U.S. representative of North Carolina. He became a staff member to the U.S. Minister of Russia. He eventually became a senator for Alabama, which he was one for a very long time. And then he was also once the U.S. Minister to France. Finally, and probably his biggest accomplishment is that he was the 13th U.S. Vice President of the United States in 1853, which makes him the highest elected official from Alabama. And this is a photograph of him here. Well, not a photograph, it's an image of him here. And I got this from the Encyclopedia of Alabama. So a little bit more about him. King was born around 1786 in North Carolina. He lived there until the early 1810s during a land rush to Alabama, which often is referred to as as Alabama fever. It was one of the first land rushes in the United States. He had several family members that had already moved to Alabama and established themselves here, one being his brother Thomas. Thomas had actually moved here and moved to Tuscaloosa County. And by 1818, William Rufus King has also moved to Alabama, but he's decided to settle in Dallas County. And he's established a home there, and he called this home Chestnut Hill. He and his family owned large amounts of land in the area. He himself owned large amounts of land in Lowndes and Dallas counties, and he also still maintained land in North Carolina as well. So his homestead was located on the Alabama River, and it actually still holds the name Kings Bend today. He was part of the founding and naming of Selma, and you can see a lot of things around Selma are still going to hold his name, and there are markers dedicated to him. Being a U.S. Senator and a later Vice President, King split most of his time between Washington, D.C. and Dallas County. And later in his life, he became quite ill, and he died very early into his vice presidency. So he only was the vice president for about a month. So this image here is a depiction of Kings Bend. It is a township and range map, and it is the portion of Dallas County that he actually owned. So you can see Kings Bend there. The yellow is William Rufus King's property. You can kind of see how it bends up. That's Kings Bend. The red color is his brother's, actually, Thomas. So Thomas eventually purchased some land in Dallas County. So while I was trying to find John Bell, I looked through items that I could find associated with King. There was the Nancy Bell postcard I had mentioned earlier, and it yielded some good information. It indicated that Nancy and her brother John were purchased by King in Washington, D.C. So that gave me a clue that maybe Nancy and John were originally from elsewhere, which tracks. King was a prominent politician, so he would have spent most of his time in D.C. anyway. Next, I searched for any mentions of John Bell within the William Rufus King family papers, which we have here as part of our private manuscript collections. And the big reason why I had to do this is that it can be extremely difficult to find enslaved persons. And so in order to find enslaved persons, oftentimes you have to find the people who are enslaving them. And so that's why I really tried hard to narrow down a timeline of William Rufus King's life and figure out what is he doing? What's he been up to all these years? That may help me find more information on John Bell. This collection was able to help me as it contained correspondence and family histories, and some of these even mentioned John Bell. I had built a timeline of King's life so that I could use locations of where King may have been at a certain time, and it could help me determine maybe what John's life was like, how long he may have been enslaved by King, or how old John had been. While searching through the King family papers here at the archives, I was able to find mentions of Bell. Unfortunately, most of these mentions are in passing, or what they detail cannot be confirmed because they are accounts from years later. For example, some of these family histories tell that King purchased John, Nancy, and a brother in Washington, D.C. because he was overcome when he saw them and did not want the siblings to be separated. But the person giving the information is not King, and it was not there at the time either. Therefore, it is unclear how accurate this account may be, or how biased it may be. Another story depicts how when John Bell was the U.S. Minister of France, Bell accompanied him to France. Due to laws there at the time, once Bell stepped on French ground, he was automatically a free person and no longer enslaved. However, King family lore indicates that Bell willingly chose to stay enslaved to King despite being told that he was now a free person. Stories like this were being told many years after the fact by descendants of King, so their validity is in question. However, they're still helpful to know. For example, this story, whether or not it's true, tells me that John Bell was in King's life while he was the minister of France. So that gives me a timeline of, well, okay, so John Bell must have been enslaved by King in the 1840s. That's why those stories are helpful. It doesn't necessarily matter if the actual story itself is true or untrue. It's important to know that there are little details that may help us. John Bell's age is overall unclear. Some accounts do refer to him as a young man or a teenager, so we can assume that he may possibly be a young person during his time with King. And that's helpful because, at first, when you're just talking about someone who is an enslaved person, that doesn't mean they're a child, it doesn't mean they're an adult. For all I knew, he could have been King's age. So it's helpful to hear people reference him as maybe a young person or a teen, even though I really don't have any information other than just that to say one way or the other. Bell is often referred to as a body servant to King. A body servant is a personal valet, butler, maid, etc. But it's important to remember that he's enslaved. Oftentimes when you hear over and over John Bell, body servant to William Rufus King, you forget that he's not really a body servant. He's an enslaved person. He's an enslaved body servant or enslaved personal valet. The photo you see here is from the Library of Congress's digital collection, and it is depicting the view of Washington, D.C. during the mid-19th century. As you can see, Washington, D.C. is called Washington City here, and that was what it was often referred to at the time. I chose this image because I like to think about how this is probably what John Bell saw. This is probably the view that he would see when he was in Washington, D.C. He definitely doesn't see the images that we see today of DC. That he would have seen something kind of more like this. Emancipating John Bell. So William Rufus King died in April of 1853 in Dallas County. King's nephew, William T. King, inherited the bulk of his estate. King's sister, Tabitha Corngay, took ownership of Chestnut Hill, and most likely Nancy Bell. And his other sister, Helen, got his Lowndes County plantation. So you can see this image here is of Chestnut Hill. So that would be what his sister Tabitha would have taken control of. And this is just an illustration from the 1850s. So around the same time period, it actually burned down years later. So it is not still standing. King had a will when he died, and it gave pretty detailed instruction on how to divide his property amongst his family members. His will included instructions regarding enslaved persons as well, and King requested that his slaves were to be valued and divided amongst the King family members. He also stated that enslaved families are to remain together and to not be separated. For some individual enslaved persons, he had other instructions. For example, John Bell was to be given $2,000 and to be freed. King indicated that Bell would move to Liberia, Washington, D.C., or to any other free state. He also stipulated that he wanted Bell to be personally escorted to his new home and to ensure his arrival and his safety. There were other examples of King freeing enslaved persons through his will or wanting them to be freed. However, typically he just indicates their name, his wish for their freedom, and his stipulation that they move to Liberia, Washington, D.C., or any free state. Bell's instructions are the only one that include a personal escort or a monetary sum. This really piqued my interest. I knew that if Bell was freed and given money from King's estate, it would be recorded further, so it would be something I would be able to confirm. But before we get into that, let's talk about why John Bell can't stay in Alabama. So for probably most of you, as it was for me, I found it strange that John Bell would only be allowed to stay in a free state, Washington, D.C. or Liberia, due to the will. I wasn't sure if this would be King's personal just desire or if this was something different. In my research, I ended up finding that in 1834, the Alabama legislature enacted a law regarding emancipation of enslaved persons. This law required that all emancipations had to be advertised in the local newspaper for 60 days. County court judges were allowed to emancipate enslaved persons. Newly freed persons then had 1 year to leave the state of Alabama and reside elsewhere, or they would be re-enslaved. An emancipated person who would have to get special permission from the Alabama legislature to remain in the state of Alabama after their emancipation. So what that means is that if you are a person who is freed and you wanted to stay in Alabama, you would have to get special permission to stay, or else you would be re-enslaved. So with that, it made more sense to me why Alabama would not have been included in some of the places where King was hoping that his freed enslaved persons would move. Liberia was another interesting one to me. So another interesting part was Liberia, the mention of that country. In the early 1800s, there was a movement that called for freeborn and emancipated individuals to move to Africa. The American Colonization Society was an organization that supported this movement and created the colony of Liberia for this purpose. William Rufus King was a supporter of this movement, and the American Colonization Society would explain why he included Liberia, his connection to that society, and his support of the movement. The society was mostly not supported by abolitionists in the African American community at the time. So this image you see here is a it's from 1854 March, and it is from the Glasgow Weekly Times, and it is an example of a emancipation advertisement. This is actually John Bell's. So you can kind of see how they worded it. They even specify that he's a body servant, and it's saying that the legislature has allowed him to stay in the state. They've passed his emancipation, and he can remain here in Alabama. But that is an example of what one would look like. And it's also to be noted that I actually had a really hard time finding an announcement in the newspaper in a state of Alabama paper. There are many examples that you can find in those papers, but for whatever reason, I had a hard time finding one for John Bell. This one is actually from Missouri. So I think I found 2 total that advertised for his emancipation, and they were both out of state. So I really couldn't speculate what that means, but it was an interesting thing. Since I had the information from King's Will, I knew there was going to be more information out there. I knew that if John Bell was freed and he was given money, that it would be in estate case files. So I began to search through those for Dallas County, and I did find further information on Bell. Estate case files are probate records that are recorded within a county. Their job is to gather information about a person's estate and determine what heirs are owed and what the deceased may be owed or owe to another person. It is also best to search for an estate case file for anyone. But often these will be found for those that owned property or maybe had some type of wealth. Also, these are typically found in the county where someone resides. King did have a substantial estate case file in Dallas County, and I was able to access this through microfilm. However, you can also access this online through Ancestry.com. There were hundreds of pages in his estate case file, and most of them are handwritten, so I had to be very careful to make sure that I didn't miss a mention of Bell. I was able to find several examples of John Bell through the process of settling King's estate. For example, there are receipts from August and September 1853 that show Bell being paid $175 total in Washington, D.C. On these records, John leaves his mark with an X, indicating that he cannot write his name. And you can see that in the image there where it has John Bell and then his mark with an X. In another letter in the estate case files from 1853, it is revealed that Bell is unmarried and has no independence. This at least gives us an idea of his personal life that we did not know anything about before. A January 1854 letter, William T. King, who's the nephew of King, who inherited the bulk of his estate, and John Bell are in Cahaba and will be going to the Capitol in Montgomery in an attempt to get a bill of emancipation passed. There are also receipts in King's estate case file that show that Bell is treated by King's doctor along with several other enslaved persons numerous times. Could this be John Bell? Was he sick, or is this someone else? Because he's just referred to as Bell, so it's unclear if this Bell is him or someone else. A third receipt shows that John Bell is being paid $1,705 on January 13th, 1854 in Cahaba. Bell also signs his name with an X on this receipt. This helps us see that he was in Washington, D.C. in the summer of 1853 after King's death, and by early 1854, he's in Dallas County, Alabama. On January 19th, 1854, Act 231 was passed by the Alabama legislature that freed John Bell, and he is allowed to remain in Alabama if he wishes. You can see the act here on the screen, and this was from our digital collections. The Alabama Acts are available there, and so that's how I was able to find this. On the same day that John Bell received $1,705, there is another receipt that shows that Bell has received a total of $2,000 from the estate of William Rufus King. What is interesting about this note is that John Bell's name is signed and it's not marked by an X. The handwriting that wrote John Bell is noticeably different from the rest of the document. It is my assumption that this could be John Bell's actual real signature. This was an incredible find for me. It gives us more insight into Bell's life. However, at the same time, it also gives me more questions. Enslaved persons were largely not legally allowed to learn to read or write. This implies that John Bell either could at least read or write his own name. It is unclear if he was literate beyond being able to write his own name, or if he also knew how to read and write other words as well. Is this something that he recently learned, or is this something that he's known how to do for many years? Is this something that he has been openly doing, or is this something that he's been hiding? We could assume that due to Bell's proximity to King, that he probably had a non-typical life than most Americans. He also probably experienced and saw a lot of things that most Americans did not. That does not mean that his life was easy or everything he wanted it to be, since he was an enslaved person. But he traveled more than the average person. So I would wonder if he was maybe exposed to different things that most people were not, even though he was an enslaved person. It's always important to remember that Bell was an enslaved person that was not allowed their freedom until after the death of his enslaver. So what happened to John Bell? My patron and myself really wanted to know, and I still want to know. However, I was unable to locate him through census, city directories, probate records, newspapers, etc. If I did find a person that I suspected to be John Bell, I could never really confirm or deny that it was him. We do know that he got special permission from the state to be allowed to stay in Alabama. I could not prove that he did stay, but I also could not prove that he did not. If Nancy, the woman depicted in the postcard, really is his sister, we know that she stayed in Alabama and was most likely owned by Tabitha Cornegay, who was William Rufus King's sister, who inherited Chestnut Hill, which would have been William Rufus King's home. It could be possible that Bell wanted to stay in Alabama because he had siblings in the area or family. However, since King split his time between Alabama and Washington, D.C., we could theorize that Bell would have too. Plus, if the family lore is correct, that Bell was purchased by King in D.C., it would imply that John was probably from somewhere from that area. We just don't know enough about Bell to predict his movements after his emancipation. Unfortunately, I just could not determine one way or another where or what happened to him. But I like to think that maybe he lived a long and happy life after his emancipation. So this concludes my presentation for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. I work here at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. I'm a reference archivist. You can come see me in the research room. We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 8:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon. We're closed on state holidays, and we're also closed to the public on Monday and Sunday. But our museum is open Monday through Saturday. So you can come visit the museum on Monday, but you can't visit me on Monday. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And we'll be here for a few more minutes just to kind of answer any kind of questions you may have. And thank you so much for coming to today's Research Rundown.
Yo, what it do? I appreciate everybody tapping in today to the day program for this American History number 10 yesterday. I really wasn't able to engage and kind of go back and forth and kind of do my thing like that. My kids had to track meet yesterday, so I was at the track meet all day recording that and editing that and putting that together. So I never really did I just kind of had it going yesterday and never really did kind of jump into it. I see that it cut off kind of early than what I expected, but it's all good. But I appreciate everybody, you know what I'm saying, showing support to the day program. Shout out to Smoke, you know, that's my folks. Shot Son, the Young Dunn. Who else slid through? See some new people slid through, man. Shout out to the new folks, you know what I'm saying? Some new folks been tapping in. You had the OG, you know, a low key. Who else done tapped in? Yeah, I gotta make sure that I get Juice, and I gotta get some other people locked in, because I wasn't able to do it on that one program they had, but they had cut off my program kind of early on that one program. They was talking about some. They was talking about some nudity or something like that, but I ain't understand how they did that. But then they let the live have rocked the night before. They had the same documentary as far as the Africa Speaks. So I really didn't know. I don't know why they cut it off, but they cut it off and said it was for that. But I thought that was funny. So and subscribers going up. I'm up to 83 on the road to 100. Man, tell a friend, and do it again, man, for real though. But tonight I'm thinking about I'm gonna go on and get the weekend thing back popping, you know what I'm saying? Get the, you know, kind of relax, you know, let their hair down on the weekends, you know, relaxing, you know, during the week, try to get some information out there that can probably help some people. And weekend, you know, we chop it up, you know, play the music on the late night, you know, try to get that program going, you know, with them 90 hood cuts and keeping it going like that. But yeah, man, I appreciate the support, man. I'm gonna keep on putting out the little bit of info that I'm for, man. I'm gonna keep on and that's for sure. But just like I say, you know, I'm just trying to help my peoples. Hey, I can't go back no more. That's crazy. Hold on, what's going on? Well, hopefully, hold on. I should be able to go back. Well, I'll be able to go on and get that wrench popping off. So it's a couple. I gotta get Juice jumped off. 8 knots. Who else in the building? A couple more people. I gotta get them hooked up, man. They've been holding it down for a cooler minute. 305. You know, he live been in the building, showing great support, man. I appreciate that, man. But it's like I said, it's a couple of people that you know, that I know that you know, we pushing the same program. Want to make sure they ranched up, and I appreciate the new people tapping in for sure. You know what I'm saying? That's for, you know, that's a fact. You know, just like I say, I'm just putting out, you know, my whole little get down is either on some Seminole, some Black Seminole information, or it's gonna be on some Black people found in America. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. That's my whole little get down with the book of the Strictly Ghetto Engine. You know, trying to put together a little bit of information here and there that can you know, that can justify what's going on. But it's definitely a crazy little situation as far as the history with this. We have Must Be Trouble slid through what it do. I ain't never seen that person before, but they slid through saying something in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Showing love. We got House of Nathan, Boo Lamb. Make the Glock say boom blam. Yeah, that's how we giving it up. I shout out to all my people. So it's like I said, I'm gonna go live. I see Shot Son and them, you know, they keep coming with that angle with this India and Southeast Asia whole little angle, and just thought I seen something kind of interesting about the little area over there in that area. Some of the folks over there, they said they've been over there for a long time. You know, it's okay, them niggas look like me and you, man. Yeah, them niggas been over there for that long. Yeah, them niggas. Hey, they part of them degree though, so yeah, that shit don't make no sense, man. They say that them niggas traveled all going east, but the niggas never traveled west, or I ain't even gonna say, you know, shit. Ain't no telling niggas was probably already over there. You know, they trying to say they traveled over there. You know, they trying to tell these people stories and shit like that, but I don't know. No, we're gonna keep putting it together, and hopefully we can keep on, you know, making them think twice. You know, just like what that lady just got done saying on that Alabama history shit. How she was like, damn, you know, black people ain't supposed to know how to write their name and know how to do this and know how to do that. There's a lot of things that what was taught ain't right. So the more little digging and the more little information that keep popping up, it's like, hold on, we gotta look at this. You know what I'm saying? That's why I fuck with Smoke, because that nigga don't believe shit. And I, you know what I'm saying? I believe shit, but it's like, yeah, these niggas been lying so long, you know what I'm saying? You're a little older in the game, more the OGs in the game, kind of like, yeah, they been lying. You know what I'm saying? So we really gotta look at it and say, damn. These niggas making up shit. You know these niggas be making up the numbers. I just think the shit they talking about, they been making up the numbers on all the people in Asia or something. Talk about them fake numbers over there in China. I don't know, this could be a military tech, niggas playing games with each other. Don't, you know what I'm saying? But don't want nobody to know their numbers. But, you know, telling me we've been going 9 hours and 20 minutes, man, on the day program to cut it down. And it's like I said, I'm going to go and bring it back tonight and get this juke joint popping once again. You know, niggas can fly through, you know, YouTube. I don't know. They been hating on me as far as put my little link out in the chat so people could fly through or whatever. But I done paid it before and everything. They still didn't let me put the link in the chat. So I'm like, man, I have to keep paying if they ain't gonna be putting the link out there. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go put the link on my other page and put it on other people's pages so they can probably copy it and put it in the thing. We gotta do a whole bunch of extra. It's the rock. But you know what I'm saying? We're gonna try to get it popping tonight. You know what I'm saying? You come through, make sure that you pull up, make sure that you know what I'm saying? Make sure you're ready to pull up, make sure you're ready to roll up. The show definitely going up every time. I'll try to cover the exclusives and you know, try to cover the classic. You know what I'm saying? Try to cover the classic, like I say. I don't know if y'all know about these little people I'm gonna talk about tonight or whatever. I really don't know too much about them. I just really kind of came across them the other day. I really ain't really did no deep dive. I just was looking at it on the surface. I'm like, damn, hold on. It's kind of interesting. Bring that to the folks. Let's see what the folks think about this. You know what I'm saying? Because I also got questions about, which I want to put out there, which I guess I can put out there in this little situation. On how was damn giraffes ending up in damn in Asia. You know what I'm saying? How was the damn giraffe ending up in damn Asia thousands of years ago? And it's depicted. And that's what's crazy too. I gotta try to figure out how to get these pictures and shit that's in my phone and get it to the computer so I can start showing y'all the same shit that I got on my phone. I don't even know how to transfer that shit. I tried to transfer it to the computer, but I don't know, it didn't go through or something. I don't know how to really, I ain't too tech savvy. I'm trying to figure it out though. 2025, we're going live, man. Yeah, I got it popping, trying to, like I say, trying to program, trying to get the people starting to watch. You know what I'm saying? If they don't like the regular programs, it's not there, going to tap into this American history from the Book of the Ghetto Engine. Yeah, today was that Alabama history shit, you know what I'm saying? I thought some of that shit was interesting, you know what I'm saying? I just be wanting to hear them folks, see if they gonna, you know, spill some beans on something, you know what I'm saying? It's always something, you know, but they say they tapped into the history. They got the primary sources. They just that. So, you know what I'm saying? I hear the folks out. You know, you're supposed to be the professionals. You're supposed to be that. Let's see what they say. See if it's gonna add up with what I'm talking about. So, and also with the we had the old school 80s African dudes pumping that, you know what I'm saying? Just like that Black Power shit, I guess the other day shit. You can see where they was coming from. You know, they're supposed to be old scholars trying to get some game at the old, you know, during that time back then, you know, when people was really, you know, really wasn't up on it like that. I really don't know what the people was really on back then. You know, it seemed like there was a whole bunch of shit going on back in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? So, if you want to just hear that history and hear what the old heads got to say about the old school days and seeing what they saying about the history in America, you know what I'm saying? Ain't too many people talk about it, so when the people do talk about it, you know what I'm saying, try to tap in on that. But like I said, I appreciate everybody tapping in. Just go and shut this down. One, shout out to the engines in this big engine country and to the streets, for sure.